Chapter 1005, People from the Saint Lands. Zhong controlled the Scarlet Reaper to fire out multiple light beams at the alien, while the dark energy around the alien continued to absorb the impact, preventing any from damaging it. However, due to the intensity of the assault, the dark shield was slowly starting to dim, while multiple spots were uneven. Even a Type 7 expert would have a limit to its energy. Once the defenses were tested to the limits, they would naturally break as well. The Type 7 alien was extremely crafty. Once it saw that it could not catch up to Zhong, it quickly descended and dashed towards the distance to flee. Trying to run? Too bad, in front of the Scarlet Reaper you can forget about it. Zhong laughed coldly, and with a thought, numerous sensors extended out of the Scarlet Reaper, taking in the route of the alien. He piloted the Scarlet Reaper to give chase. Each time he got near it, he would fire out multiple light beams. On the ground, the Type 7 alien was much faster than it was in the air. However, compared to the Scarlet Reaper, it was just lacking a little. Although it made use of the surrounding foliage and boulders to cover itself, it would still be struck by those light beams. At the same time, due to its increased speed, most of the light beams would hit blank space, causing only a bare few to hit the alien. The continuous barrage happened for another 5 minutes, and the dark energy surrounding the Type 7 alien finally disappeared, and one light beam slammed into it. A shocking scene appeared. The light beam that could easily pierce the toughest of metals was actually blocked by the exoskeleton of the alien, causing it to shudder slightly, but there was no true harm done. In the sky, Zhong saw this and frowned. Damn it, this Type 7 alien's defenses are too much. Should I fire another Raytheon cannon? The Raytheon cannon was the strongest weapon in the Scarlet Reaper's arsenal. If hit, even a Type 7 expert would fall. However, the speed of the Type 7 alien below was simply too fast. Due to its constant dodging and evading, Zhong did not have the confidence of hitting it accurately. Both sides continued in their chase as they came to a mountain range. Along the way, the huge mountain of over 1,000 meters tall appeared in their eyes. They also caught sight of a natural cave at the foot of the mountain. When the alien saw the cave, it flashed and charged directly for it. Zhong stood at the entrance and muttered in an upset manner, "Shit. It escaped." The entrance was extremely narrow and was perfect for that alien to squeeze through. If Zhong forcefully charged in, he could be ambushed by the alien if he was not careful. As he took a good look at the cave, he withdrew the Scarlet Reaper back into his storage ring. Where is this? Zhong took a look around, noting that he had come to a vast forest, with countless trees all around. He could tell that there were many terrifying auras from various regions of the forests, belonging to Type 5 and Type 6 mutant beasts. At this time, there was the sound of a loud roar, as though it came from a dragon from Legends. There's someone fighting over there. Zhong heard the roar and swiftly made his way over. On a hill on the west side of the forest, there was a huge airship spanning over 100 meters parked. 3 kilometers away, there was a strange creature of over 60 m, looking like a dragon from Western mythology, covered in black scales and flapping its massive, fleshy wings. It was roaring out continuously. The black dragon-like beast emitted a dangerous pressure, as sand and gravel circled its body due to the black energy it was radiating. In front of it, there are a few warriors inside mechs of about 3 meters in height, covered in countless tubes and electric components, fighting against the dragon-like beast. These soldiers had activated their energy shields, while wielding powerful particle cannons, and were surrounding the dragon-like beast, firing out at it continuously. Although the beast looked massive, its speed was incredibly quick. In just a few breaths, it appeared in front of one of the soldiers, swiping its huge claws down. That attack destroyed the energy shield of the unfortunate soldier like cracking an egg, before crushing the soldier into a pulp. The particle beams fired out at the surrounding foliage and earth, causing devastating destruction. Any tree and boulder hit by those beams were instantly annihilated in a powerful blast. After crushing one of the soldiers, the huge dragon sought to fly in the sky, appearing in front of another soldier and swiped down, crushing him as well. At this time, the rest of the soldiers waved their hands as a number of beams shot out from the boxes behind them. They combined to form a huge web that covered the dragon. Once it was caught, it began to struggle, trying its best to escape from the web, but was unable to break free. The soldiers in that special armor continued to use their particle cannons on the dragon, wearing its energy shield down. The huge dragon continued to struggle, unable to break free. It watched helplessly as the particle beams struck its body continuously. However, the defenses of the huge dragon were astonishing as well. As the beam struck it, they were unable to breach its defenses. On top of a huge tree about 200 m away from the fight, there were two men in white combat uniform, looking extraordinary. They observed the battle with a cold and disdainful gaze. One of them had a long ponytail, his face bright as he smiled. "Ha! This time we're considered lucky actually discovering this Type 5 black dragon beast that was just born not long ago. Its innate potential is limitless. If allowed to mature, it can become a Type 7 mutant beast. Zhang Xian, this time I just want the beast, the rest of the spoils will be yours." The other man with the cold gaze, Zhang Xian, refused directly. "Qin-Liang, I can't do that. I want that beast, you can have the rest." Qin-Liang frowned before chuckling. "Forget it. Let's talk about it after we deal with the beast. If we fall out over something we haven't obtained, it would be truly silly. Furthermore, with such a good sapling, those old things at the Saint Land might not let us have it." Zhang Xian nodded silently. The huge black dragon beast continued to struggle under the net. As it became clearer that it was not able to escape, the look in its eyes turned incredibly savage, and it spat out a black flame at the net. The black flame carried with it a mysterious and evil power, distorting the space as it slammed into the net. The moment it came into contact, the aura of the black dragon exploded out, causing the net to twist and snap. With that, the black dragon beast started to tear with all its might, extracting itself from the net. It then grabbed one of the soldiers nearby and crushed it in its claws. It then spat out a ring of black flames all around, causing the human soldiers to burn. Qin-Liang laughed out confidently. "Even our saint warriors were killed so easily. This Type 5 black dragon beast is truly not simple. Let's make a move, lest it kills more of our soldiers and escapes. That would be a huge loss then." After that, Qin-Liang shot forward, appearing above the Type 5 black dragon beast in a flash. His entire body then emitted a powerful aura, reaching the initial Type 6 realm, and sent a powerful fist blasting towards the black dragon beast, smashing into its head. The Type 5 black dragon beast took the hit and was sent crashing into the ground, its black energy shield disappearing. At that moment, the entire ground trembled upon the impact. With a burst of gray light, a human silhouette shot towards the beast, sending another fist into the body of the Type 5 black dragon beast. The scales of the Type 5 black dragon beast broke apart, and it was sent flying another few hundred meters. As it tumbled, two powerful blade beams shot through its wings, one black and one white, as its wings were sliced off amidst a shower of blood and scales. The Type 5 black dragon beast roared out in agony, its wings torn off by the Type 6 Qin-Liang and Zhang Xian. Chapter 1006, Black Dragon Beast. With its wings destroyed, the Type 5 black dragon beast was no longer capable of flight. The soldiers surrounding the Type 5 black dragon beast quickly fired their particle cannons at the beast as well. Losing the black energy protection, the black dragon beast was bombarded by attacks, its scales chipping off and its blood flowing freely. It continued to roar out in agony and fear. With the passing of time, its strength began to plummet. Just then there was an earth-shaking roar from a far-off distance, causing one to tremble. When Qin-Liang heard the roar, his face fell. "No good. That fellow's family is here. Judging from the roar, it should be at least Type 6. It's not something we can take it on. Disperse now." This black dragon beast is similar to the WRM that Zhong came across before. It was a natural occurring ferocious mutant beast. A Type 6 black dragon beast was enough to go against a low-level Type 7 mutant beast, even killing one. While Qin-Liang and his team were able to make use of the means at their disposal to deal with a Type 5 black dragon beast, it would only be death if they fought against a Type 6 one. Against a Type 7 black dragon beast, there would simply be no escape. Under his orders, everyone quickly retreated moving towards the airship. Barely moments after they left, a terrifying tornado blew past, as a 100-meter black dragon beast came descending with its mighty wings flapping. It emitted a terrifying aura, as it swept its huge, golden eyes towards the broken black dragon beast on the ground. Zhong had activated his stealth ability as he hid in one corner. He had witnessed everything from the start to the end and could feel the strength of the aura from the Type 6 black dragon beast, and he was filled with shock. Is this a Type 6 mutant beast? No. Its aura is stronger than mine, just slightly below that damned Emperor Balong. In terms of just pressure, it's already stronger than most Type 7 experts. Feeling the mighty pressure, Zhong closed his eyes and retracted all signs of his aura. His breath, heartbeat, body warmth, presence were all tightly withdrawn, as though he had become a stone. Seeing the Type 5 Black Dragon Beast with its mutilated wings, the Type 6 Black Dragon Beast had a ferocious glint in its eyes. It opened its huge jaws and let out a furious roar that rocked the ground and area. A powerful sound wave blasted out in a 500 m radius, as all the trees, boulders within the region were destroyed. The sound wave also shook Zhong in his stealth mode, causing his internal organs to be shaken despite his god-devil body. As for Yin-Yang and the rest who were a distance away, they were also swept by that attack. Both he and Zhang Xian spat out a mouthful of blood as they quickened their pace. 3 of the soldiers wearing mechanical armor crumpled to the ground, not moving anymore. 8 others were rocked and their movements became unsteady, while the rest followed Yin-Yang and Zhang Xian closely. After that roar, the terrifying Type 6 Black Dragon Beast flapped its wings and whipped up a terrifying tornado as it shot towards the Saint Land experts. Chance. Barely 20 seconds after the Type 6 Black Dragon Beast left, Zhong opened his eyes as he looked towards the heavily injured Type 5 Black Dragon Beast. With a thought, 6 bloody radiances shot towards the Black Dragon Beast without a sound and wrapped around the Type 5 Black Dragon Beast. As they surrounded the body, the wounds began to split and huge amounts of blood were absorbed. Had the Type 5 Black Dragon Beast had been at its prime condition, it could at least retaliate. However, it was extremely weakened now, unable to resist the absorption. It opened its jaws, intending to roar for help. However, the evil blood went straight into its throat and jammed it, preventing it from making a sound. In just 3 seconds, the entire Black Dragon Beast was sucked dry, turning into a corpse with a layer of skin and bones. A powerful bout of life force entered Zhong's body. At the same time, the bloody radiances retrieved a Type 5 nucleus and delivered it into his hands. Zhong swept a gaze across his bloody radiances, discovering that they had evolved to 7 beams. The latent potential within the blood of this Type 5 Black Dragon Beast is truly amazing. The blood manipulation ability was overpowered. The more the blood absorbed, the stronger it became, the more it split into as well. After becoming 7 beams, Zhong was able to sweep through Type 5 mutant beasts. With a thought, White Bones stepped out from the Nether Realm and began to work on the bones and scales of the Type 5 Black Dragon Beast's corpse. After reaching the Type 6 realm, White Bones' bones had also started to evolve towards a white-silver color. At the same time, it had begun to emit a powerful and cold aura. A Type 5 expert might not necessarily be a match for White Bones at this stage. When White Bones appeared, it quickly went over to the bones and started absorbing the bone essences. Other than Zhong's skill being upgraded to help White Bones, it could also absorb the essence from bones to evolve. However, with its current strength, it could only evolve from absorbing bone essence from Type 5 mutant beasts. Type 4 mutant beasts could not help it much. I should go save those experts from the Saint Lands. See if I can establish some connections with them. Their technology and martial arts are all exceptional, compared to those from the South Origin City. It truly is a vast difference. With this thought, Zhong left White Bones behind as he activated stealth and darted through the forest, heading towards Yin-Yang and the rest. In the sky, the huge airship had activated its protection, trying its best to flee far ahead. By this time, the Type 6 Black Dragon Beast had caught up, slamming into the energy shield like a black meteor. Each time, the impact caused the energy shield to crack a little more, as though it was on a verge of collapsing. Even so, the airship was still holding out, like a small boat in the raging seas, shaking and its fate unknown. Zhong lifted his head to eye the battle between the behemoths, without any intention to help yet. Currently, the Type 6 Black Dragon Beast had not yet actually engaged the experts within. If he joined the fray now, who knew if their animosity might be taken out on him? A pilot came up to Yin-Yang reporting, "Saint Envoy Yin-Lian, we are currently down to 46% of our energy. If things continue on like this, we will lose all power in 1 minute's time, and we would have to shut down the shield and land the airship." Yin-Liang's face turned incredibly ugly as he asked Zhang Xian, "What do you think? Shall we go all out? Otherwise, if we lose power later, we can't even do anything." Zhang Xian nodded silently after a moment of contemplation. "Let's do it." Yin-Liang ordered, "Land the airship, all Saint warriors are to prepare for battle." With his orders, the huge ship quickly descended while withstanding the hits from the Black Dragon Beast. The moment they landed, 30 Saint warriors leaped out, raising their weapons and firing out at the beast in the air. A light net was formed that enveloped the black dragon beast that had shot down too fast to dodge the net. Trapped by the light net, the Type 6 black dragon beast extended out its wings, and struggled violently, tearing the light net apart. The 30 Saint warriors were then sent flying a dozen meters. Once the beast broke apart from the net, it flapped its massive wings and with a gust of tornado, it charged towards the 30 soldiers with its Mach 3 speed. Each time its claws came smashing down, the soldiers would be crushed like minced meat. Without any noise, Yin-Yang suddenly exploded out and turned into a flash of white light that shot towards the Type 6 black dragon beast. On his pale white hand, a white radiance continued to glow brightly as space was torn asunder and repaired continuously. Yin-Yang was a top expert in the Saint Lands, training in one of the strongest arts within the Saint Lands, space disruption. Once he utilized it, his hands were able to tear through any protection and cause damage to his opponents. In a breath, he appeared on the right wing of the Type 6 black dragon beast, slapping both his hands down, and at that moment space was torn and the energy protection of the black dragon beast was penetrated, allowing his fists to punch out at the right wing. As space was rapidly degenerating and repairing, the scales on the right wing were destroyed, causing blood to flow. Chapter 1007, Reaching the Type 7 Realm. However, even with the profound space disruption skill, it was impossible for him to tear through the Type 6 black dragon beast's wings, only causing some light wounds. The black dragon beast turned around coldly as though it was not affected in the slightest bit, and sent a breath of terrifying dragon's breath towards Yin-Yang. No! Block it! Yin-Yang suddenly felt a sense of danger as he let out a roar of despair. With a flip of his hand, a jade plate appeared and glowed brightly, turning into a shield that protected him. The all-burning dragon's breath immediately enveloped Yin-Yang. Under its intense flame, the shield barely held up for a moment before collapsing. The Type 6 Yin-Yang was then turned into ashes, not before he revealed a look of despair at the moment he died. Seeing that, Zhang Xian's heart turned cold. He might not like Yin-Yang, but as humans he did not want to see him dead. Furthermore, now that he was alone, he had no confidence in dealing with this Type 6 black dragon beast. Duck to the right. At this moment, a loud roar sounded from afar. When Zhang Xian heard that human voice, he quickly shot for the right. From the forest afar, the Scarlet Reaper had already transformed into the Raytheon cannon form under Yu Zhong's control, and an intense amount of energy was being gathered. The seemingly invincible Type 6 black dragon beast felt a sudden crisis. It could no longer bother about killing Zhang Xian, instead flapping its wings to soar into the sky. The next moment, a white beam shot out from the Scarlet Reaper, blasting towards the Type 6 black dragon beast. The pillar of light slammed into the protective energy of the black dragon beast, which shuddered for barely half a breath's time before it collapsed. However, it allowed the black dragon beast to evade out of the radius. Unfortunately, its lower body did not manage to escape from the pillar of light and was instantly disintegrated. After the light disappeared, and the lower body of the black dragon beast was destroyed, blood flowed and its inner organs splattered out. It was just that immediately, the wounds began to close up and stop bleeding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Type 6 black dragon beast was heavily injured and had no mood to continue chasing the Saint Land people. It flapped its wings and raised a tornado in a bid to flee. It was actually able to flee with its life after taking a hit from the Raytheon cannon. This Type 6 black dragon beast is truly terrifying. Yu Zhong stared at the fleeing black dragon beast and his heart turned cold. He piloted the Scarlet Reaper to change back into its mech mode, as its wings of light flashed. It charged forward at a speed of Mach 6, turning into a shooting star that chased after the Type 6 black dragon beast. In a few seconds, the Scarlet Reaper had caught up to the black dragon beast, pulling out a huge laser blade as it slashed at the right wing of the beast. Having lost the protection radiance, the laser blade of the Scarlet Reaper cleaved down viciously, tearing through the scales of the black dragon beast and through the entire wing, causing large amounts of blood to pour out. At that moment, the black dragon beast twisted its body and used its huge tail to slam the Scarlet Reaper viciously. Yu Zhong had to control the Scarlet Reaper to wield its blade with both hands, just to tear through the wing. He had no energy left to defend itself, and thus the tail slammed into him, causing the waist to almost break. After suffering that hit, the Scarlet Reaper shot backward, its frame quivering, causing Yu Zhong's blood to flow erratically as well. Since the wings of the black dragon beast allowed it to fly, Losing one caused its entire body to destabilize, and it began to descend. In that instant, Zhong quickly readjusted his state and controlled the Scarlet Reaper to soar around to the other side. He then charged back towards the Black Dragon Beast and slashed out viciously, cleaving through the remaining wing. Having lost both its wings, the Type 6 Black Dragon Beast could no longer maintain its balance and started to descend, as it spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhong then piloted the Scarlet Reaper to shoot down, wielding the laser blade to penetrate the head of the beast, directly crushing the contents. With its death, a huge amount of life force was absorbed into Zhong's body. Due to the pure and strong life force, it quickly kicked off a chain reaction within Zhong's body. The life force spread throughout Zhong's body, as it was continuously refined into the light gold mist. The mist began to strengthen every single cell and fiber of his body. In the end, the mist also traveled to Zhong's head, strengthening his sea of notification. As the light gold mist entered his mind, it was absorbed into his god-devil nucleus, strengthening the various runes within it. Under the constant evolution, the skill runes began to glow in a faint gold color, as their originally silver color began to turn. Then, with a loud boom, something seemed to break within his mind, and he instantly felt like he had transcended time and space. A flurry of notifications began to ring out in his mind, as more runes and enlightenment filled his head. Congratulations on becoming a Type 7 Divine Warrior. Congratulations, all skills have been raised by a tier. Amidst the sweet sounds, Zhong opened his eyes slowly, and a look of excitement flashed within. Type 7. I've actually broken through to the Type 7 realm. This is great. After he reached the Type 7 realm, Zhong closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He extended his right hand and felt a powerful force gathering within. Looking at it, he thought, since I've reached the Type 7 realm, there's a qualitative difference. I can absorb and manipulate the atmospheric energy. My combat strength has now far surpassed a Type 6 Divine Warrior. He could clearly sense the chaotic energy surrounding him, and as long as he willed it, he could manipulate it to allow him to fly, or absorb it to strengthen his own prowess. With this ability, his strength and stamina would be greatly empowered on the battlefield. Even if he went into a million-strong horde, he could easily slaughter his way out. He collected himself and pointed at the corpse of the Black Dragon Beast, and the blood from within began to congeal and formed a bloody radiance around him. This radiance contained the blood essence of this terrifying Black Dragon Beast. Every single drop was precious and could be used to groom an expert. At the same time, the blood brought along the Type 6 nucleus into his hand, reimbursing his losses incurred from taking on the Type 7 alien. Zhang Xian came up to Zhong and bowed. Many thanks to Senior for lending a hand. I'm Saint Envoy Zhang Xian from the Saint Lands. How do I address Senior? Zhong laughed lightly. I'm Zhong, a wandering cultivator from South Origin City. He had already obtained quite a bit of information from South Origin City. This world was one of technology and martial arts. Experts were rampant, and the strongest cultivators and advanced technology were all in the Saint Lands. Other than that, there were a few wandering cultivators who traversed the world on their own, dealing with the ferocious beasts and trained bitterly. Many of them were exceptionally strong, and might not lose out to any experts from the Saint Lands. When Zhang Xian heard it, he was a little suspicious, but continued to speak respectfully. Zhong, in order to repay you for saving my life, I hope that you can accompany me to the Saint Lands, and let me host you. How about it? Although he did not believe Zhong's background, Zhong had indeed saved his life. At the same time he had seen the Scarlet Reaper. Just based on that mech, it was enough for him to be respectful. This time, Zhang Xian had suffered huge losses on this hunting mission, even losing another Saint Envoy as well as his entire troop of Saint soldiers. If he did not bring back some contributions, he would not be let off. If he could invite such an expert as well as the Scarlet Reaper back to the Saint Lands, he would be heavily rewarded instead of being punished. Zhong laughed lightly and replied directly, sure. I was heading over there to take a look. Please? Zhang Xian then extended his hand out, inviting Zhong into his airship. After the both of them entered, the airship turned into a beam of light that shot towards the west. Chapter 1008, Saint Lands. The massive airship continued to fly through the air, before arriving at the Saint Lands after half a day. The Saint Lands was located on a spiritual mountain filled with energy in the middle of planet Uros. There were over 18 wide paths leading to the peak of the mountain. On either side of the 18 tunnels were 18 huge cities, each one resplendent and beautiful. As they soared above the 18 cities, they could see the countless aliens already launching assaults on the various cities below. The humans were crying and screaming as they tried to flee in all directions. However, there was a stark difference between the 18 cities and South Origin City. The strongest firepower of South Origin City was the 36 electromagnetic cannons, and most of the people defending used melee weapons. As for firearms, there were just ordinary rifles. In any case, compared to these firearms, the cultivators themselves were even more terrifying. The Saint Lands were different, as each of them had particle cannons, plasma bombs, Gauss rifles, laser tanks, and other heavy weapons. At the point of the aliens' attack, firepower rained in all directions. Along the streets of one city, an alien with a pair of blades growing out of its head and a gray exoskeleton appeared, pouncing towards dozens of the fleeing humans. In just a breath, the alien had already charged within their midst and waved its blades about, slicing through 6 of them at the waist as blood and organs spilled everywhere. Blizzaga. At this moment, a Type 4 expert came roaring from a short distance away, his body shrouded in an impenetrable ice armor. Both his hands were congealing icy energies as he charged towards that alien. The bladed alien leaped with all its might, charging through the human crowd, dodging the attack of that expert, causing him to hit thin air. Even so, the icy aura spread out, causing the region around him to rapidly freeze, stretching towards the alien. In response, the alien leaped and evaded the attack once more, before twisting its head to fire off its tongue that penetrated the head of the expert in a split second, killing him effortlessly. Beast die. 4 Type 3 martial artists roared as they charged towards the alien as well. With a flash, the alien weaved through them and its blades slashed through the air, directly slicing them up in multiple pieces. Just as the alien was about to continue on its unbridled killing spree, 5 Saint soldiers wearing the powerful mech armor charged out from one corner. With a wave of their hands, beams shot out from behind their backs, turning into a light net that shot towards the alien. Sensing danger, the alien leaped and tried to flee. However, the net was made out of powerful technology, and it quickly encompassed the alien, wrapping around it as it began to struggle madly. The moment they caught it, the 5 Saint soldiers began to unload their particle beams into it. The beams then punched through the exoskeletons of the alien, causing huge holes as it began to turn into a hole-riddled corpse. Noticing something wrong, the leader of the soldier had a change of expression. Not good. Retract the net. The corrosive blood of the blood was extremely terrifying, almost corroding most of the net away. They quickly kept the net back as it was one of their trump cards. Just after they retrieved the net, there was a sudden gust of wind, as a blade tore through all 5 of their heads. The decapitated head soared through the air, landing and bleeding out. A stronger bladed alien appeared in the distance, coldly glaring over. At this time, a terrifying laser beam shot from afar, slamming into the left shoulder of the alien, causing its extended blade to be blown apart. The alien roared out in pain and quickly charged through the fleeing humans as it engaged in a massacre, killing over 30 humans in a breath. The battle between the humans and aliens was extremely savage and cruel, with huge numbers of casualties on both sides every passing second. In comparison, although the humans had more advanced weaponry, their death toll was higher. Every single alien was born a killing machine with natural talents in hunting and killing. Although their numbers were lesser, each one of them could easily tear through a crowd of humans. Other than holding the advantage in close combat, some of the aliens had tongues that could extend out for quite far. As long as the soldiers got within range, the aliens would make use of that projectile-like tongue to take down the human soldiers. The only experts within the 18 cities that could deal with the aliens were the Type 4 and Type 5 human cultivators. Any Type 3 experts that appeared would only be killed within a second. There were over 3 million people within the 18 cities, 200,000 of them were experts, but they were being annihilated by this group of aliens that were not even more than 30,000 in numbers. Even Zhong sucked in a breath of cold air upon witnessing this scene. These 30,000 aliens were not trash, unlike those zombies. Even someone as strong as Zhong piloting the Scarlet Reaper could not take out all 30,000 within a short time. A single laser beam that could punch through tens of thousands of zombies could not even cause a scratch on the aliens. On the airship, Zhang Xian looked out in horror as an alien tore a Type 5 human expert in half, his face turning pale. What the hell is that? How are they so terrifying? By this time, all the experts within the Saint Lands were being deployed out, as a huge number of experts sat in armored vehicles that rolled out to provide reinforcements. A number of fighter jets also shot out from the Saint Lands, arriving at the airspace above the cities. When they arrived, they quickly focused their firepower upon the aliens below. Seeing the fighter jets, Zhang Xian quickly relayed a message over, "This is Saint Envoy Zhang Xian, what's going on?" When the soldier within the fighter jet saw that it was Zhang Xian, he replied respectfully but solemnly, "Sir, the Saint Lord has just confirmed that those monsters below are the harbingers of the apocalypse. The Saint Lord has already given the order for all Saint Envoys to report back. You'd better contact His Majesty quickly." Zhang Xian's face fell when he heard that, muttering under his breath, "Apocalypse. There was actually such a thing. I had thought that it was just a myth." 1,000 years was too long in human history. Most would forget easily what happened even if there were records. The apocalypses of the past were treated as myths. No one had expected such a thing to actually happen. However, Zhang Xian was also a Type 6 expert, and he quickly calmed himself down, ordering, "Open a channel to His Majesty." Soon, a man with a deep and stern gaze, dressed in a robe with countless stars and wielding a staff inlaid with countless mutant beasts' nuclei appeared on the display. Zhang Xian immediately bowed in respect. "Your subject greets Your Majesty." The Saint Lord glanced at Zhang Xian and spoke, "Zhang Xian, quickly head to Cleansing Wind City, and join up with Tang Shi and Murong Wang to wipe out those aliens." "Yes." Zhang Xian replied immediately. After that, he piloted the airship towards Cleansing Wind City, which happened to be the closest. By now there were over 20 airships in the air, and they were all different from Zhang Xian's own airship. Some were over 100 meters in length and they were all equipped with countless cannons, firing out their projectiles madly. Due to the support of these airships, the defense line of the city was able to hold out and withstand the assault. With the firepower of these 20 airships, if they were placed on Earth, they could easily wipe out over 100,000 zombies in a flash. However, these aliens were essentially different creatures. Their numbers were lesser, but each one was more powerful and lethal than a group of zombies. Their formations were also widely spread out, and the dense firepower only served to kill them one by one, instead of dealing with a large group. Zhang Xian followed the orders of the Cleansing Wind City and landed on a field. Out on the field, over 100 soldiers were stationed. On top of that, there were 60 other experts dressed in stars-covered robes. The group was separated in 2 lines, and the weakest amongst them was at the Type 5 realm. Translators' thoughts. Translation_nation. Translation_nation. Chapter 1009, Arrogance. Among the 2 rows of soldiers, one of them was dressed in a blue robe, his hands behind his back. He exuded an extraordinary aura as well as a proud countenance. This was Murong Wang. The leader of the other group was dressed in green, her long hair tied up in a ponytail. She had exquisite features, but a cold gaze as though no fire could ever melt that icy countenance. She was Tang Shi. Beside her, 20 other female warriors stood, each of them beautiful in their own right, exuding a mild arrogance as well. It had to be known that every single person chosen by the Saint Lands had undergone strict conditions. Each time, there would be a rigorous test to sift out those who were capable and worthy of the Saint Lands. Among 10,000 there might only be 1 or 2. These experts were the cream of the crop of the planet Uros, all of them heaven-defying talents, with powerful combat abilities. Even the 5 top experts of South Origin City would not be a match for any of them. Therefore they had a deep-set arrogance. Murong Wang glanced at Zhong, who was beside Zhang Xian, and frowned. "Zhang Xian, who is this? He's not someone from our Saint Lands." Tang Shi also shot a cold look at Zhong, her gaze full of suspicions. Zhang Xian introduced simply, "This is Zhong, a wandering cultivator from South Origin City, and he's my friend." Wandering cultivator? The kind that trains like a demon against mutant beasts? Seems like he's pretty capable. Maybe. But compared to us they're nothing. He doesn't even have the aura of a cultivator though. Are you sure he's not a liar? Hearing Zhang Xian's words, the elites besides Murong Wang and Tang Shi began to engage in discussion. Although they felt that Zhong was likely capable, he was far off from their level. Murong Wang swept a condescending gaze at Zhong, and barked out an order as though he was commanding his subordinate. "Zhong, go over there and report, await further orders." This Murong Wang was incomparably arrogant, as though he did not care for Zhong's thoughts. He just assumed that Yu Zhong would obey. Yu Zhong laughed coldly as he looked back at Murong Wang. What a joke. I'm not from your Saint Lands, why should I listen to you? Who the hell do you think you are? Currently Yu Zhong was already a Type 7 expert as well as the lord of his own faction. If Murong Wang's attitude was slightly better, there could be at least some form of discussion. However, since this Murong Wang treated him like some dog, he would not be courteous either. Hearing Yu Zhong's words, all the faces of the Saint soldiers fell and looked at Yu Zhong as though he was already a dead person. Strength and character were not related. This Murong Wang was a genius at cultivation, reaching the Type 6 realm at a mere 60 years. Within the Saint Lands he was considered one of the 10 demon-level geniuses. However, his temper was extremely bad, and those who offended him had terrible outcomes. His handsome face was dark at this point, glancing at Yu Zhong with a gaze full of killing intent. Ever since he reached the Type 6 realm, there seemed to be no one who dared speak to him like that. Audacious! You dared to speak to Saint Envoy Murong Wang like this? I shall teach you how to be obedient. One particular handsome youth beside Murong Wang burst out. He possessed a Type 5 realm strength and appeared right in front of Yu Zhong with a flash. His right fist glowed as it shot towards Yu Zhong's face. Good. Wang Hao, teach that kid a lesson. Let him experience true power. Just a mere wandering cultivator and you dare challenge the might of our Saint Lands, what guts. The rest of the elites besides Murong Wang laughed coldly. Those that followed Murong Wang had naturally become proud over time as well. In their opinions, other than the Saint Lands, all other experts were trash. Now, one such a trash dared to yap, they were naturally furious. Just you? I will teach you how to be a proper human being. Yu Zhong's eyes glinted dangerously, his left hands reaching out and grabbing Wang Hao's neck. Facing that grab, Wang Hao's face fell. He suddenly felt as though a world-crushing pressure was aimed at him. He twisted his body with all his might, executing his secret art, serpent movement, trying to evade with an unbelievable speed and contortion. Even so, he was unable to escape from Yu Zhong's clutch. In a split second, Yu Zhong had grabbed onto his neck, sending a powerful force into his body, causing him to become weak. After that, Yu Zhong sent his free hand slapping across Wang Hao's face ruthlessly. The palm caused Wang Hao's face to swell, and 2 teeth were even knocked out in a spray of blood. Having taken this hit, Wang Hao felt a strong sense of humiliation. He had slapped countless others, now that the same was being done to him, he felt incredible shame. Seeing Wang Hao caught like a chicken in Yu Zhong's hands, and his face being slapped harshly, all the people of Murong Wang and Tangxi became furious, but no one charged out. They knew that Wang Hao was considered a strong person among them, yet he was caught so easily. This meant that Yu Zhong was not simple. They might be proud, but they were not stupid and rash. At this time, Murong Wang's face turned dark, and a terrifying aura exuded out from his body. His gaze turned sharp and he stared at Yu Zhong, a killing intent pouring. Unhand him. At this time, Zhang Xian rushed forward in between Murong Wang and Yu Zhong. Wait a minute. Zhang Xian's back was riddled with cold perspiration. Murong Wang, now it's not the time to cause internal strife. We have a common enemy. Those aliens. If our main hunting strength was injured here, then who will protect the 200,000 people of Cleansing Wind City? If the Saint Lord were to get furious, none of us can shoulder the punishment. Tangxi, aren't you going to help? Zhang Xian had witnessed Yu Zhong controlling the Scarlet Reaper to kill the Type 6 Black Dragon Beast. Furthermore, Yu Zhong's temper was obviously not good. If both sides came to a clash, it would be a slugfest. Whoever won, there would be no benefits. The cold Tangxi stepped forward, her voice ringing out, "Let's deal with the aliens in Cleansing Wind City first. Whoever dares to initiate a fight will be my enemy." The beautiful female warriors beside her also stepped out, their gazes resolute, obviously standing by Tangxi's decision. Murong Wang retracted his killing intent, glancing at limp Wang Hao in his hands, coldly saying, "Return Wang Hao. Our matters will be left to after dealing with the aliens." Yu Zhong waved his hands, sending Wang Hao soaring. Murong Wang, here. Once he let go of Wang Hao quickly regained use of his energy. In midair he quickly revealed his Type 5 strength. He landed swiftly and pulled out a medicinal pill to consume. He then stepped back silently, but the venomous look in his gaze as he looked at Yu Zhong was apparent. Zhang Xian spoke up, "Since they have requested for our help, let's quickly split up and head to front lines." The aliens were powerful killing machines and possessed terrifying combat abilities. Even with the might of the most elite Saint soldiers and employing countless advanced technology, the humans of Cleansing Wind City were unable to fend off the aliens. The firepower of the 20 airships was no joke though, but because the aliens were so scattered and their defenses strong, it was hard to kill them all in one go. They had to release over dozens of cannons and hundreds of laser beams just to kill a single alien. It was like using bombs just to kill a single mosquito. The only usefulness was to prevent them from gathering. Preventing them from gathering helped lower the casualty rates of the Saint soldiers. Tang Shi nodded quietly, sure. Murong Wang shot Yu Zhong a deep gaze as he ordered coldly, let's go. Soon the entire group set off in 3 different directions. Tang Shi, Murong Wang and Zhang Xian were all cultivators but not commanders. Within the airship, there was a separate command post that relayed information to the 3 leaders, giving them updates. On one street within Cleansing Wind City, 20 Saint soldiers were currently engaging 3 aliens in an intense battle. Bright flashes occurred as nets flew over them, capturing one particular bladed alien. However, out of the blue, the bladed alien shot forwards, its blades slicing out, tearing apart the net that even the Type 5 Black Dragon Beast could not get out of. Under the petrified gazes of 5 of the soldiers, the bladed alien flashed forwards, turning into a gust of wind as it shot past the 5 unfortunate soldiers, turning them into slices of meat amidst a shower of blood. Chapter 10:10, Battle. After killing the 5 human soldiers, the Type 5 alien let out a howl that could cause one's skin to crawl. Hearing that sharp shriek, many of the survivors felt their hearts tremble. They were overcome by fear as their bodies shook and they lost their fighting will. Seeing this, the soldiers all felt their hearts run cold as well. These were the elite soldiers of the Saint Lands, and a single one of them could deal with 100 ordinary soldiers. These experts were actually being slaughtered like pigs, thus, it was natural that everyone felt fear. Beast, go to hell. At this moment, there was a roar of rage as a powerful force in the shape of the dragon shot towards the Type 5 alien. The force clamped down on the Type 5 alien, causing its exoskeleton to cave in. However, it was not enough to bite through. Under the pressure of that force, the Type 5 alien began to struggle, trying to get out of the grasp. However, it was futile. Murong Wang shot towards the alien in a flash, sending out a palm that exploded out with unimaginable force. Immediately, the Type 5 alien seemed to stop struggling before it exploded out, blood splattering everywhere, corroding whatever it came in contact with. It's the Saint Envoy. The Saint Envoy is here. The Saint Envoy is invincible. Seeing how easily Murong Wang took out the Type 5 alien, the people around erupted in excited cheers. The Type 5 alien had killed numerous soldiers, destroying weapons and equipment in the process, and was seemingly invincible. Being killed in one hit naturally boosted the morale of the soldiers, and their reverence towards Murong Wang shot up. Murong Wang, however, frowned silently. The defense of these monsters is truly too shocking. Initially, he had thought that his dragon-shaped force would be able to tear the Type 5 alien into pieces. However, its defense had been out of his expectations. It had required him to hit the beast personally just to kill it. With a tremble, a 2m-long treasure sword appeared in his hands as he ordered, "Grab your weapons, 5 men to 1 team. Watch out, these monsters are strong." Although he was arrogant and narrow-minded, he knew when to take the situation seriously. On this battlefield, he did not wish for any of his subordinates to perish. Hearing his words, the elite soldiers all felt a tinge of fear. They produced their weapons and got into 5-man teams as they began hunting down the aliens. On another street, there were flashes of beams as a Type 5 alien was chopped up in many pieces. The cold fairy Tang Shi arched her brows and ordered coldly, 5 to 1 team, get into formation, do not make any risky moves. The female warriors of the Saint Land felt a shiver in their heart, as they replied respectfully, yes. At another street, 50 human elite soldiers were engaging an alien from hidden corners. These 50 elites were not from the Saint Lands, instead they were the special forces belonging to Cleansing Wind City. Although their equipment could not compare to the Saint Land soldiers, they were still giving it their all, firing their Gauss rifles, wearing light alloy armor to defend against the onslaught. The rain of Gauss rifle bullets fell upon that alien. The alien darted about, weaving through the rain of bullets. As dozens of rounds struck its exoskeleton, they only caused minor scratches as drops of corrosive blood flowed. Although the Gauss rifles could not cause any life-threatening injuries towards these aliens, it was not totally ineffective. Following a loud roar, 5 human soldiers got out from the positions, firing their Gauss rifles in anger. "Go to hell, beast!" In just a breath's time, the alien had reached their position. As its bladed body danced about, the 5 human soldiers were sliced apart. At that instant, the numerous plasma bombs on their bodies exploded out, consuming the alien together with the corpses of the 5 martyrs. Hidden at a corner, Tryon, a burly commander, turned to the direction of the explosion, as he saluted while tears flowed down his cheeks. "Men, you guys did well. You are the heroes of our cleansing wind city." Beside Tryon, a dozen soldiers also saluted in silence and sorrow. Although they were elites, against the aliens they were incomparably weak. They could not even catch a glimpse of the movements of the aliens. Even if they did a suppressing spray of fire, they could only cause minor damage. The only way to kill it was to utilize the plasma bombs on themselves, perishing together with the alien. One soldier came up to Tryon and reported urgently, "Colonel, not good. Another 4 has appeared." At the street ahead, 4 bug-eyed aliens with a perfectly evolved body for killing appeared, stalking towards them with heavy killing intent. Regardless of the life form, there was no way one could maintain a maximum speed of travel for long. Even Zhong, in his Type 7 realm, could only last half an hour if he charged with his maximum speed. He could absorb the atmospheric energy, but it would not change the fact that there was a limit. The speed of the aliens was not exceptionally fast normally. However, once they came across a prey or enemy, they would burst forth with incredible speed. Tryon looked at the 4 incoming aliens and turned pale as he cursed, "Damn it!" For aliens, once they exploded out with their brutal nature, there was little chance of survival for Tryon and his men. One of his subordinates stepped forward, "Colonel, let our squad head up. We will use the same method to wipe them out." Tryon fell silent before nodding heavily, "All right." All of a sudden, there was a sound of despair as one soldier pointed to the direction of the earlier explosion. "Shit. Colonel. Look." Tryon turned to look, only to discover the earlier alien wobbling out of the epicenter with heavy injuries, and missing one bladed arm. Seeing this, Tryon was filled with despair. "Damn bastards, are these freaks unkillable?" The rest of the soldiers also had expressions of despair. The terror of the aliens had far surpassed their imaginations. It was as there was nothing that could kill these freaks. Facing such enemies could cause anyone to break down. The injured alien shook itself before recovering quickly. It then shot a cold glare at the remaining team. A sense of doom weighed down on Tryon and his men, as their hearts pounded furiously. Right at this time, 5 bloody radiances shot through the sky, slicing through all 5 aliens. A shocking scene then occurred. The aliens that had taken the sacrifices and price of lives without being able to kill were suddenly reduced to dried-up corpses. Tryon sucked in a cold breath. "Shit. Strong. Is that something a person can do?" Zhong then descended on the ground, waving his hand, and recalled the bloody radiances. They hovered around him, joining 5 others, and the 10 floating blood beams gave him an impression of an evil god. Zhong then swept his gaze towards Tryon, whose heart pounded once more. "He saw me." Soon after, Zhang Xian arrived, gazing at the revolving bloody radiances with a look of envy as he spoke. "Brother Zhong is truly amazing. What kind of art are you cultivating?" Zhong chuckled and made something up. "It's called the Blood God Manual." Zhang Xian frowned. "Blood God Manual? Within the records of the top 10 cultivation techniques, there doesn't seem to be such a manual." Zhong changed the topic unhurriedly. "Brother Zhang, I think that our task on hand is pretty urgent. Don't you think we should deal with these aliens?" Zhang Xian smiled. "That's true." Zhong then grabbed out in the direction of Tryon, as the atmospheric energy wound around Tryon and pulled him over towards Zhong. Seeing this, Zhang Xian was taken aback. "Strong. Is this psychokinesis or some other technique?" Tryon stared at Zhong, suppressing the fear as he reported his name. "Sir. I'm Tryon, the commander of Cleansing Wind City's First Response Force." Zhong replied, "Tryon, I'm Zhong. I hope that you can bring your men to maintain security over here. Leave the aliens to us." Currently, it was extremely chaotic in Cleansing Wind City, with countless humans fleeing while some sought to rob and plunder in the chaos. The Saint Lands obviously had not much experience in dealing with such situations. They sent most of their fighting force to deal with the aliens, but no one was left to deal with the rising chaos from within. Tryon responded immediately, "Understood." At this time Zhang Xian's smiling face turned solemn as he yelled, "Not good! Tang Shi and the rest had just met with trouble. We have to help them." Chapter 10-11, The Terrifying Alien and Despair. On a field, a bladed alien, a spider alien, an alien with multiple claws, and a human-shaped alien had boxed in Tang Shi and her subordinates. A white energy shield was covering them. Under the protection of the shield, Tang Shi held up a jade plate with a pale expression, as the Type 6 nucleus inserted within the jade plate glowed brightly. Some distance away from the energy shield, there were a number of female corpses, each of them torn apart, their dead eyes still showing a look of horror and despair. In the sky, multiple beams of light rained down on this region, blasting all around the shield, hoping to force the aliens away. As for the 4 big aliens, they continued to strike the energy shield while braving the blast from the airships above. Each of them had the strength of a Type 6 expert. With every blow the energy shield shook violently, threatening to collapse at any moment. The jade plate in Tang Shi's hand was slowly starting to dim. She thought with her teeth gritted, "These aliens are truly terrifying. They've actually reached the Type 6 stage, 4 of them no less." She had thought that the cleanup operation was going to be easy. However, after slaughtering a few of them, these 4 Type 6 aliens suddenly charged out from nowhere and began to slaughter them back. They lost a dozen Saint Land soldiers in an instant. Had Tang Shi's reaction not been fast enough, activating the shield quickly, they would have all lost their lives. One of her subordinates suddenly stood up with her sword, speaking resolutely, "Saint Envoy, the shield cannot hold out much longer, please escape. We will buy time for you. We hope that you can avenge us." "Yes, Saint Envoy. Please flee. Let us buy time for you." The rest of the elite beauties of the Saint Land stood up, their eyes blazing with a resolute will. Tang Shi held a high position in all their hearts, having received her grace and pointers. This time they had also been saved due to her fast thinking. Most importantly, none of them had any confidence of outrunning those Type 6 aliens. Tang Shi snorted lightly, her gaze turning to the distance. "There's no need to say any more. I will not leave. In any case, our reinforcements have arrived. Beast, die." Following a loud roar, a dragon image descended upon the area, clamping down on the spider alien at the back. "Junior Sister Han, I'm here to save you." Flowing thunder palms. Following a volley of powerful winds, lightning, thunder, and ice, Murong Wang brought his subordinates as they appeared, attacking the spider alien. "That's great. Senior Brother Li is here. We're saved." Seeing the appearance of Murong Wang and his men, Tang Shi and the rest teared up in relief. After all, no one would welcome death so easily. Murong Wang channeled his dragon image to hold the spider alien firmly, as the sharp wind blades and bolts of lightning struck it. The spider-like alien had a green shell, and it stared at its assaulters coldly. With a strong tug, it immediately got out of Murong Wang's grasp. It then shot off at a high speed, causing a cloud of dust to rise behind it. Even so, it was struck by one of the lightning bolts. At the same time, one of the wind blades managed to tear through its shell, causing a deep gash. Corrosive blood began to flow out. While the defense of the Type 6 alien was not to be trifled with, it could not withstand the full might of a Type 5 expert either. If there were enough numbers, Type 5 experts could make use of their advantage to overwhelm a Type 6 expert too. Having suffered such an attack, the 8 legs shuddered and quickly began to shoot out transparent silk from within its body. One Saint Elite charged forward with his light blade, only to be sliced up noiselessly by that silk. There seemed to be a chain reaction as right after that first elite was killed, another 3 following behind also died. Murong Wang roared out in rage, "Watch out! Its silk is transparent and hard to detect." As he shouted, he waved his long blade to slash and slice up that silk. The Saint Elites were elites after all. They employed their techniques and began to break the silk, avoiding further casualties from that death trap. All of a sudden, the alien with multiple claws suddenly turned to charge towards Murong Wang and his team. Within a short breath of time, it had already caught up with one Type 5 elite, slashing out with its claw and decapitating the soldier before he could even react. Immediately after that, the alien flickered and appeared in front of the various members of Murong Wang's team, taking them out one by one. In a few seconds, 6 of the elites had already been decapitated by the alien. At the same time, the human alien had changed targets, charging towards one of the Saint Elites, clawing through his heart and digging it out. It also opened its mouth to shoot out its tongue that penetrated the head of the soldier. Facing the assault of these two Type 6 aliens, the Saint elites were distracted. The moment their attention was diverted, the transparent silk that had not been cleared up entirely suddenly went taut, instantly slicing up 4 of the soldiers. Everything happened within a few seconds. A third of Murong Wang's team was wiped out, causing him to be extremely furious. Damn beasts! Go to hell. True dragon annihilates the world. With his roar, his back glowed brightly as a dragon tattoo flew out, letting out a howl towards the skies. It then coiled around behind him, its eyes filled with an unimaginable danger and ferocity. A powerful pressure began to exude out of him. Murong Wang was usually an initial Type 6 expert, but upon utilizing this technique, his might was heightened, reaching the peak of Type 6. The true dragon annihilates the world was one of the top 10 techniques in the Saint Lands. Only a rare few heaven-defying geniuses could cultivate it. Tang Shi and Zhang Xian might both be Type 6 experts, but they had never cultivated any of the top 10 techniques. It was because of this that Murong Wang had grown accustomed to feeling a sense of pride and lofty status. Other than a few other opponents within the Saint Land, he was basically invincible. As he channeled the technique, his eyes flashed dangerously, before charging towards the spider alien. In response, the spider alien began to spit out tons of spider silk at him. If one was not careful, they could easily be sliced up by that attack. He bellowed out and the blade in his hands swung in a frenzy, causing the spider silk to be chopped up. He appeared in front of the spider alien and slashed out viciously. A 10 long blade beam slashed down on the spider alien, cutting it in two as its blood splattered everywhere. At the moment Murong Wang killed the spider alien, the bladed alien that had not made any move disappeared, reappearing in front of Murong Wang with a cold glare, slashing out viciously towards him. The bladed alien had chosen the best time to attack, as Murong Wang had just given his all in the attack. Furthermore, it had lashed out with superior speed and strength, intending to take him out. However, Murong Wang was experienced, and with a swift motion, he brought up his left shoulder to defend. Unfortunately, the blade came down, slashing through Murong Wang's left shoulder, slashing directly all the way to his abdomen, almost cutting him in half diagonally. Receiving such a strike, Murong Wang's complexion was extremely bad as he pulled out a jade plate to channel his strength within. A huge shield appeared, knocking the blade away. It's over. Seeing Murong Wang also retreating to within his own shield, Wang Hao and the rest turned ashen. They had to face the 3 remaining aliens, where even one took Murong Wang all he had to kill. While Type 5 experts were domineering existences outside against these Type 6 aliens, they were just lambs for slaughter. The bladed alien, multi-claw alien, and human alien all turned to eye the remaining people coldly. At this time, a number of aliens also gathered from everywhere else, increasing the total number to over 20 within a breath. 3 of them were enough to wipe out everyone present. Now that there were an additional 20, including 2 Type 6 aliens, such a terrifying scene would be enough to send anyone over the edge. No. Wang Hao and the rest of the elites all had looks of despair. Tang Shi and her subordinates were also pale, their countenances full of fear. Chapter 10-12, Zhong acts. The 20-plus aliens gathered, their eyes flashing with a fierce glint. In a flash, they charged towards the elites cowering within the energy shield. These aliens were intelligent and deadly in combat, they could assess how to fight to their advantage. They knew that once these humans within the shields were taken care of, the rest of the humans in the city would die. Wang Hao slashed his sword frantically, blocking the claw of one alien. The impact sent him flying back a few meters, his both arms stinging from the impact. At the moment he was struck, a human alien appeared behind him, slashing out towards his brain. Am I going to die? At that instant he felt a sense of despair. He was a Type 5 expert, but due to the ferocious nature of the aliens, it was already amazing that he could defend against a hit from a Type 5 alien. It was impossible for him to deal with another Type 5 alien within such a short period of time. Every Type 5 alien was a cold-blooded killing machine. Their only weakness was their lack of ranged means. In melee combat, they were even able to defeat Dino warriors. Amongst the humans, other than those who trained in heaven-defying manuals like Murong Wang, no one else could possibly hope to take them on. The rest of the elites were also trying their best to withstand the blows from the Type 5 aliens. Just as everyone was despairing, 10 bloody radiances shot through the sky, sweeping through 10 of the aliens. In a single move, all of them became emaciated corpses. Following a sharp howl, a gray blade beam descended from the sky, cleaving through one of the aliens as the corrosive blood splattered everywhere. Everyone turned to look towards the direction of the attacks, only to see Yu Zhong and Zhang Xian rushing over. Wang Hao stared at Yu Zhong with a complicated gaze as he wondered enviously, "Strong. What technique is that? He could actually take out 10 aliens in one move. This must be one of those heaven-defying manuals. He's just some country bumpkin, how the hell is he so strong?" Murong Wang was also staring daggers at Yu Zhong, his countenance ugly. "This is one of the top techniques." "Impossible. He's just a bumpkin. How could he learn such a technique?" Tang Shi cried out in concern, "Watch out." The rest of the female subordinates were also screaming out, "The aliens are rushing over." Although they had no special feelings towards this man, they were not willing to see him die. After all, he was risking his life to save them. The 5 Type 6 aliens had already charged towards Yu Zhong and Zhang Xian in a blur. Tang Shi and Murong Wang's shields were powerful. Even if the aliens attacked, it would take some time to break through. Therefore they decided to shift their attention to Yu Zhong and Zhang Xian, in order to prevent them from grouping up. In a few breaths, the fastest bladed alien had already appeared in front of Yu Zhong, slashing out at him. As the blade slashed through the air, Yu Zhong's figure dissipated, turning into various nodes of light. How is this possible? Isn't that too weak? Seeing how he was crushed, other than Zhang Xian, everyone could not help but feel taken aback. At this moment, his true body appeared out of thin air beside the alien, wielding the Type 5C snake-tooth blade that was shrouded with a light gold energy, as well as a faint hint of flames, as he slashed out at the Type 6 alien. With a brush, the Type 6 alien's armor was cleaved through like tofu. Its body was sliced in two and fresh blood splattered everywhere. After the Type 6 alien was killed in an instant, a multi-clawed alien and a human alien appeared on either side of Yu Zhong. The multi-clawed alien shot out 6 long claws, attacking Yu Zhong from different directions. The human alien opened its mouth and fired out a tongue that could even pierce a Type 7 expert. The combat abilities of these two aliens were astonishing, and they had chosen the most opportune time when Yu Zhong killed their comrade. It was the toughest to deal with, and Murong Wang had been injured like this earlier. The 2 Type 6 aliens joined hands, and even someone like Murong Wang would be killed in a second by that attack. As they were about to pierce through him, Yu Zhong split into 2 clones instantly. The 2 clones twisted and flickered past the 2 aliens, their blades slicing through the exoskeletons of the aliens. Corrosive blood flowed profusely. The attacks of the aliens slammed into Yu Zhong's clones, causing them to disintegrate. The clones are still weaker against these terrifying monsters, it's still not as effective. As the clones disappeared, Yu Zhong's true body reappeared behind the multi-clawed alien, using his blade shrouded with light gold energy to slash down, slicing it in two. After killing the Type 6 multi-claw alien, Yu Zhong disappeared one more, flickering in front of the human alien and slashing it in half. Once he slaughtered all 3 Type 6 aliens, he shot towards one Type 6 alien attacking Zhang Xian, killing it in one strike. The bladed alien saw that things were not going well and turned to flee. Too slow. Yu Zhong shot a look and laughed coldly. He then tapped his feet and appeared in front of that alien, directly slicing it in half, as its corrosive blood splattered everywhere. From the start to the end, Yu Zhong had taken barely 10 seconds to wipe out all 5 Type 6 aliens. Strong. He's too strong. Strong. Yu Zhong might possibly be a match for Saint Lord himself. Amazing. Seeing his performance, his ability to slaughter those terrifying Type 6 aliens that had forced both Tang Shi and Murong Wang into a corner, everyone sucked in cold breaths. Their faces were full of disbelief, and among the female elites, there were some even with strange glints. On planet Uros, it was also a society that revered the strong. Yu Zhong could slaughter 5 Type 6 aliens in 10 seconds, such an ability would put him at the peak of Uros already. Murong Wang stared fixedly at Yu Zhong, his fists clenched and his teeth gnashing together. He was filled with venomous thoughts. Damn it! How is this bumpkin so strong? How? Murong Wang disdained all experts there were not of the Saint Lands. According to his knowledge, only those from the Saint Lands deserved to be called peak experts. He could not be bothered with experts from anywhere else, and seeing that Zhong was stronger than him, he was envious and furious. Get into formations and kill the remaining aliens. Tang Shi barked out and kept the energy shield. In a flash, she appeared in front of one alien, waving her jade-like hands as a number of glowing lines shot out and sliced up the Type 5 alien. Hearing her orders, the rest of the elites recovered and began to slaughter the aliens. After witnessing their leaders killed by Zhong, the rest of the aliens deemed the fight to be lost and quickly scattered. However, they had just moved when the 10 bloody radiances in the sky swept past all of them, turning them into emaciated corpses. Tang Shi came up to Zhong with a slightly alluring scent as she spoke, "Many thanks to brother you for helping. Had you not been on time we might have all died." 5 Type 6 and 18 Type 5 aliens, these were definitely enough to tear apart the energy shields and ravage all the Saint Land experts. Murong Wang was sullen, not intending to thank him. He was too proud to. Zhong chuckled, "No problem. We're all humans, it was what I should do." Since Tang Shi had extended the hand of friendship, he would not reject her. Tang Shi continued, "Brother your strength is unfathomable. If you take one path and the Saint Lands take another to wipe out the aliens, what do you think? If the experts from the Saint Lands had not split into 3 factions and dividing their numbers, they would have been able to fair battle." Tang Shi could tell that Zhong could handle himself, that was why she proposed such a distribution. Zhong agreed with her, "Fine by me." If he went with them, their total might would be strong, but the speed of clearing the aliens would plunge. It was better for him to be on his own. At least it would be more efficient. Heaven and Hell Apocalypse. Chapter 10-13, Saint Land Saint Lord. Inside a dilapidated city, Zhong was stepped on a bloody radiance that was condensed in a disk as he soared above. He followed the signs on the plate in his hand. Each time he came across an alien, the bloody radiance would sweep past and turn the alien into an emaciated corpse. "I finally evolved to such a stage. I can be considered a true expert at the peak." Zhong watched the aliens dying easily under his hands and thought with a sigh. The weakest aliens were at least at the Type 4 realm, while the Type 5 ones were the most common. Had it been a year before, just a single one of them could have killed him easily. However, they were the ones dying like ants in front of him. With a single thought, he could annihilate them however he wished. Inside a lavish palace on top of the mountain, the Saint Lord sat atop a throne built out of crystals and Type 5 mutant beast nuclei, while 4 good-looking people sat below, 2 men and 2 women. At the entrance of the palace, there was a 10M crystal display, showcasing how Zhong was making use of his bloody radiances to sweep through his enemies. He asked slowly as a terrifying aura spread out, "This Zhong, what do you guys think?" Under his pressure, even a Type 6 expert would feel uncomfortable. However, the 2 men and 2 women seated near him were the saint children of this era and were all demon-level geniuses. They were all cultivators at the Type 7 realm. Their strength spoke for itself, and they were not too affected by the aura of the Saint Lord. The humans on Rose were the survivors and victors of the previous apocalypse. Having undergone the numerous baptisms, the various generations grew stronger, and their capital was astonishing. Coupled with the numerous years of peace, and their numbers reaching an astronomical 30 billion, it was not uncommon for talents to appear. The 4 saint children were peak existences of Rose, and their talent far surpassed Zhong's that it was incomparable. They had cultivated for over 100 years, and thus reached the Type 7 realm. One of them was a man with attractive features and thick eyebrows, and he emitted a powerful killing aura. He was Saint Child Battle Wolf and he spoke up. "He's strong, he should have trained in some top technique, and I can only discern further if I engage him in combat. However, it's definitely certain that his cultivation should be above the Type 6 realm. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for him to kill those 5 Type 6 aliens as well as wiping out those ordinary aliens." One female saint child, who had a long ponytail and exquisite features, dressed in men's clothes and her aura like an immortal, frowned slightly. She was Saint Child Red Dawn, and she spoke in a voice that could cause a stir in the loins of men. "This is clearly not his full strength. Saint Lord, who is this person? The top 10 martial techniques are in our hands, and it's definitely impossible for a Type 6 expert to pop out from nowhere. The entire Rose is under our control. If he's a wandering cultivator, it's impossible for him to remain incognito for so long." The moment her words came out, the other 3 also turned to the Saint Lord. In fact, the entire Rose was in the tight grasp of the Saint Lands. These saint children were at the top, managing things from the shadows, and knew many things. Every single Type 5 expert had a record in the Saint Lands, even if they were wandering cultivators. Yu Zhong's lie would definitely not work on them. The handsome Saint Lord replied slowly, "If my conjecture is right, this Yu Zhong should be from another world. And it is very likely that he's as powerful as the first Saint Lord in our history, an oracle." The faces of the Saint children immediately turned as they exclaimed despite themselves, "What? An oracle has appeared." The Saint Lord nodded, "That's right." The other female Saint child, who had silver hair, a petite figure and beautiful features but a pitiful aura, spoke up, "Aliens and an oracle has appeared. That means that the prophecy is coming true. This time, our Eurasians are going to be walking towards destruction?" Among the humans, there were many people with abilities. Certain skills such as mind-reading and prophesying and divination were rare. Even the novice village did not have such skills up for the exchange. However, even if they were rare, some people could still awaken such abilities. The first-generation prophet of Wu-Rose was an expert with such abilities, and he had foretold the future of Wu-Rose. The Saint Lord continued gravely, "It is not that it cannot be changed. However, we would need the strength to defy the heavens. In order to contest such a fate, our Wu-Rose have been accumulating our power and strength. We just lack a key to turn things around. And Yu Zhong is the oracle, the key. We have to see his strength." The gazes of the four Saint children narrowed, as they continued to observe the crystal display. Within Cleansing Wind City, Zhang Xian's voice came through the communication device. "Yu Zhong, watch out, there are 70 aliens heading towards your direction." In this world where technology and cultivation went hand in hand, there were satellites in space, controlled by the Saint Lands, allowing them to pinpoint the locations of the aliens and make the appropriate response. At that instant, 70 aliens appeared all around Yu Zhong. The 70 aliens had been scattered, hunting the human race while continuously reproducing. They had spent barely 10 seconds to regather at the fastest speed. Although their numbers were little, their combat strength and viciousness far surpassed the zombies on Earth. Because they could scatter and regroup as and whenever, the human experts that were battling a few could be suddenly ambushed by many of them without any warning. This was one of the reasons why they were able to tear through the human forces and create so much chaos. The 70 of them had just gathered around Yu Zhong, when the 10 blood radiances exploded out, turning into an evil and mysterious screen that enveloped all 70 of them. All the aliens had different reactions to the screen coming over them. A large number of them quickly toughened their exoskeletons, that could prevent laser beams from penetrating them, as they charged towards the blanket of blood. A few big-bellied ones opened their mouths as they fired out green corrosive spit at the blood. Another dozen opened their mouths and spat out their tongues at the blood screen. The blood screen came down and directly covered the nearby aliens, while sweeping through the big-bellied aliens and those firing their tongues, sweeping all of them into itself. Only one Type 6 saw that things were not good, and had immediately burst forth with speed to escape far away. After consuming over 60 aliens, the blood screen folded into itself, while the aliens within struggled for barely a moment before turning into dried corpses. The blood screen continued to evolve, separating into 12 bloody radiances. Within the palace, when the Saint children witnessed this scene, they could not help but praise, "What a terrifying technique." The Saint Lord was also extremely pleased as he held up a crystal box and ordered, "All Saint Land protectors are to annihilate all aliens within the 18 cities in the shortest time possible." These Saint Land protectors were the strongest armed forces. They did not appear often and only responded to the Saint Lord's command. At that moment, behind the Saint Lands, on top the 9 mountains, 4 of them opened up to reveal enormous airships that soared out. They were all over 2 kilometers in length, dozens of meters tall, and made out of the strongest alloy of Wu-Rose, Luo-Kuan alloy. This particular alloy combined the might of the natural occurring Luo-Kuan ore into metals, and its defense was incredible. Even a Type 6 expert might not be able to penetrate an armor made out of this material. It was rare, and each year at most a few tons of such a metal alloy would be produced. The 4 huge airships were actually made out of these alloy, which showed how tough a defense they possessed, far surpassing Yu Zhong's Scarlet Reaper. If these battleships did not operate their energy shields, their defenses already surpassed the storm battleship Yu Zhong obtained in the Third World. Of course, their size was much smaller than the storm battleship. Yu Zhong, who was slaughtering the aliens, looked up at those protector airships, his heart running cold. What powerful battleships! Are these the most advanced technology of this world? The appearance of those 4 Saint Land Protector battleships caused even a Type 7 expert like Zhong to feel a sense of danger. Chapter 10:14, Saint Land Protectors. The 4 battleships soared high above the skies, emitting an overbearing pressure. The moment they reached the space above Cleansing Wind City, countless cannons extended out from their hulls and began to rain bullets upon the ground. The defense of the Protector battleships was astounding enough, and their particle cannons were also the most powerful in terms of the laser and electromagnetic technology UROS had. Every single beam could pierce through a Type 5 alien, blasting its body apart. One alien had just stuck out its tongue to penetrate the head of an alien, when a beam came shooting down, going through its head and destroying its brain. The corpse then slumped to the floor. 5 other aliens had been hiding in a street, slowly encroaching on a dozen resisting human soldiers, when out of the blue each of them was pierced by the laser beams from the sky. The 4 Protector battleships were considered the strongest weapons of war in the Saint Lands, and their rate of slaughter was even higher than Zhong. At the same time each of them opened their flaps as numerous 5 tall mech drones came flying out, aiming for the aliens below. Each of these black mech drones was equipped with 2 particle cannons, and as they soared in the skies, the particle beams shot down at the numerous aliens below, killing them. Zhong eyed the 4 Protector battleships and thought of a term, helicarrier. Other than coming out from those Saint Land Protector battleships, those 5 long drones continued to shoot out from the Saint Lands as well, turning into a cloud of death machines as they shot towards the 18 cities. The rain of particle beams brought destruction upon the numerous aliens. With this trump card deployed, the originally bad situation was turned around, as the aliens were being taken out swiftly. At the same time, it did not matter if they gathered or not, as they were being hunted down regardless. All of a sudden, there was a sharp howl from behind the aliens, and those which were chasing the humans quickly turned around and charged towards the forests. Zhong floated on his bloody radiance and frowned, "Crafty fellows. If they were to really descend upon Earth, it would be a disaster." When the aliens burst forth with their maximum speed, they could surpass the sound barrier. Although the drones tried to give chase, they were unable to carry out their mission in full, and only managed to kill 1,000 of those aliens. This time, the aliens had killed over 60,000 soldiers in their attack, while 20,000 were injured. The number of ordinary human citizens that had died numbered about 200,000, whereas the aliens that had perished were only about 6,000. It was a terrible price. Everywhere within the cities, there were many human limbs and dismembered body parts, and people wailing and crying. Zhong soared in the air with the bloody radiance under him. He saw the crying survivors below and sighed. He knew that this was just the beginning of the apocalypse. The aliens would continue to propagate and overrun the humans. In the end, all the biological life forms on Uros would perish sooner or later. Zhang Xian came up to Zhong and said, "Zhong, let's go." Zhong wanted to see the Saint Lands, sure. Under Zhang Xian's lead, Zhong came up to the mountain. What thick spiritual energy! As he stepped on the mountain, Zhong felt a strong sense of energy entering his body. After reaching the Type 7 realm, he could already sense and control the atmospheric energy. At the same time, his perception became even more sensitive, he could sense the difference in the quality of the energy. Wherever a place had thicker spiritual energy, the rate of cultivation would be much faster. It was one of the main reasons why the Saint Land could produce so many experts. Along the way, Zhong also saw many strange beasts and felt curious. One big-eyed pretty young girl with 2 ponytails came bouncing up to Zhong's side, smiling sweetly as she invited, "I'm Lu Yin-Yang from Green Phoenix Palace. Zhong, come over to the palace for a visit. I have some questions about my cultivation, maybe you can give me some pointers?" In the Saint Lands, every single Type 6 expert would have their own residence. At the same time, they would have many subordinates as well. Tang Shi was the palace master of the Green Phoenix Palace, while Lu Yin and the rest of the female warriors were her subordinates living there as well. Lu Yin is in love. However, it's not hard to see why, such an outstanding man like him, I would fall for him too. Haha Kai, are you also infatuated already? Don't spout rubbish or else I'll cut off your tongue. The female warriors of the Green Phoenix Palace began to giggle as they pointed. Since Lu Yin had made the first move, most of them were slightly jealous of her outgoing nature. Amidst their teasing, Lu Yin was slightly flushed as she stared at Zhong with her bright eyes, her gaze filled with expectation and some fear. afraid that he would reject. Yu Zhong responded with a light chuckle, "All right." Yu Zhong's strength came entirely from the god and devil system. He had never truly cultivated before. However, when he had reached the Type 6 realm, and achieved the god-devil body, he was no longer mortal and was considered an existence that far surpassed these demon-level geniuses. After he reached the Type 7 stage, his wisdom had grown, and regardless of the type of technique or martial art, as long as he took a single, he could achieve an understanding of it. Of course, it would be up to the 7th Order realm, since he was at the Type 7 stage. Even so, it was an incredible feat after all. Out of all the humans on Uros, there were not even 10 Type 7 experts. Hearing his words, Lu Yanyan's face turned even redder, as she stood beside him and began to explain the situation of the mountain. Bastard. Seeing Lu Yanyan following Yu Zhong around, the elites beside Murong Wang all had ugly expressions as they cursed out in their hearts. Lu Yanyan might not be prettier than Tang Shi, but amongst the women she was still considered one of the top 3. She was the goddess of many, and seeing her taking the initiative to approach Yu Zhong, it was a bitter pill to swallow for many of them. On the mountain where the Saint Land was established, the ground was covered in jade-like stones and pebbles that shone brightly. The entrance had a few sculptures erected out of crystal, giving off a resplendent feel and catching attention. Seeing this entrance, Yu Zhong could not help but praise, "What extravagance! Murong Wang, who is this? How come I have never met him before?" At this time a handsome man came walking over, his face good-looking and his black hair short. He wore a star-filled robe with a long sword at his waist. Behind him, there were 20 other extraordinary men with similar sword-like auras as well. Beside him, there was also an outstanding beauty, who was followed by 10 handsome men and 8 ordinary and plain girls. Murong Wang replied coldly, "Wang Qing, he was brought back by Zhang Xian, you ask him." Since he had witnessed Yu Zhong's power for himself and was even saved, although he was jealous, he would not antagonize him like a fool. Wang Qing's gaze fell upon Tang Shi as an infatuated look flashed past. He saw that Yu Zhong was closer to Tang Shi and his face sunk, his tone immediately becoming frigid. "Zhang Xian, who is this? I remember that the rules of Saint Land prevent any outsiders from stepping in. Did you forget this rule?" Yu Zhong's looks were ordinary, but after so many battles and life-and-death situations, he has long since shed his normal aura, and his entire being radiated an extraordinary feel. Even if he stood in the middle of a crowd, it was not easy not to look. It was because of this that Lu Yanyan had been attracted. Wang Qing was worried that his goddess Tang Shi would be smitten as well, thus he felt uncomfortable. Zhang Xian frowned and stepped forward. "Wang Qing, Yu Zhong is a friend of my invitation. As long as he doesn't step into the forbidden areas, there's no problem. Look at him. If he walks around as he pleased and hurt the ladies of our Saint Land, who is going to be responsible? Scram. This is not a place of bumpkin like you can come." Wang Qing swept a look at Lu Yanyan before laughing condescendingly, and reached forward with his hand suddenly, intending to slap Yu Zhong. As one of the few palace heads and a Type 6 expert, arrogance was already bred deep into his bones. Not to mention slapping him, even if he did kill Yu Zhong accidentally, no one would step forward for him. Seeing that, many of the elites revealed expressions of schadenfreude. Zhang Xian did not expect Wang Qing to be so overbearing and not give him face. He reacted slower than he could, and watched in rage as the palm swung towards Yu Zhong. "Wang Qing, you dare to?" Chapter 10-15, One-Hit KO. Yu Zhong saw that Wang Qing was being unreasonable, stepping out just to hit him, and his eyes flashed with rage. He twisted his body slightly, dodging the incoming slap by a hair's breadth before his own right fist shot out like lightning as it slapped Wang Qing's face. Pa! Pa! Yu Zhong did not even have to use his Type 7 strength, with just his flesh, it was tyrannical enough. Wang Qing did not expect him to even react and was not able to defend when Yu Zhong slapped him twice. Due to the impact, some of his teeth were sent flying amidst some blood. Murong Wang's gaze constricted as he felt slightly better. Nicely done. Murong Wang's subordinate had been slapped by Yu Zhong before. Seeing Wang Qing suffer the same fate, his grudge eased slightly. Tang Shi's gaze was also full of shock. What an insane speed. If he was dealing with me, I wouldn't be able to dodge that either. How strong is he exactly? Peak Type 6? Or half-step Type 7? Although she had thought that her evaluation of Zhong was already high enough, never in her imagination would she guess that he had already reached the Type 7 realm. Among the Saint Lands, while there were many Type 6 experts, the number of Type 7 experts barely numbered 10. You dare to hit me? I will kill you, bastard. Wang Cheng's face stung from the hit, and he was filled with humiliation as he bellowed out in shame and rage. Who was Wang Cheng? He was the palace head of the Red Leopard Palace, a demon-level genius, and was used to lording over others. Outside of the Saint Lands, even the hegemony of the rest of Wu Rose would have to bow to him. It had only been him humiliating others, never the other way round. Even when he was still weak, experts would think twice due to his background and gave him face. Ever since he reached the Type 6 realm, no one dared to humiliate him. Yet, in front of all these people present, he was slapped twice and he was naturally furious. Sky-swallowing red leopard. In order to vent his rage, he channeled his strongest secret technique, as a powerful might burst out from him. A figure of a powerful scarlet leopard appeared behind him, 10 meters in height, and exuding a powerful aura. Its eyes flashed dangerously. The sky-swallowing red leopard technique was one of the top 10 techniques. At its peak, it could congeal a powerful Type 7 red leopard, and with a wave of the user's hands, it could level cities and cause destruction. When the red leopard appeared, a dangerous aura spread forth from it. All the Type 5 experts around felt a sense of fear as they gazed at the image of the red leopard, feeling as though it would kill them with just a single swipe. Even Murong Wang, Zhang Xian and Tang Shi could not help but take a step back. If they did not utilize any life-saving techniques or treasures, their lives would be in danger too. The red leopard instantly charged towards Zhong in the blink of an eye, smashing down with the pressure of Mount Tai. Even a Type 6 expert would be injured beneath such a strike if not crushed dead. Watch out. Lu Yanyan watched the demonic red leopard slashing at Zhong, and could not help but scream out in worry. Interesting break for me. Facing the image, Zhong's eyes flashed coldly and did not dodge, directly using his second-order god-devil body to resist the strike. Hong. With a loud impact, the image was actually dispersed by a single fist from Zhong, revealing Wang Cheng within. Wang Cheng watched in horror and disbelief as his strongest skill was broken down. Impossible. How is this possible? After destroying Wang Cheng's skill, Zhong flashed on top of him and kicked downwards viciously. Wang Cheng took the full brunt and his entire figure was sent shooting down, slamming into the ground. The force of the impact caused the ground to break, as a large amount of blood flowed from his body. Zhang Xian looked at Zhong, his eyes full of shock. Strong. This man is truly strong. Only the saint children could possibly match up to him. Tang Shi stared at the awe-inspiring image of Zhong in the sky, a slight ripple in her heart. What a strong man, seems like my evaluation of him was too low. He's likely on par with the saint children. Strong. So cool. The palace head of the Red Leopard Palace was actually one-hit code by him. Too strong. Seems like only the saint children can take him on. Seeing Zhong killing Wang Cheng in a single move, the young female warriors of Green Phoenix Palace began to discuss animatedly with gleams in their eyes. One other beautiful female from the Green Phoenix Palace, who had long slender legs, hugged Lu Yanyan's arms and spoke softly, "Yanyan, I'm sorry, I think I've fallen for him too. I will compete with you fair and square." Lu Yanyan's face was resolute. "Meiying, I will not lose to you. Husband, are you okay?" The outstanding beauty who had accompanied Wang Cheng saw how he was defeated in a single move, and rushed up beside him to support him up. When she saw his entire face covered in blood and his body riddled with injuries, her face fell. She turned to glare at Zhong with a venomous gaze, shrieking sharply, "Go! Kill that little bastard! Everyone go! I will throw those who don't dare into the black water prison for 20 years. When they heard her orders, those Type 5 experts around her had ugly expressions. They had no choice but to charge at Zhong with gritted teeth. The beautiful young woman was the daughter of a greater elder in the Saint Lands. Although she did not possess many capabilities, due to her background, few dared to go against her orders. These Type 5 warriors would really be forced to suffer and be under torment for 20 years if they did not carry out her will. Zhong smirked coldly as he eyed the incoming experts and shot forward. In a flash, countless clones split from him, appearing in front of those Saint Land elites and smashing a fist into their chests. The guards were thus sent flying by Zhong. Yu Zhong himself went towards the young woman, his eyes flashing with a cold, killing intent. Regardless of who it was, as long as the other party wanted him dead, he would not let the other party go. After the apocalypse, his mindset had changed. A dead enemy was the best kind of enemy. The beauty Li Zhu could feel the pressure Yu Zhong was emitting. She was so frightened that she crumpled to the ground as a puddle of yellow liquid formed under her dress. Don't come over. Don't kill me. My dad is the greater elder Li Gangtai. If you dare to kill me, he will not let you off. Since ancient times, it was extremely common to have old heroes who had begotten useless children. This Li Zhu might have a Type 7 divine warrior for a father, but her character was despotic and loved to play rather than cultivate. Thus she was only at the Type 4 realm. She relied completely on medicines to obtain her strength, and her actual combat strength was weak till it was pathetic. Even an elite Type 1 expert could kill her with proper skills and technique. Right at this time, an immortal fairy came towards Yu Zhong, her attire white, and her long black hair flowing past her shoulders. She had skin as fair as snow, her features as though sculpted by the greatest of artists. She bowed gently in front of him and apologized. Sir Yu Zhong, I'm Duanmu Bing Shui, one of the guards under Saint Child Red Dawn. Please be appeased. I shall apologize on the behalf of Miss Zhuer, as she's still young and doesn't know any better. We seek your grace and forgiveness. Yu Zhong glanced at her and could not help but praise in his heart. What an exceptional beauty. The Saint Lands do have their fair share of beauties. This Duanmu Bing Shui was extremely pretty, not necessarily losing out to Luo Qingqing in her demeanor or looks. And yet, she possessed a different charm from Luo Qingqing. She was like the epitome of a demure fairy, exuding such a peaceful aura that anyone who set their sights on her would feel calmed and refreshed. Since this is the case, then forget it. After seeing Duanmu Bing Shui, Yu Zhong retracted his killing intent. After all, he had not really suffered any loss. At one side, Tang Shi's eyes lit up with joy when she saw Duanmu Bing Shui, her coldness and aloof expression melting away. She ran up to her with a bright smile. Sister Bing Shui, I have not seen you in a long while. I've missed you so. Duanmu Bing Shui looked at Tang Shi, a gentle look in her eyes as she patted Tang Shi's head. Little Shi, you're already a palace head yourself. What would others say if they saw you like this? Tang Shi scrunched her face and hugged Duanmu Bing Shui even tighter. I don't care about those. Tang Shi's current behavior caused those under her to stare wide-eyed. Duanmu Bing Shui then patted her shoulders. All right, little Shi, I have things to do, let go first. Tang Shi let go reluctantly. Duanmu Bing Shui then turned to Yu Zhong and extended an invitation gently. Sir Yu Zhong, my lord, Saint Child Red Dawn, invites you to her Red Dawn Holy Palace. Chapter 1016, Red Dawn Holy Palace. When the male elites heard this, their faces turned to one of shock as they looked towards Yu Zhong with envy and jealousy. What? Saint Child Red Dawn actually invited him. Saint Child Red Dawn, or Hong Xia, was one of the two female saint children of the Saint Lands. They were sometimes referred to as the Holy Maidens as well. Other than the two male saint children, only a few pure maidens and Type 5 elites, as well as palace lords could enter the Red Dawn Holy Palace. Although these Type 5 existences might be overbearing characters outside, compared to the Saint Child Red Dawn, there was a huge difference. Lu Yin-Yang gazed at Yu Zhong, who had shown enough of his strength and was standing with a natural overbearingness, her eyes filled with a complicated gaze. Has he gained the attention of the Holy Maiden? If she makes a move, I can't possibly compete against her. Yu Zhong agreed. Okay. Along the way, due to Zhang Xian's idle chatter, Yu Zhong had already gotten a grasp of the structure of the Saint Lands. The current highest authority was the Saint Lord, while directly beneath him were the four Saint Children, as well as the Greater Elders. The Greater Elders were all powerful cultivators that trained hard, thus the bulk of authority fell into the hands of the Saint Children. As long as he could get to meet them, Yu Zhong was certain that there was a chance to succeed in his motive. Zhang Xian quickly walked over, gazing at Duanmu Bing Shui with a passionate look. Miss Duanmu, this Zhang here wonders if I have the honor to join the feast organized by the Holy Maiden. One handsome man with a fan in his hands came over with a warm smile as well, surrounded by dozens of elites. He asked Duanmu Bing Shui, this Xiao here also hopes to attend the banquet hosted by the Holy Maiden. May I be so daring as to ask if there's a seat available for me? Duanmu Bing Shui smiled in neither a servile or overbearing manner. Palace Head Zhong and Palace Head Xiao, you naturally can attend if you're interested. However, you guys should be clear about the rules of the Red Dawn Holy Palace. Duanmu Xuebing was one of the 4 personal guards of the Saint Child Red Dawn, and although she was recognized as a maidservant, she was also known as a true powerhouse at the Type 6 realm. If she was placed anywhere else, she would definitely be qualified to have her own palace. Thus, none of the palace heads treated her like an ordinary maidservant. The handsome man with the fan who walked over was called Xiao Haifeng, the palace head of the Serious Palace. His martial technique, the Serious Roar, had been trained to a smooth mastery stage, and it was extremely lethal. Xiao Haifeng swept his subordinates a gaze and ordered, "Got it, all of you head back and rest first." The many elites of the Serious Palace were disappointed, but they still responded with respect. "Yes, Palace Head." Murong Wang stepped forward and spoke solemnly, "I would like to attend the gathering as well." Duanmu Bing Shui laughed gently, "Palace Head Murong is naturally welcome," before turning to Tang Shi and asked, "Shir, are you coming?" Tang Shi nodded, "Of course I'd like to." "Then please come with me, everybody." Duanmu Bing Shui smiled once more before grasping Tang Shi's hand in hers, and headed further into the Saint Lands. What a lavish atmosphere. The moment Zhong stepped into the Saint Land, he felt as though he had stepped into a different world. Further in the Saint Lands, there were a number of mountain peaks, each of them covered with thick spiritual energy. One could see numerous rare beasts roaming about as well. Amidst the many mountain peaks, 500 tall peaks surrounded one which towered above the rest, looking like a sharp sword pointed at the heavens. Upon going through the entrance of the Saint Lands, Duanmu Bing Shui waved her hands, and an anti-gravity vehicle suspended in mid-air zoomed over. Everybody present boarded the vehicle, which then flew up, and transformed into a beam of light that shot towards one of the 4 tall peaks. Is this made entirely out of crystal? Saint Child Red Dawn does know how to enjoy herself. Zhong came down from the vehicle and looked around, only to discover all the structures constructed out of red crystals. It looked beautiful and lavish, and there had never been such exquisite structures back on Earth. All around the palace, there were many female guards wearing red armor and wielding halberds, their looks extraordinary and exuding powerful auras. What a strong-armed force. Zhong swept a glance over those female guards, and could not help but sigh with a somewhat envious gaze. These guards were actually all at least at the Type 4 realm. The Saint Lands had monopolized the resources of Urose, producing many talented young men and women, thus giving rise to such might. Under Duanmu Bing Shui's guide, Zhong and the rest entered the palace and went through a few corridors, before finally arriving at a magnificent hall that surpassed even the Forbidden City's golden temple on Earth. On the 2 sides of the palace, there were long tables as many demure maidens came walking out and guided Zhong's group to their seats. Duanmu Bing Shui smiled apologetically and clapped her hands lightly. "Everyone, please wait a moment, Her Highness will be coming soon. In the meantime, please try our Red Dawn Holy Palace's cuisine." A few elites of exceptional beauty then came out from the 2 sides of the palace, bringing with them plates of delicious-looking cuisine. One of them came up to Zhong, raising a wine pot and poured a cup for him as her voice sounded sweet. "Please enjoy, this is by Xian Lu, made from 100 different rare herbs as well as the sweet pollen of 1,000 flowers. It has the anti-aging properties, nourishes the blood as well as increasing young vitality. It is a truly rare wine of this world." Zhong received it and with a thought, he could sense the elation of Zhang Xian, Murong Wang, Tang Shi and Xiao Haifeng when they received their own cups. They had gulped it down immediately and revealed expressions of drunken ecstasy. With a light laugh, Zhong shot out a thin strand of blood without anyone noticing, controlling it to flow around the cup of Bai Xian Lu. After it absorbed a tiny sliver, there was no change. Instead, it became slightly larger. Although he had the second-order god-devil body and it was unlikely that any poison could do any harm to him, he was still wary. After all, it was a foreign place and not exactly safe. Seeing this, he relaxed and downed the contents. When the Bai Xian Lu wine hit him, the fragrance and sweetness exploded in his mouth. It was as though there were a new scent and flavor with every breath, spreading throughout his palate, before finally gushing down his throat in a warm flow. When it entered his abdomen, it transformed into a hot current of energy that spread throughout his limbs, before being absorbed entirely. He opened his eyes, and there was a glint as he breathed out a long breath. "Good wine. One more." Zhong had never been a drunkard, but this Bai Xian Lu was exceptional, and he felt that it was truly enticing. The long-legged beauty smiled sweetly. Due to the difficulty in production, there isn't much in our Red Dawn Holy Palace. You only get one flask. Sir Yu Zhong, it's better that you indulge in the delicacies along with your wine slowly. That would prolong the taste and enhance the appreciation and experience. Yu Zhong glanced at his table, noticing that it was filled with various delicious dishes, each one of them appetizing and sumptuous. He took up a piece of unknown meat and bit down on it, feeling the juice burst out from within and filling his mouth. At the same time as it entered his abdomen, it transformed into thick energy that coursed through his body. Such flavor should be from a Type 5 mutant beast, and it's extremely fresh. Yu Zhong thought silently while gobbling up the meat and enjoying his wine. He did not care about how others viewed him. He had been risking his life on the line for so long, searching for opportunities to become strong. It was a rare moment of relaxation and indulgence for him. Murong Wang glanced at Yu Zhong and gloated condescendingly, "A bumpkin will forever be a bumpkin." Xiao Haifeng was also the same, but he did not reveal any expression on his face. All of a sudden, the music stopped as a beautiful maiden stepped out, dressed in extravagant red palace clothes, exuding a confident and valiant aura. Within the hall, there were many extraordinary beauties that could easily topple societies, and yet, when compared to the Saint Child Red Dawn or Holy Maiden Hongxia, they were reduced to leaves while she was the eye-catching rose. As Holy Maiden Hongxia entered the palace, Zhang Xian, Murong Wang, and Xiao Haifeng were instantly attracted, their eyes filled with a passionate gaze. The Holy Maiden Hongxia and Holy Maiden Qing Shi were renowned to be the goddesses of every male palace head in the Saint Lands. Holy Maiden Hongxia then revealed a dazzling smile as she spoke, "My apologies, I've let everyone wait. In order to express my regret, let me present this sky fragrance dance for your enjoyment." After that, she clapped her jade-like hands. Duanmu Bingshui pulled out a Chinese zither and began to play. Within the palace, the various beautiful maidens also pulled out their instruments to play. Chapter 10:17, Sky Fragrance Dance. An ethereal melody began to resound throughout the hall, intoxicating all who heard it. As the music played, Holy Maiden Hongxia began to twist her lithe figure, flowing according to the music, putting on a performance that seemed fit for immortals. The moment she began to dance, she exuded an eye-catching charisma through her moves, and Zhang Xian, Murong Wang, and Xiao Haifeng were all captivated, their eyes revealing dumbstruck expressions. Beautiful. Yu Zhong watched her dance and his heartbeat also quickened, his eyes gleaming with a drunken expression. He felt as though nothing else mattered, and that as long as he could obtain a kiss from this immortal fairy, he would be willing to give her anything, even his own heart. As he was about to fall deeper in that entranced state, his body suddenly trembled and his eyes regained their clarity, his back breaking out in cold sweat. Not good, there's something wrong. After experiencing so many battles and killings, Yu Zhong's heart had been forged over and over again. Even the most beautiful ladies had not caused his heart to waver in the slightest. At most, he would feel like there's a minute desire to possess them, but he would never fall into such a state. He shot the dancing Holy Maiden Hongxia an alarmed look. What a terrifying demonic lady! Had I not been at the Type 7 realm, or lacking the god-devil body, I would have really been entrapped in that desire, becoming a mindless suitor. The most terrifying thing is that I would be willing because I would have fallen for her completely. The sky fragrance dance and the ethereal music played by Duanmu Bingshui was a special form of charming technique, bringing out the deepest desire of men and controlling while allowing the user's own charm to be boosted by 20%. Due to the special circumstances of the combination technique, it was not a direct spirit attack on the consciousness, thus even Type 6 and Type 7 experts might fall into such a trap if not careful, and would really fall head over heels for the Holy Maiden. Yu Zhong's second-order god-devil body was able to resist countless charms, but it was also helpless against such a combination technique. Had it not been for the countless experience and his heart hardened after so long, he might have already been far gone. As for the Holy Maiden herself as she was dancing, she swept a glance and could tell that Yu Zhong had already extracted himself. Her heart was full of shock. No one has ever been able to escape from this combination of my sky fragrance dance and Schwer's immortal ode, except for the Saint Lord and those who are neither male nor female. This man was able to recover, truly capable. I need to test him once more. She turned around gracefully, and smiled brilliantly at Zhong, fully displaying her beautiful countenance as well as a strange glint in her eyes as she danced past Zhong. Another charming technique? Truly underestimating me? Break. At the time she shot Zhong a smile, his eyes went dazed for barely a second, and again he felt that this woman was the only woman he truly loved in his entire life. However, his body trembled once more and he collected himself. His eyes then flashed coldly as an image of him appeared in his sea of knowledge, blasting out at the spiritual energy attacking his mind. At the moment his image destroyed the spirit attack, Holy Maiden Wuxia turned pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably, as she quickly motioned slightly with her hand. When Duanmu Bingshui saw that signal, her eyes swept towards Zhong, and she quickly brought her immortal ode to an end. The tune ended and the Holy Maiden went back to her seat. Xiao Haifeng regained his senses after a long while, sighing out sincerely, "Marvelous, truly marvelous. This sky fragrance dance of yours was incredibly beautiful and fascinating to watch. I'm still so enthralled each time. If I could see it often, I can die with no regrets." As he spoke, he kept his heated gaze fixed upon her, his passion apparent. He was currently truly smitten with her, and even if she wanted him to kill himself, he would gladly do so without hesitation. "Brother Xiao is flattering me." Holy Maiden Wuxia laughed gently, her face putting on an expression that caused one to feel comfortable and cannot help but love. Murong Wang was also staring at Holy Maiden, his eyes flashing with a passionate gaze. "No, Palace Master Xiao is right. It was truly an astounding immortal dance. Other than your highness, no one else would be able to perform that dance. It is truly an honor and a fortune across 3 lifetimes that I, Murong Wang, was able to witness it." Zhang Xian also responded simply, "Precisely." Holy Maiden Wuxia's eyes then flickered towards Zhong, who had maintained silent and smiled lightly. "Mr. Zhong, was my dance not up to your standards?" When her words came out, the gazes of the 3 men fell upon him, and they were sharp with envy and fury. Even Zhang Xian, who had sought to build good relations with him, was currently looking at him in a dangerous way. All 3 of them had been thoroughly bewitched by the Holy Maiden, and since she was looking at Zhong with a different gaze, they were naturally jealous. Zhong ignored their gazes and spoke indifferently, "I'm not educated about dance, I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint your highness." After that, he stared straight back at her. "Holy Maiden Wuxia, this time I've come to the Saint Lands to seek a business transaction. I want to obtain the technology on the particle cannons, the mech drones, the Gauss rifles as well as those Saint Land Protector battleships. Of course, I will put forth something equal in value for the trade. It is a win-win situation for both sides." Xiao Haifeng's face turned ugly as he barked out immediately, "Preposterous. These are our classified information. Who the hell do you think you are to come here and spout this bullshit?" Wuxia waved her hands however, causing him to shut up before she asked with interest, "What can you bring out to exchange?" The author mentioned in this chapter that he had something on in real life that he had to attend to and could not write more, but the next few chapters might be longer in length. In fact, he's frequently dealing with stuff just that it's mostly the same message. Chapter 10:18, Deal. Audacious. Just because you have little capabilities, you dare to ask for our technology encroaching on our bottom line. What a fool. Hearing Holy Maiden Wuxia's question back to Zhong, Murong Wang swept him a gloating glance and sneered inwardly. On planet Uros, where cultivation and technology went hand in hand, not only were the cultivators rampant in numbers, technology was likewise advanced. However, it was just that the most advanced technology were all kept in the control of the Saint Lands. The technology employed in the other cities were similar to that of Earth before its own apocalypse. It was because the Saint Lands had monopolized the technology and cultivation techniques that they maintained their rule. Murong Wang and the rest were clear that since these technologies were their lifelines, it was impossible for them to be spread out. Zhang Xian and Xiao Haifeng looked towards Zhong and sneered as well, although they did not say anything. Zhang Xian was always on good terms with Zhong, but after Wuxia treated Zhong differently, he was filled with a fury stemming from goodness knows where, and all he felt was animosity now. Zhong chuckled and flipped his hands, sending a document over to her, revealing his precise control over his energy. "What do you think about this? I feel that your Saint Lands truly need something like this." She smiled and received the document, glancing through it with a carefree expression. when suddenly her eyes narrowed and she revealed an expression of shock. She gripped the document tightly and her face changed multiple times, her gaze complicated. The document in her hands was the technology of the enhancing armor that Zhong obtained from the Third World. If they were to be utilized fully, they could push the might of a cultivator by almost an entire realm. It was truly powerful. If a peak Type 3 expert wore a Type 3 enhanced battle armor, it could boost him or her to possessing a Type 4 strength. Although it could not compare to a true Type 4 expert, it was extremely helpful. If a peak Type 4 expert put on a Type 4 enhanced battle armor, then he or she would reach the Type 5 realm. These enhanced battle armors were extremely useful equipment. With them they could challenge enemies of a higher realm. To any faction it was an important equipment. Holy Maiden Wuxia narrowed her gaze as she asked Zhong, "Do you have any of these items with you right now?" Zhong laughed lightly and swept a glance at the slender Type 5 beauty beside him. He waved his hands and a Type 5 enhanced battle armor flew out, landing beside her. "Your Highness, her strength is only at the initial Type 5 realm, thus, using this will only boost her to the peak of the Type 5 realm." The armor was not all-powerful, directly raising the person's realm. It could help a person at the peak of his strength to achieve a momentary breakthrough, but not someone who had just entered the Type 5 realm to jump straight into the Type 6 realm. Holy Maiden Wuxia nodded silently at the beauty and ordered, "Xianglan, try it." "Yes." With a resolute reply, she began to put on the Type 5 battle armor. The Type 5 nucleus behind the armor glowed brightly, as a huge energy traveled through Xianglan's body, pushing her towards the peak Type 5 realm. Her strength began to radiate from her, shocking everybody present. That's the strength of a peak Type 5 expert. This armor is so miraculous. Feeling the strength emitted by Xianglan, everyone's face turned. They could see for themselves just what the armor did. If it was mass-produced, they could easily groom and equip a powerful army. Holy Maiden Wuxia's face was no different, her gaze showing her emotions as she looked at the armor. If she could obtain 10 battle armors, her Red Dawn Holy Palace would be able to produce 10 more Type 6 experts. The difference between a Type 5 and Type 6 expert was vast, and it was tough for somebody at the peak of the Type 5 realm to achieve a breakthrough. Holy Maiden Wuxia only had about 4 subordinates that had broken through to the Type 6 realm. Zhong laughed lightly and turned to Wuxia. "How is it? You can return me the armor now." The armor required the powering of a Type 5 nucleus, and if the armor landed in the hands of the Saint Lands, they would be able to reverse engineer it. He had no choice but to be a little selfish right now. Holy Maiden Wuxia's eyes flashed and she started to speak with a coquettish tone towards Zhong. "Zhong, I really like this armor. Why don't you gift one to me? I'm willing to dance privately just for you." Damn it. In order to gain her favor, I've given her so many treasures. She has never treated me any different. Yet this bumpkin appeared and got her attention. Damn it. Damn him. He was able to hoodwink her. I will kill him. The moment Wuxia spoke, Xiao Haifeng's face turned steely, as his right hand crushed the crystal cup he was holding, his eyes practically shooting fire as he stared fixedly at Zhong, his killing intent billowing. Murong Wang and Zhang Xian also had similar expressions, eyeing Zhong with killing intent. A beautiful woman could bring about calamities. Such a saying referred to women like Wuxia. Based on her looks and charms, it was easy for many men to fall for her. Many would die and kill for her and few could reject her requests. Zhong rejected without much hesitation. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in dance. Holy Maiden Wuxia, you'd better return the armor to me." To Zhong, the most important thing was to raise China's strength. If he indulged in pleasure, China would fall easily. Seeing Zhong reject her so easily, Wuxia's face also fell. She had always been the one to reject men, and she had not seen one reject her for a very long time. She felt slightly uncomfortable. She recovered before speaking out. "Xianglan, return the armor to this petty man." At this time Xiao Haifeng barked out, "Wait." Zhong frowned and shot him a glance. Haifeng pulled out a box and opened it, revealing a Type 5 nucleus that was shining brightly. He shot Zhong a condescending glance, full of arrogance as he uttered coldly, "This is a Type 5 mutant beast nucleus, it came from the frozen beast. I can use it to exchange for your armor, that should do it, right?" Every single Type 5 nucleus was extremely precious, and it was also difficult for Xiao Haifeng to kill one by himself. Even in the Saint Lands they were considered a precious resource, not all Type 6 experts had an abundance of them. If Yu Zhong had not defeated Wang Cheng in a single hit, he would not have taken out such a precious object to propose such an exchange. Yu Zhong swept a gaze past him but still extended his hand towards Xiang Lan. She could only take out the enhanced armor helplessly and returned it to Yu Zhong. When he took it back, he opened up the energy compartment, retrieving the Type 5 nucleus behind as he shot Xiao Haifeng a condescending gaze, laughing coldly and sarcastically. Palace Head Xiao actually wants to use a Type 5 nucleus in exchange for my armor that makes use of Type 5 nuclei as energy? Truly magnanimous, eh? Xiao Haifeng saw the nucleus in Yu Zhong's hands and felt as though he was given a tight slap. His entire face turned beetroot red as he snorted coldly, and sat back in his seat, grabbing his table tightly. The force he exerted caused the edge of the table to be reduced to dust. Yu Zhong eyed Hong Xia. Your Highness, I think it's perfectly fair to exchange my technology for yours. What do you think? Rose is already under the attack of those aliens, and their combat strength and reproduction ability are astonishing. Without advanced technology, our human race cannot compare to them. Let's exchange our technology, it is beneficial for both of us. He was eyeing the technology of the Saint Lance. If he could gain them, China would improve tremendously within a short time. Holy Maiden Hong Xia hesitated a while, her jade-like fingers tapping her table for some time before she finally spoke. This is an important issue, let me consider it for a few days. Yu Zhong frowned. Your Highness, the aliens have already invaded, and the entire planet is under threat. If you continue to waste time considering, I'm afraid that it's not too proper. Holy Maiden Hong Xia laughed out gently as she clapped her hands together. Such a big matter, you still have to let me think through it. Tell you what, I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Today let's enjoy ourselves a little. 16 beautiful women then walked out gracefully and began to dance. Duanmu Bingshui and the other musicians started to play their instruments as well, as an ethereal melody sounded out once more. It's unlikely that they will deal, seems like I need to make some preparations of my own. Yu Zhong glanced at the dancers, but his mind was somewhere else, making plans. Before he had arrived, he had already prepared himself mentally. Had the other side agreed to the deal, it would be for the best. Everybody shared their technology and improved together. If they were not willing, he had a backup plan. Chapter 1019, Stealth. Sir Yu Zhong, this way please. After the dance, Yu Zhong was escorted towards a room under the envious gazes of the other men, led by Duanmu Bingshui. When he stepped into that room, he saw that the furnishing was just like a 5-star hotel back on Earth, extremely luxurious and well-equipped. He swept Duanmu Bingshui a glance and spoke in a superior tone. You may be dismissed, I want to rest. Duanmu Bingshui trembled slightly, although she was a servant in status. Other than Hong Xia and the other palace lords, no one had dared to speak to her like this. Yes. However, she recovered quickly, responding in neither a servile nor arrogant tone, and retreated out of the room. Once she was gone, Yu Zhong flipped his hand and the tablet containing Bai Yi appeared. The tablet had been constructed from the nanotechnology obtained from America. It was as small as a notebook, but its capacity and computing strength had already surpassed the most powerful computer prior to the apocalypse. With such a powerful hosting body, Bai Yi was able to exhibit even more of her abilities. After he took it out, Yu Zhong spoke softly, have you already gained control of the surveillance systems here? Bai Yi's image then appeared on the screen. In this room there are 18 of these systems, they have already been completely blocked by me. Are you able to control the central computer of this Saint Lance? Bai Yi quickly responded, I'm unable to. I discovered that the central computer also has a simple form of AI. I might be stronger than it and could assimilate it in a face-off, but there are many technicians and experts around it right now. If I were to act, they could likely interfere. Yu Zhong frowned, so in order to control it, we need to be near its physical site then. Bai Yi responded, yes. Furthermore, if I can assimilate that simple AI, I think I might be able to evolve a little. Every faction that had its legacy could not be simple. Uros had already been through so many apocalypses. Since they had survived, it was likely that they had plenty of formidable areas. With a thought, Yu Zhong caused a clone to appear. At the same time, he put on the stealth armor obtained from Shuai, completely isolating his presence, before getting the clone to open the door. In that split second, his true body had already flickered out. Sir Zhong, do you have any instructions? On either side of the doors, there were two maidservants of the type 5 strength. They blocked the clone's way, asking with polite smiles. His true body shot them a glance before leaving noiselessly. Zhong's clone then spoke through a device controlled by Bai, allowing for his voice to sound, "You're monitoring me." One of them spoke gently, "Sir Zhong, be appeased. We don't have that intention. It's just that the palace has many ladies and you're a man, it's not too convenient for you to move around. We're here on Sister Duanmu to attend to your needs. Please let us know and we'll get it done for you." His clone slammed the door shut in a cold voice, "No need." Seeing that, the two servants exchanged looks and smiled, continuing to guard outside his door as though watching over a prison inmate. "She's over here." After reaching the Type 7 realm, Zhong's body had undergone so many evolutions. He could easily lock onto a target within a 5-kilometer radius. It was truly almost godlike. Other than him, with his god-devil body at the second order, no other Type 7 experts would possess a similar strength. "Got it?" Zhong followed his senses and came to a warehouse, discovering the fairy-like Wuxia and her trusted aide Duanmu Bingshui embarking on one of the anti-gravity floating vehicles. His gaze sharpened and he shot towards the vehicle noiselessly, landing on it. Set off. Following the orders of Wuxia, the vehicle shot towards the sky, heading towards the core mountain of the Saint Lands. After going through countless checkpoints, the vehicle came to a stop in a car park within the mountain. Holy Maiden Wuxia then disembarked and brought Duanmu Bingshui along with her towards the inner depths of the mountain. Zhong maintained a distance of about 5 steps behind them, just like a ghost. At this distance, if he were to burst forth with his strength, it could definitely take out a Type 7 expert. This was the true terror of the stealth armor. All of a sudden, Duanmu Bingshui came to a stop, and turned around abruptly, her eyes focused in the direction of Zhong's position. Seeing that, Zhong was taken aback and his body went taut, preparing for battle. Wuxia turned around and asked, "What is it, Bingshui?" In response, Duanmu Bingshui frowned slightly and said with some doubt, "It felt like there's somebody following us, but it must be my imagination." Holy Maiden Wuxia turned around and laughed confidently, "You must have imagined it. In this world, those who could move around undetected by me are almost non-existent. Even if the Saint Lord were to attack me, he would not get to a distance of 30 steps without me knowing." Duanmu Bingshui relaxed lightly as she grinned, and her steps became lighter. "I must be overthinking things." Zhong continued on like a specter. This Saint Peak was the core of the Saint Lands and its defenses were tight. There were numerous Type 5 guards stationed everywhere. Some places were even guarded by Type 6 experts. It was really marching into the lion's den. If Zhong did not have the stealth armor, he would have to slaughter his way in. Wuxia's charm was incredible. Along the way, almost all the guards and experts were staring at her with their passion and lust apparent. Since their attention was on her, no one discovered Zhong following behind her. The party continued forward, finally coming into a palace within the Saint Peak. The Saint Lord was seated on the crystal throne, waiting. Below him, there were the 2 holy sons and 1 holy maiden. Holy Maiden Wuxia came to her seat, and asked the Saint Lord, "Your Majesty, what do you think about Zhong's suggestion?" The Saint Lord was exuding a terrifying aura as he snorted coldly, his killing intent spreading out. Zhong dares to set his sight on our capital. He deserves death. Strong. This damned old man should be at the Type 7 realm. Zhong stood behind Wuxia and could feel the might of that aura. His heart ran cold. At the same time he was also filled with a killing intent. Since the Saint Lord dared to kill him, there were no more burdens in his heart. As long as there was a chance, he would deal them a vicious blow. The ghost dragon Saint Child or Holy Sun Guilong frowned slightly. Zhong was able to defeat Wang Qing in a single move. His strength is not be underestimated. He could likely be a Type 7 expert. The Saint Lord laughed coldly. The oracle truly is not simple. He should be a Type 7 expert, yes. However, based on Zhang Shen's report, he should have only just recently ascended. Once night falls, I'll join you guys to go crush this bastard that dares belittle our Saint Lands. No matter how strong he is, if the 5 of us join hands, as long as he's not a Type 8 expert, we can definitely crush him. At that time all of his things will be ours. The voices of the 4 saint children rang out in unison and respect. Your Majesty is wise. Hearing that, Zhong's back broke out in cold sweat. how vicious and decisive. If I had not snuck over here, I would have fallen at their hands. After Zhong reached the Type 7 realm, his strength had really undergone huge changes. If any Type 7 expert were to engage him, even if he could not defeat them, he could escape. However, under the circumstances of being caught unprepared, the sudden sneak attack of 5 Type 7 experts would be able to take him out. The eyes of the Saint Lord flashed with greed, his heart bursting with anticipation. After we suppress this Type 7 oracle, I will take his God-Devil nucleus and God and Devil imprint to push through the Type 7 bottleneck. Once I reach the ancient Type 8 realm, I'll be invincible and live up to a 1,000 years. Evolution was a difficult process. Even the Saint Lord, who had been a genius at cultivation, reaching the Type 7 realm after a 100 years, was still stuck after 200 years. He could feel his age catching up slowly every day. If he did not break through soon, he had another 50 years left at most. He feared death greatly, thus, seeing Zhong's appearance, he was filled with greed. He truly wanted everything about Zhong's just so he could evolve and live longer. Chapter 10:20, Great Harvest. As night fell, about 200 kilometers away from the Saint Lands, within a dense forest, a number of bladed aliens crawled out of a large mountain cave in droves. Once they exited, they quickly hid among the great trees and behind the huge boulders. A terrifying number came out, all hidden within the dark of the night. Compared to the figure that had assaulted the 18 cities in the daytime, the current number was incomparable. After some low howls, one winged alien shot towards the sky. It was only 50 centimeters long, with an incredibly tough green exoskeleton, sharp claws, and a 20 cm long beak. When that first one flew off, an entire cloud of similar aliens shot out of the cave. As they flew off, another form of winged alien that looked more like a wild chicken followed out. They were then followed by other forms of bird-typed aliens soaring into the skies. In the end, the entire procession was rounded up by a 20 m long strange dragon-like alien, its entire body covered in a gold exoskeleton. The exoskeleton was filled with spikes, and there was a single horn on the ferocious visage of the beast. This dragon alien was a peak Type 7 existence, possessing terrifying combat power. Some weaker Type 8 experts might not be its match as well. This was the leader of the aliens, also known as the Alien King. The dragon-like Alien King shot a cold, ferocious look towards the Saint Lands. The aliens were different from zombies, possessing high intelligence and adaptability in situations. Furthermore, they were made for killing, and this made them tougher to deal with compared to the zombies. Its eyes flashed coldly as its wings flapped and raised a hurricane around it. It then shot towards the skies. In the palace of the Saint Lands, the Saint Lord swept the crystal display a glance, and ordered out sternly, "Adjust the image of C0876. With that order, the crystal display blurred slightly, and Zhong's room appeared. Currently, his clone was sleeping soundly. The Saint Lord saw that, and the corners of his mouth curled up, his eyes flashing cruelly. "It is the time where he's most tired now, let's go." "Yes." The 4 saint children stood up, heading out of the palace. Zhong watched them leave, his eyes also flashing with a cold glint. "Since you guys want to kill me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Zhong stood there quietly, waiting for 2 minutes before the watch on his right hand lit up, and by Yi's voice, "They have already left the Saint Peak, heading towards Red Dawn Holy Palace." Zhong ordered, "Immediately open up this place." The central computer here was located at the deepest recess, and the entrance was directly under the crystal throne. With the Saint Lord standing guard here, no one had ever dared to enter the place, nor was there any enemy that could have made it so far. "Yes." Bai Yi responded, her eyes flashing with numbers, and the crystal throne suddenly shifted, revealing a deep tunnel. Zhong shot forward, arriving at the entrance in a single step. This is an infrared sensing tunnel. When he entered, he saw that there were countless infrared sensors everywhere along the tunnel. If an ordinary person were to enter, they would have been swept by the scanners and reported. However, the sensors had no response now, allowing Zhong to pass through easily. Inside the tunnel, all the sensors, surveillance cameras, and automatic defenses could cause any ordinary person to be entrapped and engulfed by all sorts of traps. Under Bai Yi's guidance, he continued to traverse through, passing by countless huge tunnels, before finally coming in front of a huge metal alloy door. In front of it, there was an old man seated on the ground, his eyes shut, and his hair white as though he was just one breath away from death. Zhong could sense the power radiating from the man, and his heart turned cold. Strong, this old man should be some peak type 6 expert. After sweeping the old man an eye, his gaze landed on the alloy door, his eyes flashed with a look of greed. Behind this old man, it was the treasury of the Saint Lands, where the heritage of the countless ages was kept. Zhong breathed in lightly, hiding his killing intent, and entered the mindless state. He then edged closer towards the position of the old man, his muscles taut. With his current Type 7 Divine Warrior realm, and his second-order God-Devil body, it was no problem to deal with a Type 6 expert. However, if the commotion from the fight became too big and alerted the guards, then it would be even more difficult to gain control of the central computer. When Zhong was about 10 steps away, his eyes flashed coldly, and he channeled his Do Qi. His speech reached its maximum as his fist shot towards the old man viciously. The old man was a Type 6 expert after all. The moment Zhong's killing intent burst forth, he could already sense it. He opened his eyes, but unfortunately, he discovered Zhong's fist already blasting towards his head. Puh. Following a clear crack, the old man's head was shattered by Zhong, his blood turning into ash under Zhong's Do Qi. After killing the old elder in a second, Zhong then came up to the door and saw that it required a key. He laughed coldly, placing his hands on the door. The light gold God-Devil flame began to burn as the door began to melt. He walked in with big strides, only to catch sight of countless treasures placed atop numerous crystal shelves. He took a look and was immediately excited. Dragon blood, 10,000-year tree core, the brains of Type 7 mutant beasts, heaven spring water, life water, 10,000-year dragon blood fruit, ice-cold frozen fruit, all of these are amazing items. After coming to this world, Bai Yi might be unable to get the control of the central computer, however, it was definitely able to do so for any other computer. Since she had already infiltrated most of the computers around the Saint Lands when they came here, she had absorbed countless information, thus she knew everything on the shelves. Zhong eyed all the precious valuables, his heart overjoyed. He quickly proceeded to keep them in his ring, while ascertaining the effects. This dragon blood was obtained and refined from killing a dragon-like beast of the Type 7 realm, and it can help a Type 4 expert into the Type 5 realm. The life water could transform a person's cultivation talent, pushing his speed of training up by numerous times. The ice-cold frozen fruit could awaken ice-related abilities. The heaven spring water can boost the growth of precious plants. The 10,000-year tree core might not be effective to a peak Type 7 expert, but to me it will help boost my strength a little. I struck it rich this time. I'm really rich. This is a Type 7 mutant beast nucleus. This is great. There's a Type 7 nucleus here. Zhong had been collecting everything he could and discovered over 1,500 Type 5 nuclei, 60 Type 6 nuclei, and even 3 Type 7 nuclei. Seeing the number of high-level mutant beast nuclei, Zhong was elated. The total number of nuclei was the heritage of a few thousand years. These thousands of years, the numerous controllers of Rose had only managed to collect 3 Type 7 nuclei. The rarity of such nuclei was apparent. Of course, it was also likely that there were not only 3 at first, but most of them could have already been expended in the past few apocalypses. Otherwise, the treasury could not possibly possess so little Type 7 nuclei. After sweeping the entire treasury clean, Zhong quickly dashed out, heading towards the position of the central computer. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, with such resources, it is possible to produce a new batch of Type 5 experts, or even 1 or 2 more Type 6 experts. The experts of the Saint Lands were numerous, and because of their resources, since Zhong had obtained them, it would definitely be possible to groom a number of experts. It was especially so since many of the warriors within the Central Army had experience killing zombies, and their combat skills were decent. Once they obtained enough resources to push their evolution, they could truly become powerful experts. Chapter 1021, The Saint Lord Spits Blood. Outside Zhong's room within the Red Dawn Holy Palace, the Saint Lord and the 4 Saint Children stood quietly. The Saint Lord swept Hongxia a glance, who smiled lightly and pressed on the door. The door immediately slid into the ground noiselessly. At that same instant, the Saint Lord burst forth with his Type 7 strength, his eyes flashing coldly. His hands were stretched out like claws, grabbing the sleeping Zhong. The 4 Saint Children also rushed forward to occupy the various points of the room in a flash. Got it? The Saint Lord chuckled, as though he had already seen the image of him breaking through to the Type 8 realm, becoming invincible. His dreams of living to 1,000 years were within reach. He slapped out at Yu Zhong's head and a powerful violet energy blasted out. However, at the next moment, his face flashed with shock as the clone on the bed dissipated. Seeing that, it was as though all his dreams and hopes disappeared, replaced by a sense of despair. His anger burst forth, causing his handsome face to contort, and he roared out like a wild beast, "Fake! How can this be? Where's the real one? Where's the real Yu Zhong?" A peak Type 7 expert was already considered a true powerful existence towards the path of gods. In his fury, even without any movements, his aura thrashed out, causing the bed in front of him to be chopped up in multiple pieces. The faces of the 4 saint children also fell, their bodies trembling. They knew that while the Saint Lord was usually cordial with them, if he was truly enraged, he could end their lives. It was not the first time that he had killed a saint child. The Saint Lord raised his head, his eyes flaring with flames of fury, locking onto Wuxia. His quiet voice was thick with killing intent. "Wuxia! Where is he?" Having his dreams and hopes disappearing like that had caused the Saint Lord to become like a ferocious beast. His aura was now filled with rage and killing intent. Wuxia was pale as she tried to placate him. "Your Majesty, since he's here to obtain our technology, he shouldn't have gone far. Our defenses are tight and powerful. It would definitely be tough for him to move about himself. He should still be around here somewhere. We just have to be on the lookout and we should be able to capture him." The Saint Lord stared at her deeply, ordering slowly, "Convey my orders. The Saint Lands is under lockdown now, level 1 status, and our target is Yu Zhong." Hearing that, the faces of the 4 saint children turned worse. The states of emergency within the Saint Lands were separated by 9 levels, with the first being the highest. The level 1 status refers to only when it was truly a life-and-death situation for the Saint Lands. Once activated, even those cultivating old freaks would come out and fight for their home. Although it felt improper, the 4 saint children did not dare say anything to refute. Regardless of how mighty a person was, once old age caught up, there will be lapses in judgment. Qin Shi Huang, Wu Zetian and even Li Longji, they were all wise and powerful leaders when they were young. However, as they grew older they became muddled. The Saint Lord might be a demon-level existence, but he was old after all. In order to live on what more was an additional 1,000 years, he could not care any less. At this time, one of the beautiful Red Dawn guards came running in, palace head. "Something's wrong. Something's happened." The Saint Lord's eyes turned frosty as he reached out and grabbed the guard, barking, "What happened? Speak." The Red Dawn guard saw that the Saint Lord was a little crazed and she was shocked as she quickly explained, "Your Majesty, it is those aliens. They're here and their numbers are more than 10 times than the daytime. All 18 cities have sent signals for help. 2 of them have already lost all their resistance while the rest are barely holding out." The Saint Land grabbed the clothes of the Red Dawn guard, his voice turning chilly as he barked out with killing intent, "Impossible! In order to defend against those aliens, I've already sent out 2,000 Saint soldiers to every single city. There are even 6 other palaces in charge of defending. How could they be taken out so fast? Are you lying to me?" One other elite guard who had come right behind kneeled in front and quickly spoke in a loud voice, "Your Majesty, He is speaking the truth. The aliens are too many to count, and their assault this time is much more ferocious. Please come and take command." The Saint Lord swept his gaze across them and finally calmed down. He released the Red Dawn guard and spoke out, "When Yuan, it's you. Seems like this is true. Shit. Those beasts deserve death. I will definitely kill all of them. That's the only way I could be appeased. Let's go." After that, the Saint Lord headed back towards the Saint Peak. It was where the command center was, and the central computer could be controlled from there. Soon he came into the palace. "This is? Shit." He went down. The Saint Lord saw the crystal throne that was shifted, and his scalp turned numb, and a sense of crisis welled up in his mind. Deep within the basement, in front of the central computer, there were many technicians lying in pools of their own blood. Yu Zhong was in front of the central computer, his handheld tablet connected to the central computer. All of a sudden, there was a notification from his wrist as Bai Yi spoke, "The target has appeared." Yu Zhong laughed, "He's here? Good. Show me the images." "Yes." All of a sudden, the crystal images in the palace showed Yu Zhong's image. "Hello there, Saint Lord. Pleased to meet you. I'm Yu Zhong, and I'm very thankful for your generosity. Your gifts of heritage are truly appreciated." Yu Zhong laughed lightly, and the image flashed to the treasury. When the Saint Lord saw the now empty treasury that was once filled with the collection of resources over centuries of hard work, he was overcome with shock and anger, that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been the one intending to steal everything from Yu Zhong, but the opposite had happened instead. The killing intent within his eyes disappeared as he spoke slowly. "Yu Zhong, I know you can hear me. Return the things immediately, and I'm willing to exchange technologies with you. I know you represent a faction from another world. As long as you return the items, our Saint Lands can be your ally." Yu Zhong waved the handheld tablet in his hand as he chuckled. "My apologies, I'm no longer interested in your proposition. Can you see this? My computer had already obtained all the information and secret of your Saint Lands. Even the top 10 martial techniques. Once again I thank you for your gifts. I've truly gained big this time. Oh yes, this time I have to thank Wuxia. Wuxia, thank you. If you had not given me so many secrets, I would not have made it in so easily. You had better run, the Saint Lord will definitely not pardon you. Let's meet at the agreed place." After that, his image disappeared from the crystal screens. Hearing his words, the Saint Lord was so infuriated and agitated that his eyes turned bloodshot, as he swiveled around to stare at Holy Maiden Wuxia, his body emitting a terrifying aura. Wuxia turned extremely white as she stammered, "It wasn't me. I'm not his partner. If I had been, how would he expose me in front of you? It was the first time meeting him today. Your Majesty. Please believe me." Holy Sun Guilong fell silent before speaking up. "Your Majesty, it should not be Wuxia. He must have spoken nonsense to drive a wedge between us, causing us to kill among ourselves. That would be the time he used to escape. The matter at hand is important, we need to capture him first and prevent him from leaving." The Saint Lord fell silent as well before nodding slightly and swept a glance at the tunnel. "I need to command the battle. The four of you go chase after Yu Zhong. It doesn't matter if you bring him to me dead or alive." "Yes." The four saint children responded respectfully and charged towards the tunnel. "Damn brat Yu Zhong, when I catch you, I will tear you apart." Once the four saint children left, he let out an enraged howl and slammed down with his feet. The crystal ground that could withstand even a missile blast started to crack. It was apparent that the force of the enraged Saint Lord was truly even more terrifying than a missile back on Earth. Just as he vented his frustrations, all of a sudden, the Saint Peak started to rumble. A few of the mountains opened up, as the most powerful trump card, Saint Lands Protector battleships soared into the skies. A total of 12 of them flew up into the skies. No. Seeing that, the Saint Lord let out a roar of despair. He could no longer care about commanding the battle, as he channeled the atmospheric energy to chase after the Saint Lands Protector battleships. The 12 Protector battleships were the final weapons created over thousands of years. Every one of them required 2 Type 7 nuclei to work, and over dozens of Type 6 nuclei. In terms of assault power, a single one of them was many times more powerful than the Storm battleship obtained from the Third World. Yu Zhong had gotten it as a form of transport from the floating city previously, thus its firepower was naturally incomparable to these Protector battleships. In front of these 12 Protector battleships, even the sky fortress built by China was merely a toy. After they flew off, countless drones and fighter jets flew out from the Saint Lands, forming a huge fleet that joined the 12 Protector battleships, flying off into the distance. From one of the Protector battleships, a holographic image was shot out, revealing Yu Zhong's image that laughed. "Your Majesty, thank you for your gifts. You don't have to be so kind as to send me off. Please head back." Seeing that, the Saint Lord was further agitated, coughing out another mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "Yu Zhong, I'm going to kill you." Yu Zhong had made use of Bai Yi to steal all the airships, crippling the Saint Land's might by half. This was a huge blow to the Saint Lord. "Enough. Zilong. Your task is to command the Saint Lands and defend against those aliens. We will avenge today's matters in the future." Just as the Saint Lord was about to throw all hesitation in his mind to give chase, 8 old men shot out from the Saint Lands, and one of them barked out. The Saint Lord swept them a gaze and suppressed the fury in his heart. "I got it. Greater Elder." These 8 old men were the greater elders of the Saint Lands, each of them possessing a mid-Type 7 realm strength. The two leaders were at the peak of the Type 7 realm, their combat strength surpassing the Saint Lord's. The Saint Lord shot one last glance towards Yu Zhong's direction, before turning around to head back. Yu Zhong, today's matters, I will not forget it. I will definitely tear you apart. Currently, all around the Saint Lands, the countless aliens were pouring into the cities, taking to the darkness like fish in water. They slaughter the humans that the Sai saw, consuming them. Many of the armies were defeated in their relentless assault. Even if the Saint Lands had sent out Type 6 experts, there was no way of resisting the assault of the aliens. After all, within those of the same rank, the aliens were terrifying existences. Furthermore, this time, the numbers of the experts defending could not compare to the aliens, the result would be worse than the daytime. As the alien swarm continued to pour into the cities, all of a sudden, a huge light beam covered with mysterious runes extended from the 18 cities. Chapter 1022, The Powerful Saint Lands Protector Battleships. The mysterious light beams shot towards the skies, turning into a bright, radiant ball of light in the skies. The bright ball immediately illuminated all 18 cities, causing everything to be glaringly white. Beyond the stratosphere, a number of satellites adjusted their aim and fired down beams of light at the aliens on Uros. With the cannons firing such high-intensity light beams, many aliens were instantly fried upon contact. Satellite orbital cannons, this was one of the many weapons researched by the Saint Lands. Outside of the atmosphere, there were numerous satellites floating around the planet. When 10,000 of them were engaged, it was a truly spectacular sight, and the strength of the attack caused many aliens to be wiped out. Yu Zhong saw the rain of light beams and felt even his eyes stinging. Satellite orbital cannons. What a powerful weapon. If I had a few thousands of them on Earth, how great would that be? Just as Yu Zhong was watching the scene while inside the protector battleship, he felt the familiar warmth on his wrist, as Bai Yi's voice sounded out, "Master, the Saint Lord is intending to use the satellite orbital cannons to attack us. I've already blocked that order. Please advise on the next step." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a chilly light. What a bastard. I haven't gone looking for him for trouble, he still wants to add on more. Bai Yi, adjust 1/3 of the cannons to aim at his location. Bai Yi's eyes flashed with doubt. Master, why not control all to blast the Saint Lands to smithereens? If we joined hands with the aliens, it's possible to wipe out the Saint Lands. As a Super AI, Bai Yi was already beginning to ponder like a human. By now, all the automatic weapons in the Saint Lands have already been controlled by Bai Yi. As long as Yu Zhong willed it, all the automatic defenses would open fire. Coupled with the intense assault of the alien, the Saint Lands would fall. Yu Zhong looked at the 18 cities below and sighed lightly. While there's no problem with destroying this decaying Saint Lands, the humans in these 18 cities are innocent. If we were to wipe out the Saint Lands, these humans would become food for the aliens. They have no grudge with me, nor do I have any reason to wipe them out. It's better to live them a way out. As long as they learn their lesson, after all, we're all humans. Yu Zhong had not intended to take the core weaponry of the Saint Lands, he was in fact trying to exchange technology and information. Both sides would have benefited. Unfortunately, the Saint Lord had prioritized his own breakthrough and wanted to kill him. Yu Zhong would naturally not be courteous any longer. However, deep in his heart, he did not wish for the 18 cities to fall anyway. Yes. Bai Yi responded, and immediately adjusted the satellite orbital cannons according to Yu Zhong's instructions. The cannons then changed their trajectory, causing a light beam to tear into the Saint Peak of the Saint Lands. Hong, hong, hong. As though it was a punishment from the heavens, the light beams slammed into the Saint Peak, causing the majority of the structures to be destroyed. However, the Crystal Palace's defense was incredible. Even as the light beams shot down, they only caused part of the crystal to be chipped off, but it was not enough to destroy it fully. Even so, the impact caused the palace to shake violently, as though on the verge of collapsing. Under the violent shaking, the majority of the human experts quickly escaped from the Crystal Palace, afraid that the structure would collapse on them. The Saint Lord's expression was steely, as he spat out another mouthful of blood from his anger. His eyes were bulging right now, causing him to look like a madman. With blood trickling from his mouth, he let out another enraged howl like a demon. Yu Zhong, I will not forgive you. Yu Zhong did not want to eliminate the entire Saint Lands. Thus, after a bout of light beams blasted the Saint lands, everything readjusted and went for the aliens. When the Saint Lord saw this, he felt like his heart was bleeding as well. He knew that this huge trump card, the satellite orbital cannons, was already under Yu Zhong's control. Those cannons were truly formidable, covering the entire Uros, and it represented the control the Saint lands had over Uros. In the thousands of years that had been rebellions, but each time any resistance forces appeared, the satellite orbital cannons would fire out the light beams to wipe out these rebels. It was because of this that there had not been any faction capable of overthrowing the Saint lands. Thus, everyone in the Saint lands had grown accustomed to being high and mighty, looking down on every other person on Uros. Many of them even thought of themselves as gods, compared to the ordinary people who were like ants to them. Thus, Yu Zhong was considered a bumpkin and mortal to them as well. However, the two trump cards of the Saint lands were stolen by this bumpkin from right under their noses, causing the Saint Lord to be enraged until he puked blood many times. He gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly as he thought to himself, "I will not let you off. Yu Zhong, one fine day, you will die at my hands." As for Yu Zhong himself, he got Bai Yi to fire down at the aliens below, while he led the 12 protector battleships towards the gate of hell where Shuang was defending. This time he had earned quite the haul. Not only were there 12 protectors, he had obtained all the technology and cultivation manuals. With enough time he could develop a whole new batch of experts. Yu Zhong continued for a few kilometers when suddenly, a dense cloud of flying aliens appeared in the skies and charged right towards him. "Warning! Warning! There is a large number of flying aliens heading over, please make preparations for combat." Following her notification, the images displayed the flying aliens coming over. These aliens were already natural killing machines, each and every type of them being extremely terrifying. If a Type 3 human warrior were to come across any of them, it would be game over. Now that there were even flying types so numerous that they covered the skies, there were at least over a few hundred thousands of them. Such a number was definitely enough to wipe out a country. Yu Zhong's heart sunk. There are aerial types. This alien species is too terrifying. If they multiply to a certain extent, there would be no one capable of defeating them. Initially there had not been any aerial types in the morning, and it was a huge weakness of theirs. However, now that they have compensated for it without any advanced weaponry, there was only death for the humans. Yu Zhong looked at them and gave two simple orders: open all firing weapons and wipe out these flying aliens. Upon receiving that order, the 12 protector battleships immediately extended out with countless cannons. At the next moment, a flurry of light and particle beams fired upon the flying aliens mercilessly. All 12 battleships were under the control of Bai Yi, and their aim was accurate and true. All it took was at most 2 shots for an alien to be blasted down. In the skies, the corrosive blood splattered out like nobody's business, raining down upon the ground. Within 10 minutes, the once dense cloud of flying aliens was blasted apart by the 12 protector battleships, leaving a clear sky. Yu Zhong swept a glance through the surroundings and could not help but praise in his heart, "Powerful. The Super AI, coupled with such advanced weaponry, is truly incredibly savage." The fact that they could wipe out these many flying aliens in this battle was because of Bai Yi's calculations as well as the terrifying firepower of the protector battleships. If it had not been for Bai Yi's control, the 12 protector battleships might be able to wipe out the aliens in the end, but it would likely at the cost of more energy expenditure. When the Type 7 alien king saw his subordinates being killed by Yu Zhong, its eyes flashed with a ferocious glint. It flapped its wings, raising its speed to Mach 10, shooting towards one of the battleships with a meteor-like speed. At that instant, the Type 7 alien king flickered across a few thousand meters, arriving above the battleship. Just as it was about to slam into the battleship, the entire helicarrier lit up, as an energy shield appeared and blocked the impact. This was Bai Yi's retaliation the moment she sensed the arrival of the Type 7 alien king. Hong. The powerful Type 7 alien king slammed into the energy shield, with its own body surrounded by the black energy, and caused a terrifying collision. The energy shield rippled violently, threatening to break apart. Under the impact, even the battleship shuddered. Chapter 1023, Defeating the Alien King. Warning! Warning! Number 7 Protector Battleship had suffered a 10% damage to its shield. Based on estimations, the enemy is 80% likely to be a peak Type 7 or Type 8 alien. Yu Zhong's eye flashed with a hint of shock. What? A 10% damage in just one hit? Doesn't that mean that the battleship will fail after just 10 attacks? That alien is that strong. Since every battleship required at least 2 Type 7 mutant beast nuclei, their defenses were quite astonishing. Even a Type 7 expert might not necessarily be able to tear apart the shield so easily. And yet, a single strike from the Alien King was enough to whittle 10% away of the shield. Its might was truly frightening. Honk, honk, honk. The Alien King continued to flicker in the air, slamming into the shield continuously. Although each hit was not as strong as the first one that took off 10% of the energy, they were still enough to wear down between 4 to 6% each time. Under the constant barrage, Number 7 Protector Battleship continued to shudder. The remaining battleships opened fire, under Bai Yi's control, blasting mercilessly at the Type 7 Alien King. Its speed was truly terrifying, managing to dodge just barely even with Bai Yi's control over the particle cannons. Only a few beams were able to strike its body. When those beams slammed into it, they were directly consumed by the black energy surrounding the alien, not even scratching it. On board each and every Protector battleship, there was the main cannon. When deployed at full might, a single beam could kill a Type 7 Divine Warrior. However, due to the close proximity of the ships, they were unable to utilize it. Against this Alien King, it was like using a cannon against a mosquito. It was likely that they will miss. Even with Bai Yi's control, it was not a 100% guarantee that they could use the Protector battleships to take out the Alien King in one hit. Yu Zhong suddenly gained clarity. No. I need to act. At the very least, I have to force it away, otherwise all 12 battleships will fall at its hands. He frowned, but I've just reached the Type 7 realm while the Alien King is at the peak. It's going to be damn difficult. After Yu Zhong reached the Type 7 realm, coupled with his second-order God-Devil body, he had the confidence of defeating most peak Type 7 human experts. However, the Alien King was a different case altogether. It could slaughter a peak Type 7 human expert in barely a second. No matter how strong Yu Zhong was, he had no confidence he could survive from a clash with it. That's right. I still have this. Yu Zhong's eyes brightened as he whisked out 10 jade-like 10,000-year-old tree cores the size of 2 fingers. He then gobbled them all up. The moment he consumed them, they transformed into a cooling nourishment that traveled through his body. The light golden blood in his body absorbed the contents, and the golden hue intensified. After absorbing the cool energy, it began to course through his body, and the huge life force within him started to mix with it, transforming into a new energy. His strength began to rise by another 30%, breaking through to the mid-Type 7 realm. Yu Zhong sensed the changes and frowned slightly. Still not enough. The Alien King could fly in the sky and had terrifying combat strength. Even if Yu Zhong grew by a small stage, it was still far from enough. I still have this treasure of hope. His eyes brightened and pulled out the stealth armor, causing all signs and presence to disappear. After being completely hidden, Yu Zhong flew out from the number 1 Protector battleship, sneaking his way over towards the number 7 battleship. Currently, the energy shield of the battleship was flickering, already on the verge of dissipating. While the attacks of the Alien King was able to wear down on the energy shield, the shield itself could continually repair. As long as the Alien King could not totally destroy it, it would continue to recover. However, there was still a limit to it. Right now, the damage of the Alien King far outstripped the rate of recovery. Given enough time, the energy shield would soon crumble. Yu Zhong flew over to the middle of the ship before stopping all motion and giving an order. Bai Yi, force it over here. Yes. Receiving his order, Bai Yi adjusted the aim of cannons. At that instant, countless laser beams fired at the Alien King. At the same time, numerous satellites' orbital cannons adjusted their aims, firing down upon the Alien King. Under Bai Yi's control, the countless laser and light beams formed a fire net that had no gap, firing at the Alien King's position. The innate combat potential of the Alien King was terrifying. It sensed the weakest link of the fire net and charged right through. Of that countless beams, only 40+ beams struck it but were easily blocked by the black energy surrounding it. At the moment it thought it had bested the fire net, the hidden Yu Zhong exploded out with all his strength, the god devil flame shrouding his hands as he punched at the body of the alien king. The alien king had not expected a person to be there, and by the time it felt the intense killing intent, it was too late. Zhong's fists enveloped with the god devil flame blasted into its protecting energy. Hong. Following a terrifying energy shockwave, Zhong's fists slammed into the energy around the alien king, burning through it like a hot knife through butter, and struck the body of the alien king viciously. Dang. Zhong already had the second-order god devil body, his fists could destroy an entire building, and a single slap could flatten a tank. If he threw a punch with all his might, he could even obliterate an entire mountain. However, when that strike of his slammed into the alien king, all it did was cause a loud bang as though he had just struck metal. The exoskeleton of the alien king was crushed in about 20 centimeters, but that was the limit. It could be seen how overpowered the defense of the alien king was. Even so, Zhong channeled his god devil flames to start burning the exoskeleton, as it melted and released a strong stench of rotting. The god devil flames could burn through anything, even the exoskeleton of the Type 7 alien king could not withstand. The Type 7 alien king felt a wave of pain and swung its huge tail against Zhong's position viciously. Although it could not see him, it could sense the rough position based on the killing intent Zhong released earlier. All of a sudden, 16 bloody radiances congealed around Zhong. As the tail of the alien king slammed into the bloody radiance, it almost collapsed, but it had managed to block the strike. Die. Zhong's eyes flashed with an icy light, as he channeled his god devil flames, causing it to envelop the entire frame of the alien king. At the same time he channeled the 7th-order gravity manipulation, causing it to sink. While the alien king was being bombarded by Zhong's ruthless assault, Bai continued to control the weapons to fire light and laser beams at its position, thoroughly enveloping it. The display of flames and fire and light beams caused a spectacular and dazzling display of fireworks. All of a sudden, a number of black lights glowed out brightly among the explosions, forcing the god devil flames away. At the center of the black radiance, the heavily injured alien king appeared, its abdomen charred black, its exoskeleton dented in many areas, as well as huge amount of corrosive blood flowing. The moment it appeared, it flapped its wings, turning into a meteor as it tried to flee. It was extremely intelligent and knew that it was currently outnumbered. Since it had suffered so many grievous injuries, if it chose to fight on, it would likely perish. Its maximum speed was Mach 10, but with its current injuries, it could only reach Mach 8 in a few breaths. It had disappeared entirely. Zhong watched it disappear and frowned. What a terrifying enemy. Crafty and slippery. If the alien king continued to fight on, Zhong had a 70% confidence in killing it. However, it fled and Zhong knew that he could not do anything about it. Even if he utilized all his trump cards, it would only be sufficient to injure it further but not killing it. This was how terrifying it was. The next time he came across it, it was bound to be even stronger and tougher to deal with. Zhong cast another deep look at the direction where the alien king fled, and returned back to the No. 1 protector battleship. Chapter 1024, Request for Aid. In the wilderness near South Origin City, over hundreds of cultivators were fleeing madly, chased by 6 aliens. One bladed alien flashed and appeared behind a Type 3 martial cultivators, as slashed out with its limbs, directly slicing the human in two. A Type 4 expert roared out his technique, 7-star steps, and appeared in front of the bladed alien with his profound movement techniques, directly sending a 7-breaking fist into the head of the alien. Die, you beast! Within the South Origin City, the 7-breaking fist was also a top fist technique. When trained to the utmost peak, one would be able to crush a tank with a single punch. Dang. When the Type 4 expert punched the head of the alien, it caused a loud sound as though he had struck metal, while the exoskeleton barely dented inward. Following that, the bladed alien slashed out at the martial artist. A gust of wind blew past, and the Type 4 martial artist was also sliced in two, fresh blood pouring all over the ground. Seeing the human expert killed, Pai Jiwen, who had been at the side, roared out in rage and sorrow, as though his eyes were about to bleed. Zhifeng. That Type 4 human cultivator was called Luo Zhifeng and was the favorite disciple of Pai Jiwen, and a genius who had a high chance of breaking through to the Type 5 realm. Now he had been killed, leaving Pai Jiwen full of pain and anguish. However, he could not allow it to affect his mental state, as he quickly joined hands with the other Type 5 expert nearby, Clear Wind Martial Schools by Lien, as well as 10 other peak Type 4 experts to take on a Type 5 alien. There were only 6 aliens chasing after these hundreds of cultivators, one of them Type 5, the rest Type 4. Even though there were only 6, their speed was incredible, and due to their joint efforts, none of them had suffered at the hands of the humans. Instead, they hunted, and from time to time, they would launch a sudden assault to take down as many human experts as they could before moving on. Dang. One human expert wielding an alloy blade slashed out with all his might, just to block the claws of the Type 5 alien. The claws were sharp and instantly left 4 deep marks on the blade of that expert. Furthermore, the force behind the attack was not light, causing the Type 4 expert to stumble back a few steps. All of a sudden, there was a flash of black, slamming into the head of the Type 4 expert, causing his brain to burst apart. A human-shaped alien retracted its tongue from a 100 m away, before flickering and disappearing. With the death of the Type 4 expert, there was a breach in the encirclement, which the Type 5 alien made use of to send a claw flying out at the other Type 4 experts. In an instant, of the 9 peak Type 4 experts, 6 of them lost their heads in a shower of blood. After killing 6 experts in a second, the Type 5 alien had a ferocious glint in its eyes, as it appeared mysteriously in front of Pai Jiwen, slashing out at his head. Pai Jiwen was at the peak Type 5 realm, and he made use of a top blade technique to make a name for himself. It was how he managed to barely resist the Type 5 alien with Bai Lien and the rest. If it had been any other ordinary expert, even if there were 4 Type 5 experts, they might have been killed. It was because of this that Pai Jiwen suffered the most of the hatred from the Type 5 alien. Once it broke out of the suppression, it quickly charged over to kill him. Pai Jiwen looked at the Type 5 alien with multi-claws in front of him and did not panic. He took up a stance, preparing to use his blade to break through everything, as he retaliated with a huge 1M blade beam towards the head of the Type 5 alien. On the other side, Bai Lien was shocked, as she quickly thrust out with her own battle spear, executing a clear wind thrust. It shot towards the alien amidst countless wind blades. If the alien continued to attack Pai Jiwen, it would be pierced by Bai Lien. The combat ability of the Type 5 alien was incredibly frightening, as it assessed almost immediately that it would be injured heavily if it chose to continue attacking Pai Jiwen. The tail of the Type 5 alien slapped down on the ground, causing a huge hole. It made use of the recoil and twisted its body, before it shot backward, dodging both Pai Jiwen and Bai Lien's attacks. Even while dodging midair, the Type 5 alien did not relent, opening its huge jaws to fire its tongue out at Bai Lien. Since Bai Lien had executed the clear wind thrust, her body balance was off. Against the sudden attack from the Type 5 alien, she could only twist to one side. However, even after Bai Lien exerted all her strength to dodge, the tongue of the Type 5 alien still struck her chest, causing a huge wound with blood pouring out. The remaining 2 half-step Type 5 elites roared out in rage and tried to attack the Type 5 alien before it regained its footing. Unfortunately, just as they got close, 2 claws shot out from the body of the Type 5 alien, blasting into the heads of the 2 human experts. If it were a formation with Pai Jiwen and Bai Lien assisting, these 2 half-step Type 5 experts might still be able to defend the attacks of the Type 5 alien. However, now they were instantly KO'd. Seeing the state of Bai Lien, Han Inger screamed out in anguish, her face pale, "Master! It's over. We're dead. Even Headmaster Bai is going to die, we are dead." All the cultivators of South Origin City were filled with despair. Without the support of the Type 5 experts, all these lower-ranked cultivators could only wait for the aliens to slaughter them. It was just a matter of time. Even the resolute Pai Jiwen had a look of desolation. "It's over, am I going to die here tonight?" Among the humans, Jean Shinner, who was wearing a Type 4 battle armor riddled with injuries, sighed with regret, "What a pity, I didn't manage to kill enough aliens." She had worn the Type 4 battle armor gifted by Zhong, her battle strength at the initial Type 5 realm. Although she was not a match for the Type 5 alien, she was able to suppress the Type 4 ones. It was because she had killed a few Type 4 aliens that this human group was able to maintain their wits and not collapse. However, they were already at their limit. Thinking about the possibility of her death, a strong sense of fear overcame her, as she trembled uncontrollably. No matter how much of a genius she was a young girl, she was also afraid of death. If Bai Lien died, then there was only one outcome for the rest of the cultivators here. death. After injuring Bai Lien heavily, the Type 5 alien flashed in front of her and slashed out with its claws. The aliens did not have any concept of having pity on beauties. Am I going to die here? Bai Lien slumped to the ground, eyeing the ferocious visage of the alien, her eyes flashing with despair. All of a sudden, a huge particle beam shot down on the Type 5 alien, instantly causing it to disintegrate, leaving behind a huge, smoking hole. Everyone was stunned and they lifted their heads to the sky, only to discover 12 gargantuan helicarriers in the sky, exuding a powerful presence. 5 other particle beams shot down, taking out the remaining 5 aliens. These aliens that had killed numerous humans were instantly taken out, not even leaving a single ash. We're saved. We're saved. Thank goodness. Haha. I'm alive. Seeing the 12 protector battleships, the cultivators below could not help but cheered and laughed out in excitement. Pai Jiwen was also looking at them. Who's the master of these airships? Why would they lend us a hand? Are they from the Saint Lands? In front of everybody, the doors of the number 1 protector battleship opened up, and Zhong stepped out on thin air, descending slowly like an immortal as he approached Jean Shenner. Zhong looked at her and spoke indifferently, Jean Shenner, come with me to Earth. Jean Shenner looked at him, her eyes filled with joy as she smiled and replied, yes. Han Inger immediately leaped out from the crowd, kneeling in front of Zhong as she kowtowed, Sir Zhong, please help me, please save my master. Chapter 1025, Besieged South Origin City. The various beautiful cultivators of the Clear Wind Martial School also came up to him and kneeled, please save our master. Please. On Uros, the relationship between a master and disciple was extremely close, almost equivalent to that of parents and children. Although Bai Lien was traditional and old-fashioned, she was extremely good to her disciples. Fine. I'll save her this once. Zhong swept Bai Lien a look and immediately pointed at her. A small red liquid shot out from a bottle that appeared out of thin air and went into the wound. The moment the red liquid touched her wound, it stopped bleeding, and the wound began to twitch and heal, stabilizing her condition. Zhong swept her a look, all right, she won't die. Thank you, Sir Zhong. The women of the Clear Wind Martial School rejoiced, as they quickly gathered around Bai Lien. Pai Jiwen and the hundreds of cultivators came up with a complicated gaze. Pai Jiwen immediately bowed and apologized, Zhong, it was our fault. We shouldn't have been so small-minded and rejected your invitation. Please extend your magnanimity and mercy once more and help us out. The South Origin City is already besieged by those aliens, and a lot of our people are still trapped inside. Please help them, we're willing to become your subordinates and citizens. Please help us. Rescue our South Origin City's residents. Please. If you can save our people, I, Lu Wu, will give you my life. The cultivators behind Pai Jiwen began to beg with aggrieved faces. Some even got on their knees and kowtowed till they bled. When the initial wave of aliens had been forced back by Zhong and the cultivators, many of them went into hiding in the water tunnels. At the same time, there were some humans who had already been infected. Soon, those parasites began to mature and commenced their attacks on the other humans within the city. Of the 3 remaining Type 5 experts of South Origin City, Peng Liang had also been assassinated by one of the Type 5 aliens, instantly dying. Pai Jiwen and Bai Lien had seen that the situation was bad and quickly led the experts that they could gather to escape the city. Even so, there had been over 1,000 cultivators who escaped out, and the death toll had resulted in only a few hundred left. Yet they had only managed to kill 8 Type 4 aliens. 1,000 martial cultivators could not even deal with 20 aliens, instead they were almost wiped out. This was how terrifying the aliens were. Of course, it was also largely due to the humans being caught unprepared. The defense of the aliens was astonishing, and even when Type 4 experts attacked their exoskeleton, there was not much effect, not to mention killing them. Zhong looked at the begging people and did not even hesitate. Come with me. Let's go save some people. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Hearing his words, the cultivators of South Origin City were overjoyed as they kowtowed profusely. Inside the city, there were still family members and friends inside. Every additional person rescued was an additional life. Otherwise, these cultivators would be feeling guilty the rest of their lives. With a thought, A number of yellow lights shot down from the protector battleships, enveloping the cultivators from the South Origin City. The beams transported the cultivators up into the protector battleships. After that, the 12 helicarriers then made towards South Origin City. The speed of the battleships was incredibly fast, reaching Mach 8 at their maximum. In barely a minute they had arrived over South Origin City. By now the city was a scene right out of hell, as 600 aliens were ravaging through the city, slaughtering any humans they came across. The humans of South Origin City seemed to become trapped livestock. Anywhere they wanted to run there would be aliens. The speed of the aliens was terrifying as well. If they went all out they could easily kill a dozen humans in a single breath. Furthermore, with the help of the parasite-controlled humans, they managed to trap the hundreds of thousands of humans within the city. Even if the humans tried to hide within the city, they would still be discovered and killed. A number of big-bellied aliens pierced their tails into the humans, injecting them with the spawn, causing those infected to become carriers. Once the spawn matured they would burst out of the humans and consume them. There were various ways for the aliens to propagate. One of them was the direct larvae production by the alien queen. Another was the direct birth of matured aliens if the alien queen absorbed enough food. The second method was more terrifying, as Type 6 and Type 7 aliens could be produced this way. Another was the matured aliens producing their own larvae, infecting some other humans. The larvae would then mature within their hosts, before breaking out to consume them. This was to see the strength of the larvae survivability. Many human-shaped Type 4 and Type 3 aliens were produced this way. They were the weakest, but such ensured the variety of abilities. Furthermore, if such larvae could infect a larger beast, they would be able to produce a Type 5 or Type 6 alien. The entire South Origin City was already becoming a hunting ground and breeding farm for the aliens. There were many who stared wide-eyed in fear as the alien larvae crawled into them, and consumed them from within. Amidst their despair, many of them chose to commit suicide. Some even went crazy and gave in to their darkest desires. They began to kill, rob, rape, and commit arson, making the situation worse. The remaining humans hid within their homes, trembling with fear. They were already full of despair, awaiting their impending doom. Chapter 1026, Alien Spawn. On the hellish streets of South Origin City, 7 male thugs with obvious signs of madness in their eyes were pressing down 2 beautiful women beneath them, letting out perverted laughs. They were no different from beasts right now. The 2 women were crying and pleading, "No. Please. Let us go. Please." The leader of the group, a burly and muscular bald man with a scorpion tattoo on his right arm, had a fierce look as he barked out, "Damn it, bitch, keep quiet. This senior is going to be eaten by those freaks. Why the fuck should I care about anything else? If you girls let us have a good time, I will let you leave alive. Otherwise, I will chop off your arms and legs." Under that harsh threat, the 2 women became pale and did not dare to struggle any further. They were truly afraid of having their limbs dismembered. At that point it would be no different from being dead. The muscular man then had a lustful look in his eyes as he sniggered obscenely, "Hold them down, this senior will have his way." Ah, haha. Under the threat of death, this bald man with a scorpion tattoo had truly gone crazy. At this time, one of the men beside him, who had blonde hair and piercings, had a vicious glint in his eyes. He directly swung his huge hammer and smashed down viciously on the head of the bald man. Pooh! Following a sickening crunch, the head of the bald man burst apart like a watermelon, as red and white matter splattered all over the ground. After killing the bald man, the blonde guy let out a maniacal laughter full of hatred. "Haha! Boss Lou, you never expected for me to kill you, right? You damn bastard, actually raping this senior's girlfriend last time, making me a cuckold. This senior has been thinking of killing you for a long time. Haha. Haha. Now that you have died at my hands, it can be considered your retribution. Haha. Haha." After that, his eyes turned even more crazed and violent as he looked at the other 5 hooligans, muttering, "Oh yeah, they're still you bastards. Since I've already killed Boss Lou, why not just do away with you guys as well? He's mad. Everybody, kill him." The eyes of the 5 thugs flashed with fear and anger as they pounced for the blonde man. "For this day I've spent so much to learn from Deep Cloud Martial School just to kill you bastards. Haha. Haha. Other than Boss Lou, All you dogs are not my match at all." As he spoke, his eyes flashed viciously, and he charged into the midst of the 5 thugs, smashing down on the head of the thugs, busting their heads apart one by one like watermelons. When he was done, his entire body was covered in brain matter and blood, looking like a demon. The 2 women looked at him, their eyes filled with fear as they trembled. He then turned to look at the 2 women with a savage expression, while licking his lips with an obscene gaze. Hee lucky. Before I die, I get to toy with decent goods. Ah. The blonde-haired man quickly took off his pants, revealing his naked bottom as he laughed obscenely and walked towards the 2 women. Ah. Give me. As he was about to grab the hair of one of the women and push her towards his groin, there was a flash slicing through the man. His body was split in 2 as blood splattered out on the woman in front of him. A bladed alien turned to stare coldly at the women, its eyes filled with a violent, killing intent. Ah! When the woman saw the crumpled half of the man, she could not help but scream out in horror, as a puddle of yellow liquid flowed from her waist. As though agitated, the bladed alien shot forwards. With its speed, the lady was definitely going to be killed before she could react. At that critical moment, a white light beam shot down from the skies, blasting the alien and obliterating it. Only then did the woman regain her senses as she broke out crying, both from relief and fear. The other woman turned to look up, noticing the 12 protector battleships as particle beams fired out continuously, taking out the aliens below. She was moved as tears flowed down her cheeks. We're saved. We're saved. We're alive. The aliens within South Origin City did not number more than 1,000. Thus, they were easily taken out by the protector battleships that could easily wipe out tens of thousands. There had been an alien nest near the city, however, as Zhong had gone to storm it, the number of aliens were lesser. Had Zhong not gone in to annihilate the aliens at that time, it was likely that there not even be corpses left to bury by the time he got back to South Origin City. After an hour, every single alien within the city had been cleaned up and taken out. Once that was dealt with, all the cultivators saved by Zhong quickly disembarked to organize the citizens within for an evacuation. With the orderly instructions and overseeing people, the survivors all quickly went up the protector battleships. There was soon a long queue in front of the entrances of the helicarriers. The citizens of South Origin City boarded the battleships in an orderly manner. One fashionably dressed young lady who had beautiful looks was about to enter the battleship when a beam scanned past her, and immediately a mechanical voice sounded out, "Warning, warning, parasitic life form detected. Likely to be infected by the alien spawn. Kill immediately." Once the voice sounded, a panel opened up to reveal a particle cannon. Another survivor had a look of shock as he hurried in front of the beautiful girl and shouted, "What? Infected? Impossible. She's my sister. She can't be infected. Don't kill her. If you want to, take me down first." His words had barely sounded when a particle beam fired right through his head, blasting it apart. At the same time, the beam penetrated through the chest of the woman, causing a huge hole as blood flowed out profusely. She did not die, however, as her mouth opened and a number of alien spawn shot out, intending to leap for the humans nearby. Alien spawn. Seeing the sudden appearance of the alien spawn, the people began to panic and chaos broke out. They were not willing to be infected by those spawn and devoured. However, the moment those spawn jumped out, the particle beams quickly made short work of them, blasting them to pieces. At the same time, the beautiful woman who had been a host disintegrated as well. Zhong's voice sounded coldly from the battleships. "Do not panic. I've taken care of those aliens. Quieten down and go through the checks as you're supposed to. Those who aren't willing to board, if you're clean of any infections after the scan, you may go. Those who reject the scans will be executed immediately." Hearing his words, many of them began to relax. The tests might be strict, but it was to ensure their safety. One burly man roared out, "That's too overbearing. We're not your slaves. Why should we listen to you? Everybody come charge with me. He definitely can't deal with us all." The moment he said that, a particle beam blasted his lower body, disintegrating it. He slumped to the ground and his mouth opened, revealing more alien spawn that crawled out from any available crevices. The moment those alien spawn crawled out, particle beams fired out on them and incinerated them. As though sensing the threat of death, those infected hiding within the crowd began to open their mouths, as slime-covered alien spawn crawled out from their mouths, pouncing towards the other humans. Unfortunately for them, the moment they appeared, the readied particle beams blasted out, obliterating them as well as their hosts. Of the 160,000 survivors, 40,000 had been infected. Zhong could not afford to be merciful as he ordered for all hosts to be annihilated. In the end, there were only 120,000 survivors left. Chapter 1027, Type 7 Yin Shuang. Zhong was forced to kill those infected 40,000 humans. If there were just one or two, he might try to utilize surgery to extract the spawn out and save the host's lives. However, with such a number he had no way of helping them. Furthermore, he wanted to bring them back to Earth. The moment one infected host got past, the entire China would be in danger. Just one single alien spawn would evolve into a new queen if it migrated to a place without any of its kind. It would then grow to become the single propagator of the alien species, and if left to evolve, it would only be a matter of time before it destroyed Earth. After wiping out those hosts, the remaining 120,000 human survivors quickly embarked the protector battleships. While every single battleship was packed with the survivors, they were still able to ferry all 120,000 survivors. After accommodating them and settling them in place, the 12 battleships soared once more and shot towards the gates of hell. Outside the gates, there were piles of corpses belonging to aliens and mutant beasts, as a silver-haired girl sat atop a humongous red ape the size of a bungalow, looking bored. The huge Type 6 blazing ape of over 6 meters in height looked at Yin Shuang atop its head with a hint of fear in its eyes. Just a day ago this Type 6 blazing ape had tried to get past the gates of hell into Earth. When it met Yin Shuang, although it was a powerful Type 6 mutant beast, it was completely suppressed by her. In the end, it had submitted and became her pet. That was how it retained its life. The Type 6 blazing ape thought to how Yin Shuang had flung it about like a rag doll, and its heart turned cold. Yin Shuang's feet continued to dangle over its head as she held up her head. "Hey little red, say, why isn't father back yet? I'm already bored of killing these monsters." Little red. When it heard this name, the blazing ape's expression contorted. With its intellect, it could understand Yin Shuang's words, and with its size, how could it be considered little? However, in front of this violent master, as well as the reminder of the alien corpses in front of it, it could only roar out affectionately. Among the pile of corpses, there were 6 Type 6 alien corpses. They were all blasted in the head by Yin Shuang, and this Type 6 blazing ape did not want to join them. Yin Shuang chuckled, "Hee hee, you like this name too? The names I chose are not too bad, right? Is the standard good? Let me tell you, I learned all these from father. Yin Shuang loves father the most." The Type 6 blazing ape lamented in its heart. Such an awful name, who would want it? It wanted to curse Yin Shuang's father so much. However, it could only force out an ugly smile and roared back in agreement. Yin Shuang's face crunched up, as her eyes flashed with a violent and sadistic light. A killing intent billowed out from her. "Why isn't father back yet? Yin Shuang is getting angry and wants to kill something." Yin Shuang was, after all, a life form produced from the mutant-infected womb, and possessed an incredible talent and strength, which came from the violent blood of the infection. Only Zhong was able to suppress her nature and violent tendencies. When faced with that incredible killing intent, the blazing ape was filled with fear, quickly kneeling on the ground as it trembled, afraid that its master would kill it with a single slap. Right at this time, the 12 enormous helicarriers soared through the skies, flying towards her. Yin Shuang turned her gaze up, her eyes filled with combat intent, when suddenly her right wrist turned warm, and Zhong's image appeared. Zhong spoke, "Yin Shuang, it's me. I'm in those battleships. I'm back. It's been hard on you." These few days she had been stationed here guarding the gate, preventing any aliens from entering Earth through the gates of hell. If it had not been for her, most of them would have entered and infiltrated China, causing the calamity-stricken China to be under threat yet again. "Father, I'm coming." Yin Shuang laughed sweetly and leaped up into the sky, soaring towards the 12 battleships. Zhong stared in shock. "Flight? She's already able to manipulate the atmospheric energy. This is the realm of a Type 7 divine warrior. Has she already evolved to become one? That pearl is truly a treasure." When Zhong had separated from Yin Shuang, she had only been at the high Type 6 realm. In just a few days she had already broken through to the Type 7 realm, her speed far surpassing Zhong and his god and devil imprint. Although her talents were heaven-defying, she had no way of comparing to Zhong's god-devil body and his god and devil imprint. It was because of the treasure from the lake that had bolstered her speed. Zhong watched her arrive, his gaze pleased. In any case, it's good. With her and myself, there are now 2 Type 7 experts in China. Adding on the 12 battleships, we finally have some decent power. Zhong might already be at the Type 7 realm and invincible throughout Earth, but there were still other worlds out there. There was Emperor Ba Long from the Third World, the Type 7 aliens and Alien King from Uros. At the same time he was extremely clear that above him, there was still the even more terrifying Type 8 and Type 9 Divine Warriors. Inside the battleship, Zhong thought quietly, a Type 7 Divine Warrior can control the atmospheric energy, while a Type 8 Divine Warrior can comprehend spatial laws, and a Type 9 Divine Warrior has direct control over it. In the Third World, that fearsome entity that had transcended worlds to attack me must be at the very least a Type 9 Divine Warrior who could control space. Such an entity must already be almost equivalent to God. Only those at the peak can claim to be free from God's control. Otherwise we're just all his toys, life and death at his whim. After reaching his current stage, Zhong had begun to understand many things, pinpointing the next step in his cultivation. At the same time, he had started to get a clearer picture of the Type 8 and Type 9 existences from the notifications. He thought to himself, my god-devil body together with the imprint contain many secrets. The cultivators of Uros had been stuck at a bottleneck, unable to break through. As for me, as long as I kill enough experts and absorb their life force, I can evolve, possessing countless abilities. Such potential is truly heaven-defying. There must be some form of a secret to them. However, with my current strength I cannot peer past the veil. Right now, I should focus on leading the people of China to live on. As he was pondering, the 12 battleships managed to make it past the gate. When the 12 battleships got close to the gates of hell, a number of black beams shot out from the gate, falling upon the battleships. The battleships began to shrink, while the humans were also shrunk until the fleet passed through smoothly. Zhong watched himself shrink and sighed out in amazement. Incredible, the gate of hell is a link between space after all. That entity called God is truly powerful, to be able to do something like this. The rest of the survivors did not feel anything as they were huddled within the ship, not knowing they had been shrunk. On Earth, right in front of that gate, there was an entire regiment of China's finest soldiers. 20 Reapers had been deployed out. Countless laser-mounted vehicles were also aiming at the gate. Even the powerful Storm battleship was ready to fire its ultimate Raytheon cannon at the gate, at a moment's notice. Due to their uncertainty of Uros before the exploration, Zhong had ordered Bai Yi to deploy China's elite forces to guard the gates, not allowing any monsters from escaping. Jianghu was decked in a suave military uniform as she stared at the gates, her teeth clenched tight. It's already been 5 days, how come he isn't back yet? The 5 days that Zhong had entered the gate, Jianghu had been waiting throughout. Chapter 1028, Concept of a Large City Base. Outside the Gate of Hell, a number of off-duty soldiers were huddled near a vehicle, engaging in small talk. One of them had his laser rifle slung behind his back as he asked his fellow soldier, a tanned and muscular man, "Old Wang, we heard you recently got married. She used to be a female TV anchor from G-City, not bad, eh? When are you bringing her out for us to meet?" Another soldier chuckled. "We heard she's pretty caring as well." After Old Wang became a lieutenant, a number of beauties took the initiative to chase him. Old Wang chuckled smugly, "You guys just have to work hard to reach this rank as well. By that time, with our Central Army system, you guys will naturally be taken care of." The Central Army was the strongest armed force under Zhong's command right now, equipped with laser guns, ray guns, including the Reapers, Sky Fortress and multi-purpose scanning helmets. They were all peak-grade equipment of the world currently. The treatment and remuneration of the soldiers were decent, and most of the female survivors hoped to marry an officer. In case of danger and emergencies, they would have some sort of backing. After the baptism of the apocalypse, the remaining female survivors outnumbered male survivors. This was because most of them were usually captured and treated as toys and harem members of powerful experts. Although there was no dignity, they had managed to survive. In fact, in some factions, it was not uncommon to see hundreds of women being kept captive. In comparison, most male survivors were drafted into becoming soldiers and fighters, pitting their lives against zombies, mutant beasts and other humans, thus there was a higher death toll. After establishing the new China, although things were much better, there were still many male warriors and hunters who took risks to kill zombies and mutant beasts in order to evolve. Many of these solo warriors died out there. Women stayed within the cities, and few had the desire to become strong warriors themselves. Only those who wanted to control their own fates would take the risk to head out and kill to become stronger. Under such circumstances, every mature man would be like a hot commodity, with a few women throwing themselves on them. This old Wang was a lieutenant in the army, thus he had a bevy of suitors. He sighed, "Truly life now is so much better. A year ago it was practically hell. It's all thanks to leader Zhong. If not for him we might still be living like corpses, if not already zombies." A year ago, this old Wang had been one of the survivors at the lowest rungs of society, having difficulty even with his meals. Not to mention women, even if he was given one, he could not afford to take care of her. One shorter soldier with a yellowish complexion took out a cigarette, taking in the flavor as his eyes revealed an expression of bliss. That's right. A year ago it had been the worst of times. Just a cigarette like this would have been more precious than life. Now, it's still a luxury, but at least all of us here in the Central Army can afford to smoke it. Such cigarettes were found everywhere before the apocalypse but were a rare luxury during the early days of the apocalypse. Even after the new China had been established, they were still a luxury, reliant on the stock of the pre-apocalypse days. After all, Zhong had directed efforts and resources into military spending and factories, otherwise how could have produced so many military resources? Although they had established the new China and reclaimed most of the land, Zhong was clear that their foundation was still weak. Earth was still in peril. Once those zombies and mutant beasts attack all the human bases, they would still perish. One of the soldiers stared at the cigarette with greed. "Monkey, give me half." Monkey chuckled and admonished him jokingly, "Shadow scram. We're all given 2 every month, go smoke your own." Shadow grumbled, "2, I've already spent mine. It's too little, not enough for me." As they were chatting idly, one of the soldiers went wide-eyed as he called out, "Look! What's that?" All the soldiers narrowed their gazes and looked towards the gate of hell, and were greeted by something majestic that they had never seen in their lives. 12 gigantic battleships flew out from the gate, soaring towards the sky. Every few meters they ascended, they seemed to grow larger one more, until by the time they fully expanded above, the entire patch of the sky seemed to be blocked out. Old Wang immediately grabbed his rifle, barking out at the rest as he pulled down his helmet, executing a combat movement, "Get ready for battle." The rest of the idling soldiers also revealed their elite standards through training and countless battles, swiftly getting into position and hiding behind cover as they stared at 12 protector battleships in the sky warily. Although the soldiers were shocked, they had long since been trained to react calmly and bravely. They were the elite and most outstanding of the Central Army, not some motley bunch. "Everyone, please be notified that these aircraft belong to leader Zhong. Do not engage. I repeat, do not engage." Immediately, warnings sounded off in every single helmet. "That's leader Zhong's ride. Holy shit. Mother effing cool. That's really too damn awesome. None of our Earth's helicarriers are that crazy. Haha, with those 12 helicarriers, our China is going to become unstoppable in the aerial department. Shit, those Air Force guys are going to enjoy themselves so much." Eyeing the battleships in the skies, there was not a single soldier that was not filled with pride and joy. The stronger China became the higher their positions. These battleships were definitely not simple, and they were naturally excited. The battleships began to descend, and many humans walked out, eyeing their surroundings with wariness and caution. Zhong brought Shuang out, and he immediately caught sight of the valiant and beautiful Jianghu. Jianghu also smiled a rare smile, walking towards him with Qinyao by her side. Zhong looked at Qinyao and gave a flurry or orders. "Qinyao, there are 120,000 people here, go get someone to settle them in. Furthermore, 2,000 troops are to stay here to guard this location. Everyone else is to go back. I've brought back these 12 protector battleships to guard this location. One of them will be my own vehicle, the rest can be used for some of the guys to get used to." As the ruler, there were many things Zhong did not have to see to personally, he just had to assign someone to it. The beautiful Qinyao replied, "Understood." Zhong smiled gently and reached out with his right hand. Come, let me show you my victory prize. Jianghu smiled and reached out with her own hand. Seeing this, Shuang revealed an expression of dislike, as she shot Jianghu a death stare, before hugging Zhong's right arm tightly. The three of them then headed towards the protector battleship. Qinyao watched them go with a complicated gaze, before turning around to leave and issuing orders. Inside one of the rooms, Zhong then narrated the events on Uros. Jianghu had been sitting quietly listening, and when he was done she frowned. Zhong, I think our current situation is incredibly dangerous. Most of the survivors are in various cities, spreading out what we can do. Against the zombies, it isn't too much, but if those aliens were to come, then any small city would fall to them. Zhong also frowned and knew that she was right. If the aliens were to invade, then those spread-out cities would become food and prey for the aliens. He asked, what ideas do you have? Jianghu replied, build a large city base and gather all survivors there. After that, we will tighten the security with our various technology and identity scanners, engaging in periodic checks and scans. It will help ensure no hosts get past us unchecked. Zhong frowned, but that would mean giving up many regions and tightening our defense lines. Some of the production cities will also have to be sacrificed. Furthermore, if the proposed city is breached, that would mean our end. Jianghu swiftly countered, I know we can still assign drones and robots to those areas of resources. Furthermore, we can build the large city base near those current locations with resources. As to the possibility of the city being attacked, it's nothing to worry about. There will be all our strongest forces gathered there. If even that is defeated, then humanity is destined to be doomed. No matter how scattered we are, the outcome will be the same. It would just be a matter of how early. Chapter 1029, America's Calamity. Zhong pondered silently. True, if we were to gather our forces and cannot withstand those aliens, then it just means that it's fate. Now that we're all scattered, once those aliens, the Dino race and the Saint clan were to attack, those cities without protection will still die. Why not just gather them to make things easier? That will reduce the pressure on the soldiers as well. He then spoke, all right, let's do it according to your suggestion. We will immediately commence construction on such a city, and bring all our citizens in. If such a plan was proposed before the apocalypse, it would definitely not be feasible, due to the sheer numbers. However, it was much simpler now. The capital was able to accommodate over a few million people, whereas the current count of survivors was nowhere near that many. He just needed to choose a few important cities, and then make use of the technology that he had obtained to transform those cities to become fortresses similar to the Shueluo forts. Zhong's gaze then narrowed as he directly asked, wait, Bai Yi, on Earth, how many other new gates of hell are there, other than the one here? Bai Yi's eyes ran numbers and swiftly replied, according to the satellite images, there were 63 new gates of hell. Based on the locations and distribution, those not yet discovered should be between 163 and 345 of them. This is just the number on land. If there are gates within the oceans, then it's likely that there are more. Our Earth's humans are in danger. Zhong bolted up, his heart filled with a sense of crisis. A single gate of hell with those aliens was enough to wipe out all of humanity. To think that there were so many gates of hell that appeared, it was likely that more terrifying species and races would descend upon Earth soon. When his thoughts came there, even with his Type 7 realm strength, Zhong still felt a chill in his heart. After Zhong reached the Type 7 stage together with his second-order God-Devil body, he comprehended many secret and profound ways. He could be considered one of the strongest among the Type 7 realm. Even if countless races descended, if he could not defeat them, he could still run. But in China there were many loyal subordinates, his close brothers, his loved ones, and many of his countrymen. He could not just abandon them all for his own life. He could only brave it all and defeat all his enemies. Once he fell, China would be reduced to hell. Such a terrifying future presented a strong pressure on him. He quickly calmed himself down and became resolute once more. I will not fall. Never. For myself, for the millions, I will defeat all enemies and gain victory in the end. Over at Canada, out in the wilderness, there was a gate of hell. When it had appeared, the American satellites had already caught wind of it. Currently, there was an elite troop gathered outside the gate of hell. On top of that, There was also 100 American elites as well as 500 super soldiers dressed in the nano armor. A large number of cannons, rocket launchers, missiles, and even a nuclear warhead was pointed right at the gate of hell. Once there were any existences that humanity could not deal with, they would utilize all of these. Canada had already come under America's control under the agreement of the Earth's federal government. They were naturally not willing to allow any foreign species to invade their regions. If it wasn't for the gate being so hardy, impervious to even missiles and projectiles, America would have long since bombed the gate to smithereens. No country was willing to keep such a horrendous thing in their own backyard. The gate was invulnerable and could not be shut. Even Zhong, a Type 7 expert, could not do anything to it. Leo, the leader of the Superhuman Alliance, one of the 3 top experts on Earth, stood on a small hill, looking at the gate of hell with a complicated gaze. He thought silently, who knows what kind of world is on the other side? The technology and experts? Should I go over? However, what if I can't come out when I go over? With so many new gates of hell, once I leave, if America were to fall under monsters, I would become a sinner. Just as he was in a dilemma, the gate suddenly contorted, and a huge dino warrior covered in scales and sharp spikes stepped out, a ferocious glint in his eyes. Open fire. The moment the dino warrior appeared, the American commanders immediately gave the command. At that instant, many soldiers opened fire, causing a rain of bullets to fall upon the dino warrior. These American troops were also elite soldiers that had gone through job changes under the system and had incredible aim. Most of the bullets fell upon the head of the dino warrior accurately. Dang. Following the sounds of impact, the bullets just bounced off the head of the dino warrior, not causing any harm at all. Impenetrable. Seeing this, all the commanders frowned. Firearms were a weapon the humans employed against the zombies. Other than a few L-types, all the other low-level zombies would usually be taken out by headshots. If guns were ineffective, then it would be a tougher fight. When struck by those bullets, the dino warrior was enraged, and with a flash, his speed reached the sound barrier as he disappeared from his location, charging towards the humans. All of a sudden, a laser beam shot out, striking in between the head of the dino warrior. It immediately burnt a huge hole, causing him to fall out of the air. Among the Superhuman Alliance, one 15-year-old rebellious youth held a laser gun as he blew a whistle. These laser guns are truly incredible, actually killing that guy in one shot. Oh yeah, Leo, when will our America be able to produce such laser guns ourselves? Another expert, Cole, spoke out, Wayne, you think it's so easy to develop such laser guns? Even if we have the tech, it would need time to mass produce them. Right now, only China had the ability to mass produce the laser guns. While America and the Kingdom of God had exchanged technology with Zhong, in order to make it into reality, it required time. It was just like how Zhong had obtained the Beast Warrior transformation technology, but he could only produce about 500 of them. Wayne asked curiously, then why don't we ask for more? Cole replied, China doesn't even have enough, we should be celebrating the fact that they've agreed to sell us a 1,000. Leo eyed the gate of hell and felt a sense of foreboding as he quickly barked out, all of you shut up. The enemy is here. Prepare for battle. Once Leo got angry, no one dared to chit-chat as their gazes fell upon the gate of hell. Right after the dino warrior was taken out, more of them walked out from the gate of hell. This time, the human soldiers knew better and quickly armed their laser rifles and fired. Before the dozens of dino warriors could react, they were already reduced to corpses. All of a sudden, 30 of them charged right out at a terrifying speed. Due to their speed reaching the sound barrier, it was hard for the human soldiers to get an aim at that instant. Even with the peak snipers of the Superhuman Alliance, they only managed to take out over 20 of them, while 8 managed to retreat back. Seeing the 8 escape, Leo's face fell as he felt a sense of danger. Not good. Not long after the 8 dino warriors escaped, in a breath, numerous more charged out right through to the human base. Open fire. Open fire. The moment they came out from the gate, the commanders began to roar out in panic. The numerous prepared heavy weaponry were let loose, as all sorts of projectiles and bullets buffeted the area. Under that terrifying fire, many dino warriors were blasted apart. However, these were those at the Type 3 level. Some managed to break through the suppressing fire and quickly arrived in front of the humans. Those soldiers in the nano armor quickly engaged those dino warriors, fending off after much difficulty. Chapter 1030, The Mighty Tyranno-King. Honk, honk, honk. The sounds of cannons rang out continuously, as the gates of hell was bombarded constantly, without a moment of rest. Based on the strength of these Dino warriors, once they got close, it would a nightmare for those American soldiers. Every single Dino warrior was at least at the Type 3 realm, and their close combat potential was terrifying. Even with the Superhuman Alliance being known for their close combat strength, if they were not careful, they would perish at the hands of those Dino warriors. Under the bombardment, many of the Dino warriors were blasted into smithereens. However, there were still those that managed to escape and got entangled with super soldiers. Even with some Type 5 human experts leading the charge, there were a dozen Type 3 human experts that were torn apart by the Dino warriors. More Dino warriors were pouring out from the gates of hell, but under the concentrated efforts of the American troops, they died miserably, and the threat was never too overwhelming. Leo stood on a hill, eyeing the battle. He was the trump card of the American troops and would not act too easily. His main mission was to wipe out the peak experts of these Dino warriors. Every single Dino warrior was an expert. If they were able to charge into the midst of the human soldiers, then only Leo would be able to deal with them. All of a sudden, 20 shadows charged out from the gates of hell. Honk, honk, honk. Under a huge explosion, a dozen of those shadows was directly enveloped in a huge cloud of dust. Leo swept those shadows a look, his face changing as he shouted loudly, "Watch out, the experts of the enemy forces have arrived. They're above the Type 5 realm." Leo's words had not fallen when the Tyranno-King erupted out with a vicious and savage aura, appearing in front of a Type 5 expert. He revealed a cruel smile as he blasted out with a violent fist. The Tyranno-King was a peak Type 6 expert, his combat strength terrifying. Even some Type 7 experts might not be a match for him. The Type 5 human expert was not able to react in time, and his head directly exploded. Leo saw that, and his eyes flashed with a ferocious glint, roaring in fury, "Jess?" Jess was Leo's good friend and one of the elders in the Superhuman Alliance. Both of them had fought side by side for America's sake. After going through countless cruel battles, they had become the best of comrades. Seeing Jess's death, Leo was filled with sorrow and anguish. The Tyranno-King grabbed out at another Type 4 expert and crushed him beneath his claws. Ha! Ha ha! Weak. These humans are so weak. Time for me to go all out. One burly Type 6 Diplodocus King stepped out, wielding a 500m long beast bone as he declared loudly, "Stop fooling around. Kong Bao Zhen, quickly take out these humans, otherwise Emperor Ba Long would be angry. You dare to kill Brother Jess. Die. Monsters." One golden-haired babe with a sexy figure stepped out and roared in fury. She slapped her hands and in an instant, thousands of sharp ice shards that could pierce even tanks shot out at the Tyranno-King. Another man slapped the ground, causing numerous ground spikes to explode out at the Tyranno-King. One other warrior roared out in rage, using his mind to control a powerful gravitational field to envelop the Tyranno-King. A hippie-looking soldier with braids waved her hands, shooting out wind blades that sliced towards the Tyranno-King. "Leave this fellow to us." 3 human soldiers wearing Type 4 battle armors that enabled their strength to reach the Type 5 realm charged towards the Diplodocus King. Generally speaking, most large-sized beasts would have some weakness in their speed or agility. Many of those Type 5 mutant beasts might be incredibly strong, but when comparing speed they might not even be on the same level as some peak Type 3 human divine warriors. Weak? You humans are too weak. The Tyranno-King laughed out savagely, and with a tap of his foot, he turned into a beam of light that shot towards the experts of the Superhuman Alliance. When those ice shards and wind blades struck his body, they were directly smashed into pieces, not harming him in the slightest. At that instant, the Tyranno-King appeared in front of the beauty that controlled ice, swiping out with his powerful claws, and directly crushing her head. After killing her in one strike, he laughed out and charged towards the human group once more, easily digging out the hearts of the lower-leveled soldiers of the Superhuman Alliance. He then proceeded to devour the hearts, his expression relaxed yet cruel. A few peak Type 4 human soldiers with speed had arrived behind the huge Diplodocus King. "Damn ants, become meat paste for me." He turned around, sweeping them with a disdainful gaze as he swung down with his massive bone. At that moment, 3 of the human experts were instantly crushed flat, unable to react to that strike. Although the size of this Diplodocus king was huge, his speed was not slow. It was just slightly slower than the Type 6 Tyranno-King, but compared to the humans, it was still enough to cause them despair. These ants shall be left to you, Tyranno-King, Stego-King, I will go destroy their weapons of war. The Type 6 Diplodocus king swept his surroundings a look, before disappearing. It then reappeared among the heavy weaponry of the American troops, and swung out viciously, smashing the tanks and armored vehicles into the skies. When they landed, they were all destroyed. Stego-King? Another Type 6 monster? Leo's heart turned cold as he felt a bad premonition. He then activated his cape's life-saving skill teleportation, reappearing over 100 meters away. At the moment he disappeared, a blade flashed past his original location, slashing through thin air. Leo's eyes narrowed as he saw clearly who the perpetrator was. It was a Dino warrior covered entirely with sharp bone plates, emitting a powerful killing intent. He had a Stegosaurus head, while his eyes contained a violent glint. The Type 6 Stego-King swept Leo a look, laughing coldly. Human, you're not too bad to be able to evade the sneak attack of mine. Kneel and submit, I can let you become the king of the human race. Otherwise today will be the day you die. Forget about it. I will never surrender to you, damn freak. Leo was also a resolute and strong defender of humanity. With a thought, a nether void appeared in midair, and from it, a 5 tall Type 5 ferocious spirit ape leaped out, clad entirely in black scales. As the peak expert of America and possessing a god-devil body as well, Leo had his own trump cards, and this Type 5 ferocious spirit ape was one of them. It was a mutant beast at the peak of Type 5, its combat strength stronger than Leo if he did not employ any special means. The moment the Type 5 ferocious spirit ape appeared, it roared out in anger and flashed towards the Type 6 Stego-King. Type 5 mutant beast? Strong. However, I am still stronger. With a flash, the Stego-King also transformed into a beam of light and clashed with the Type 5 ferocious spirit ape. While the Type 5 ferocious spirit ape could absolutely crush some initial and mid-Type 6 experts, the Stego-King was still a peak Type 6 expert, with half a step into the Type 7 realm. It was almost toe-to-toe. With just the first clash, the Type 5 ferocious spirit ape was almost riddled with injuries. However, its recovery speed was still astonishing. Furthermore, it was a battle-hungry creature, and did not lose out even with its initial disadvantage. 3 peak Type 6 experts, we cannot handle this. I have to escape. Leo swept a gaze throughout the battlefield, his eyes flashing with a strange glint. He sighed deeply before his back glowed and a pair of treasures appeared, covered in runes and powered by a Type 5 mutant beast nucleus. He charged towards the skies and disappeared. Amidst the blade flashes, the Type 5 ferocious spirit ape was ripped apart, fresh blood flowing everywhere. The Stego-King stood over its corpse, his hands grabbing the Type 5 nucleus from the ape, as he eyed the fleeing Leo. Frowning, he thought, so fast in escaping. Although these humans might not be our match, their abilities to preserve their lives are truly not weak. Even Emperor Ba Long might not be able to chase him. I guess only the swift Pero King or even Emperor Fei Long can chase up to that ant and kill him. The treasure on Leo's back was a treasure of hope, wings of hope. When powered by a Type 5 nucleus, he would have the flight speed of a Type 5 mutant beast. When powered by a Type 6, likewise, his speed would reach the Type 6 realm. It was a powerful life-saving tool and one of his trump cards as well. In the air, Leo retrieved a walkie-talkie as he spoke low into it. It's Leo, time to engage Operation Destruction. Operation Destruction activated. Operation Destruction has been activated. 5, 4, 0. Chapter 1031, Nuclear Attack. In the capital of China, Yu Zhong's eyes were glued to the screen, sighing deeply. Operation Destruction, are we finally forced to that state? Those Dino warriors are truly terrifying. As a Super AI, as long as there's any place with connection on Earth, it would be Bai Yi's territory. She had already long since gained control of all the supercomputers of Earth, as well as the satellites. Even the Kingdom of God and America did not know that their satellites have already been brought under Yu Zhong, and every single move they made was displayed for Yu Zhong to see. Operation Destruction was a plan Yu Zhong knew well. It referred to the usage of the final trump card, the nuclear missile. Leo also had been to the Second World ravaged by nuclear warfare and knew the terrifying after-effects. The radiation would make it hard for humans to survive, and there would be a growing number of pitiful mutants, savage and barbaric irradiated devils, as well as irradiated beasts, causing even the earth to be sick. It was a measure meant as a last resort. This was the consensus among all countries, and even though Leo knew the consequences, he had been forced to choose it. It was evident just how far he was backed into a corner. 0. When the countdown hit 0, a number of nuclear missiles fired out from America, aiming for the direction of the Gate of Hell as targeted by their satellites. By the time the nuclear warhead soared right above the Gate of Hell, there were more than 200,000 Dino warriors as well as warriors of their various vassal clans. Most of the armored forces of America had already been vanquished, with 60% of their equipment destroyed. The Dino warriors were not used to utilizing technology, their bodies were their weapons. As he stood among the corpses and heaps of metal, the burly Diplodocus-King suddenly lifted his head and saw the incoming 5 nuclear warheads. Each Type 6 divine warrior had powerful senses. Although the Diplodocus-King could not compare to Leo with his god-devil body, his senses were enough to detect the incoming warheads. He spoke solemnly, "The humans had fired 5 warheads at us, who wants to go destroy them? Missiles? They're pretty slow, eh?" The Tyranno-King leered with sarcasm as he grabbed a broken tank beside him and continued, "Let's all go, see who can destroy the most." The Stego-King laughed out confidently, and flashed in front of another demolished tank as he grabbed it and declared, "It will be me." The Diplodocus-King sneered and hoisted 3 tanks by himself as he looked towards the sky. As the missiles reached about 3 kilometers away from the gate, the 3 of them flung the projectiles in their hands. Each of them was at the peak of Type 6, having stepped into it for hundreds of years, thus they were extremely clear about their own strength. The broken tanks shot towards the missiles like meteors, slamming into each of them. Honk, 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 honk. Following 5 earth-shaking explosions, the entire Canada seemed to tremble. The terrifying explosions engulfed the entire area near the Gate of Hell, causing a blinding light that spread outward, as the resulting shockwave blasted in all directions as well. Mushroom clouds rose as countless electronics in Canada failed. No. The 3 sniggering Dino Kings felt the incredible danger at that moment, and quickly channeled their radiance of life, retreating maniacally. Unfortunately, it was too late as the entire region, including the 200,000 Dino warriors around the Gate of Hell, was enveloped by the powerful explosion and consumed. As the dust settled, and all was calm once more, every single one of the 200,000 foreign species had been reduced to nothing more than broken corpses. Although the majority were peak Type 3 experts as well as Type 4 and Type 5 Dino generals among them, in front of the nuclear weapon they had still perished. Is it over? Zhong continued to observe through the satellite. He discovered that the Gate of Hell was still standing fine, without a single scratch, emitting an ancient and powerful aura. With a flash, another batch of Type 3 Dino warriors stepped out. At the center of the aftermath of a nuclear explosion, an ordinary human would have been subjected to radiation and died instantly. However, the Dino warriors continued to pour out without stop, as though not affected by the radiation. When the American government saw this through their feed, they were all filled with ashen expressions. What the hell? Do we continue firing? No. Any more than this, and before we take them out, our Earth will be destroyed. Canada is too near to our country. If this continues, America will also suffer from the radiation. Discussions broke out in the meeting hall, arguing if they should or should not use the nuclear missiles. Right as the government was still debating, the Dino warriors quickly left under the command of their Dino generals, leaving the region of the Gate of Hell. Numerous armies quickly gathered and set off in all directions from Canada. Damn it. What do we do? What do we do? Within the command center, Leo saw the number of enemies stepping out of the Gate of Hell, and he was gripped with anxiety. One intelligence officer came running up to him with a pale face, reporting, "The kingdom of God has fallen. The first apostle, Edward, had already been killed by the foreign species." Chapter 1032, The Beastmen Race. Somewhere in Europe, near to the original capital of France, Paris. In the skies there were countless fighter jets, bomber planes and unmanned drones firing at the ground. On the ground the explosions rang out incessantly. All over the chaotic battlefield, a number of Beastmen warriors covered in scales, their heights between 3 to 6 meters, were currently engaged with the soldiers of the Kingdom of God that had undergone the beast transformation technique. Both sides were clashing viciously, as though beasts of different sizes were slaughtering one another. In the skies, about 5 kilometers above the center of the battlefield, there were large floating devices the size of clouds, and on them similar monsters of about 3 to 8 stood. One of them had a single black horn on his head, with a snake-like visage and a human-like body. He eyed the battle below and laughed. These humans are interesting to be able to create beast transformation warriors. Another one had a horse face exuding a Type 6 strength. Your Highness Taylor. These humans might have created the beast transformation warriors, but they can't compare to us true beastmen warriors. Taylor looked down and laughed coldly. That is true. What's fake will always be fake. Currently, while the beast transformation warriors might not be utterly devastated, but it was true that under the assault of the actual beastmen warriors, they were being taken out one by one, as the tide of the battle flowed against them. If it was not for the heavy weaponry of the humans to support them, they would have long been wiped out by the beastmen warriors. At this time, 36 Thunder Fighters flew over, immediately launching an assault on the upper echelon of the beastmen up in the clouds. A number of rockets and missiles slammed towards their floating devices. What irritating pests die for me? Taylor frowned slightly and reached out his right hand that was shining with the God and Devil imprint, as 4 beams of black light shot out, radiating an evil energy. The rockets immediately dissolved when they came into contact with the black beams, turning into a melted liquid that dripped down to the ground. As the 5 black beams swept past the 36 Thunder Fighters, they also began to corrode and dissolve, turning into metal liquid. In front of Taylor, the trump card of the Kingdom of God was reduced to nothing. After he destroyed the 36 Thunder Fighters, Taylor shook his head and sighed. The life force of these ordinary humans are too little. Even after 36 machines are destroyed, they are not even 1% of the life force from those human apostles. Honging. I'll leave these flies to your Red Eagle tribe. Yes. One Type 6 expert with red crystal-like feathers and a hawk-like head nodded and responded, before flapping his wings and soared to the skies, letting out a sharp shriek. Immediately, countless similar hawk-like beastmen flew out of their respective floating castles, making for the Thunder Fighters and commencing their assault. Each of them flew at a speed surpassing the sound barrier, and within seconds they already caught up to the aerial troops of the Kingdom of God. On one particular Thunder Fighter, 4 35mm machine guns were still punching bullets of death into the ground. Under the relentless assault, the beastmen were heavily injured and bled profusely. Some of those 3 tall beastmen warriors had peak Type 3 strength, but they were unable to withstand bullets at their level. Amidst the rain of bullets, one 5 tall bullhead creature had a few more large holes in his head, as he slumped to the ground lifelessly. The pilot inside the Thunder Fighter blew a whistle as he laughed out in triumph. Another one down. Most of these beastmen warriors were impervious to blades and smaller bullets. Even heavy fire might not necessarily be able to take them down. Only those powerful Thunder Fighters could possibly take out the enemies. Just as he was reveling in the excitement of the kill, 4 red-winged hawkmen flew atop this Thunder Fighter. One of them grinned viciously as he thrust out with his red battle spear, aiming for the reinforced glass windshield. Quang Lang. The windshield that could block even heavy bullets shattered immediately, as the red spear went right through the head of the pilot. After taking out this ace pilot, the Hawkman entered the Thunder Fighter. There was soon sounds of gunfire before everything died down and the Hawkman exited the aircraft, covered in blood, but not a single wound to be seen on him. After losing the pilot, the Thunder Fighter then descended unmanned, before slamming into the ground with a loud explosion. When the Red Eagle tribe took to the air, many of the human planes started to fly out of control, descending towards the ground and exploding in large fireballs. Within minutes, the aerial advantage of the Kingdom of God was practically wiped out. Taylor then swept a glance as he ordered coolly, "Lehu, time for your Thunder Tiger tribe, wipe out the human resistance below." Taylor had already known that the Kingdom of God could not possibly be a match for his own aerial forces. That was why he had confidence in dealing with them. After all, almost everyone from the Red Eagle tribe was at the Type 3, 4 and 5 levels, their speed insanely fast, and there was almost negligible pressure on them in dealing with those Thunder fighters. One tiger-head man with a thunderbolt symbol in between his eyebrows responded respectfully, "Yes." After that, with a Type 6 expert leading the way, the entire tribe charged towards the human army. They did not enter the fray, instead they made a beeline straight for the armored forces, where all their firepower was gathered. Along the way, almost no one could stop them as the elite human soldiers were taken out one by one, their fates tragic. Soon, the Koji troops in France collapsed, with many of their soldiers dying at the hands of the various Beastmen tribes. The first squad of the Thunder Fighters wiped out. The second squad of the Thunder Fighters wiped out. Inside the command center of the Kingdom of God, the messages came in a flurry. The expressions of the elders within the room were ugly, and some even had looks of despair. One of the elders asked out in fear, "Great Elder, what do we do now? Edward is already dead. 5 of the 12 apostles have already fallen. Our elite troops are being wiped out. What do we do now?" The rest of them looked towards Jonas with similar expressions. As the pillar of the Kingdom of God, Edward had actually been killed by Taylor in a mere instant. The trump cards of the Kingdom of God, the 12 apostles and elite soldiers were not a match for these Beastmen warriors, and the elders were starting to panic now. The France troops were already 1/3 of the total army of the Kingdom of God. Now that they were wiped out by those foreign species, there were no more defense lines over in the west. As for Jonas, the great elder, he was still calm as a resolute look appeared in his gaze and he declared, "No need to panic. Implement the final plan while we seek China for help. Let Zhong know of our plight and plead on account of humanity to come and rescue us." One of the elders spoke up in worry, "But he was just our enemy not too long ago, will he come?" Before the Earth federal government was formed, Zhong and the Kingdom of God had been enemies, since both sides had backstabbed each other countless times. In order to deal with the foreign species and zombies, they had agreed to a truce at the summit, putting their hatred for each other down to fend off the invaders. Many of them were worried that Zhong would not help. "He will come. Rest assured he will definitely come," Jonas declared with a resolute glint at the same time sighing. "He will come, but once he does, our Kingdom of God will most likely fade into history." "Understood. Implement the final plan." Jonas's calm infected everyone, as they quickly collected themselves to issue a flurry of orders. A number of nuclear warheads then fired out from their headquarters, heading towards the Paris. The bulk of the upper echelon in the Kingdom of God were Germans. Their old base was also in Germany. However, in these 2 years they had obtained a number of nuclear weapons from France. Now that they were at this juncture they could not care any more. Soon the nuclear missiles arrived above Paris. "These are missiles? Watch how I destroy them." In the skies, the Type 6 expert from the Red Eagle tribe saw the incoming projectiles and frowned, pulling out a huge bow and fired off a powerful arrow. The bone arrow slammed into one of the missiles. Chapter 1033, S.O.S. from the Kingdom of God. Hong. The moment the arrow slammed into the missile, it caused the nuclear to explode, resulting in a terrifying shockwave, as the extremely blazing hot flames swept out in all directions. Not good. At the moment of explosion, the Type 6 Red Eagle tribe member quickly turned around to flee. Unfortunately, he was still consumed by the shockwave and was sent flying like a cannonball. Due to the assault of the Type 6 Red Eagle, the nuclear warheads were detonated early in mid-air. However, the resulting explosions, shockwaves, and heat still managed to consume and obliterate all humans and monsters of the Type 4 stage and below within Paris. Many Type 4 and 5 freaks were also blinded, their ears rocked till they bled and turned deaf, becoming handicapped. When the resulting shockwave swept past those floating castles, even Taylor and the other Type 6 experts were sent flying around. Many of them could not handle the shock and spat out blood. Taylor suppressed the energy, his face turning pale. What kind of weapon was that? Those weak humans, how could they come up with something like this? If that had not been detonated earlier, even I would have been killed. After the explosion died down, many of the Type 4 and Type 5 Beastmen warriors stood up shakily, some struggling in pain. However, many stood in the center of the battlefield. Not wiped out, Those freaks actually did not die. Fuck. Seeing the Beastmen warriors standing up, the Kingdom of God watched all this through the satellite feeds with ugly expressions. Although the soldiers were far away from the epicenter of the explosion, they had still been caught in the radius of the shockwaves. If they were human, they would have died instantly. However, these monsters still survived, showing the terror of their resilience and strength. Jonas immediately declared solemnly, "Send an S.O.S to Zhong now." Within the capital of China, Qinyao came up to Zhong, handing him a document. Zhong, the Kingdom of God had sent a request for aid. They have lost 5 of their apostles, and even Edward had been killed by a single-horned creature. The elite soldiers have been wiped out. Even after using a nuclear weapon, they were not able to deal with those forces. Should we help them? Zhong frowned and began to ponder. Qinyao stood one side and watched this man quietly. Her fellow schoolmate, an ordinary student back when they were still in university, while she was one of the school's belles. Her background was powerful and she had many suitors. They were on such different levels that there was no way there could have been any form of interaction. Yet, ever since the apocalypse happened, she had watched as this man trudged through step by step, braving all difficulties and obstacles, becoming mature and stronger. While he still looked as ordinary, he had already grown to become the leader of China, a leader of humanity, and was the pillar that everyone was relying on. Looking at his sharp features, Qinyao felt that he was even better looking the more she looked at him. Before the apocalypse, she had seen countless good-looking men, but it was hard to compare to the current Zhong. Through his experiences, Zhong had come to possess a superior bearing. At the same time, with his second-order god-devil body, his looks might not have changed much, but the aura he exuded, as though everything was within his control, was astonishingly charming and attractive. After being silent for so long, Zhong spoke, "I've decided. I will personally go and save them." When he suddenly spoke like that, Qinyao was taken aback, and her heart skipped a beat as her face flushed. She quickly tried to cover her embarrassment. "Zhong, aren't they our enemies? We can just sit back and watch them be taken out by those freaks." The supremacists over there are truly irksome and disgusting. Before the apocalypse, Germany still had its fair share of supremacists. However, their numbers were less than those in Japan. Nonetheless, there were still factions. By the time the apocalypse happened, most of them had banded together, forming the new Kingdom of God. With the notion that the Aryans were still the most superior, they treated the rest of the world like garbage. Every single one in the upper echelons was an Aryan. Only a few talented and heaven-defying geniuses could join their ranks. Zhong had captured a number of them before, obtaining intel about the Nazi-leaning factions. However, the Kingdom of God was not as maniacal as Hitler, slaughtering people needlessly. They only looked down on the other races or used them as cannon fodder. Zhong stood up and spoke as he walked out. "No, it is now war between us and those monsters. If humanity still does not band together, we'll die out even faster. While the upper echelon of the Kingdom of God might be good people, their citizens are largely innocent. If I don't have the ability, then I have no choice. Now that I have the strength, I should be acting to save them. Furthermore, if we can bring them to China, our strength will increase. Qinyao, go make preparations to receive the survivors from Europe." "Understood." She looked at his leaving back with a slightly smitten look. At this moment, she felt that this man was truly so much suaver than any others. Too bad he's Qingwu's man. Qinyao watched him leave and she sighed. However, she also had another thought. He already has so many women, yet Qingwu does not care. It shouldn't be an issue if there's an additional me. Furthermore, if the two of us act together, we can control him and prevent the other women from getting a foothold. In Europe, more Beastmen warriors poured out from the gate of hell. They continued to plow through, making their way towards the Kingdom of God. All around Europe, other than the Beastmen warriors, there was another terrifying existence, which was the zombies. The Beastmen were truly terrifying and savage. The moment they met any zombie, they would just tear them apart. 100,000 zombies, 1,000,000 zombies, they were all wiped out without an issue. There was a huge church within Belgium, where a dozen intelligent zombies were gathered. The leader among them was a handsome, intelligent, evolved zombie with a golden ponytail, looking just like any ordinary person, but his eyes were filled with a vicious glint. Damn it! Damn it! Those beasts dared to kill my citizens. I will not let them go." This was one of the kings of the evolved zombies in Europe, Zombie King Limo. His subordinates were over 15 million. He had also reached the Type 6 stage. Under his lead, there were 30 other Type 5 intelligent zombies, and over 300 Type 4 others. Following the flow of time, the zombies were also evolving at an insane speed, with even more intelligent ones popping out. As for the first batch of evolved mutant beings like Shuang, Amaterasu, and Limo, they were heaven-defying talents, and their speed was faster than the rest. The Type 6 realm was not considered much. If the mutation of Earth continued, then these evolved zombies would definitely reach the Type 8 realm within 100 years. If it were any other planet or world, if a being wanted to reach the Type 8 realm, it would be incredibly difficult. Even in the second world, many of the Saint clan ancestors had been stuck at the peak of Type 5 for so many centuries, not to mention Type 8. However, on Earth, the various Saint clan experts that had been stuck at the Type 5 realm broke through within a short time. This was the allure of the changing Earth. Zombie King Limo had a cold look as he ordered, "Eden Bertrand? Deploy your subordinates to surround those beasts. I want to teach them a good lesson. Let them know in this world, we are the true lords of Earth." The rest of the evolved zombies responded, "Yes, your majesty." After that order, the rest of the zombies immediately charged out, making their way for other locations. The 15 million zombies quickly moved away from the paths of the Beastmen. As for the Beastmen, they disregarded the zombies and continued making their way towards the kingdom of God. When the Beastmen had appeared out of the gate of hell, they had captured some people and obtained the position of the kingdom of God. This time they wanted to make use of a blitz attack to take out the resistance of the kingdom of God. Chapter 1034, The Miserable Plight of the Kingdom of God, Berlin's Fall. Outside Berlin, the capital of Germany, countless cannons were deployed and the soldiers of the Kingdom of God were busy at work, setting up their defenses and fortifications. The strong Beastmen warriors were charging fearlessly towards them, and amidst the bombardment of the rockets and cannons, many of them were blasted to pieces. However, it did not deter them in the slightest. The current number of the Beastmen army was about 300,000, and other than the land troops, there were also the aerial forces. Both sides converged towards Berlin in a pronged attack. Berlin was considered the main base of the Kingdom of God, with plenty of top-grade equipment and weapons stored. The numerous cannons continued to fire at the incoming Beastmen. Their anti-air defenses were also spitting out fire without stop, punching into the aerial-type Beastmen. About a dozen kilometers away, Taylor's expression was vicious as he snarled out in hatred, "Is this the human base? The base of the damned Kingdom of God? Attack! Kill them all. Leave no one alive." The Beastmen army had actually been over 500,000. However, due to the nuclear missile sent by the Kingdom of God, 200,000 weaker Beastmen had been wiped out, while their elites had suffered injuries. Even Taylor himself had been injured. After all, it was not like their numbers were endless. As the crown prince of the beast world, he could only command one elite force. These originally 500,000 soldiers were his direct subordinates and his capital. Having lost 200,000, if he did not wipe out the Kingdom of God to show for it, it would be hard to garner support back home. As for the aftermath of the nuclear explosion, the 300,000 remaining Beastmen had been separated into 30 smaller units, attacking Berlin from 30 different directions. The weakest of the Beastmen were at least at the Type 3 realm. To the many of the humans of Earth, it was a tough bottleneck, but it was nothing to them. Any one of the Beastmen could take on any of the Kingdom of God elites with no problems. G3 had been breached. The 3rd Armored Battalion had been wiped out. The 4th Beast Transformation Battalion had been wiped out. The bad news just kept flowing into the main headquarters. All the upper echelon were pale by now as they listened in despair. What do we do? Based on their speed, they will reach us within a day. It's over. We're surrounded. Evacuate. It's still not too late to evacuate. Let's retreat into the underground base. We still have that. Oh God Almighty. Holy Spirit, please bless us. Why aren't they coming? Why aren't China and America responding? If they're still taking their time, we're going to be wiped out. By now, some of the elders were beginning to become frantic, their voices rising. In the past, they had been enjoying themselves in pleasure and luxury, yet now their behavior was pitiful, to say the least. No. I don't want to die. I will definitely live on. Seeing their defenses lines being breached one by one and many of their elite soldiers being torn apart, one of the elders swiftly left his location and made his way out. Some others also exchanged looks and followed after. One of them who chased after asked the first guy who left, "Lake, are you leaving?" Lake swept a look at the dozen elders that followed him out as he declared solemnly, "Of course. Jonas is insane. If we stay here, there's only death. We can still make it out now. Before those freaks reach here, this is our only chance. Leo, are you guys coming?" Leo frowned and asked, "Where to?" The Kingdom of God's headquarters had been meant to be the safest place on Earth. Now, the only two factions capable of resisting the foreign species were America and China. There might still be other factions, but if they could not even deal with the zombie hordes, there was no hope there. Lake spoke, "America. There's a chance with them. I'm heading there." Leo replied, "Fine. We'll go together with you." The rest of the elders nodded, deciding to head there. America had been an ally of the West in the past, and since they were all white people, it was easier to communicate. Although China was considered the strongest faction now, the Aryans still could not let go of their superiority complex and were not willing to head to China. Just as they were about to make their move, a dozen elite Kingdom of God soldiers appeared, wielding weapons aiming at the elders. "Stop right there." Lake stared at the leader with a sunken expression as he barked out, "Jerry, are you going to stand in our way? Are you sick of living?" Within the organization, an elder's position was extremely high. It was not hard to deal with a simple commander. Jerry had a dark look as well. "Great Elder had given us his orders, no one is to leave. Those who betray will be executed, even if they are elders." Hearing that, the rest of the elders turned pale. They knew how powerful the Great Elder Jonas was. If they were to force their way, they would definitely be executed. Good. You can all die for me." Lake's eyes suddenly turned dark, as though they could absorb the souls of those who peer into them, and lunged for the dozen elites in front of him. The moment the black light flashed by, Jerry and his men all bled from their orifices, as they crumpled to the ground. After displaying that powerful ability, Lake's complexion was white as he swiftly fled. The rest of the elders were shaken back to their senses as they hurried after him. By the second year of the apocalypse, the powerful Kingdom of God had already researched many types of evolving serums. Most of the upper echelons had become evolvers, with all sorts of strange abilities. It was not just the Kingdom of God, even China and America had many of their officials becoming evolvers. It was just that their combat power could not compare to the true warriors of the battlefield. In order for a person to become an evolver, only these three factions could possibly possess the necessary research and resources. The rest of the smaller factions scattered throughout the world had to rely on their system equipment to kill zombies and mutant beasts to become stronger. It was rare for an evolver to appear. Of course, once they had won, they would be outstanding, heaven-defying geniuses, their potential far surpassing those that relied on serums. Lake and the rest of the elders quickly rushed towards where the Thunder Fighters were kept. They quickly embarked on a few different ones. Along the way, due to their statuses, many soldiers did not dare to stop them. Only those soldiers who had been under Jonas's orders dared to obstruct them. Otherwise, these elders were basically free to go anywhere. Lake barked out at his pilot, "Quick, fly." Yes. The pilot did not dare to disobey and controlled the Thunder Fighter towards the sky. One by one, a number of Thunder Fighters flew into the air, heading towards America. Are they fleeing? Damn it, those higher-ups are escaping. They've abandoned us. Bastards. Why the hell are we fighting then? For those bastards. Brothers. You have died a wrongful death. Goodbye. Seeing the dozens of Thunder Fighters fleeing, those soldiers on the front line instantly lost their morale, letting out curses and wails of despair. If not for the Beastmen not keeping any captives, they would have since surrendered. In the midst of their desperation, many soldiers directly put their weapons in their mouths and pulled the triggers. Fools. Damn fools. Attack them. Blast them out of space. Within the command center, Jonas saw the fleeing Thunder Fighters and cursed out in rage. He was smart, but he was not God and could not expect that those elders had killed their way out and snatched the Thunder Fighters. A number of guided missiles shot out from the base, heading for those Thunder Fighters. Honk, honk, honk. 6 Thunder Fighters were hit directly, exploding, while the rest took the opportunity to soar further out of range. At this moment, a quivering voice sounded out in the command center, "Not good. The 3rd National Guards have been breached, all beast transformation warriors have been killed." "What? It's over. We're finished?" Hearing this, everyone slumped in their chairs within the command center, their eyes filled with despair. Even Jonas himself was pale, his calm countenance finally breaking. The 3rd National Guards were the last defense line of the Kingdom of God. Once they were breached, there was nothing else that could stand in the way of the Beastmen. The destruction of the Kingdom of God was imminent. Jonas had a look of despair. "Are we over? Are we all going to die?" Author's notes. There are lesser words today. I know I owe a lot. My tenosynovitis is acting up again and it's hard to type. I'll make it up. Sorry. Chapter 1035, Jonas's Choice. In Berlin, the headquarters of the Kingdom of God was in a state of chaos. Many of the soldiers had already lost their will to fight. The news of the frontline defeat had already spread throughout the rest of the forces. No matter how elite the soldiers were, they were still humans who knew fear and valued their lives. Once the number of deaths reached a certain number, they would also start to panic. It's over. The front lines were defeated. The damn government, they've grown fat living off us and now they've fled. The sounds of despair and fear rang out as the soldiers quickly became savages, indulging in their darkest desires as they raped, killed, set fire and caused Berlin to be plunged into further chaos and panic. Go to hell. Go to hell. Everyone can go to hell. Especially the families of those damned old men, you can all go to hell. Haha. Haha. Trash. Aren't you guys usually high and mighty? Must have been fun stepping on us, right? Go to hell. Ah. With one hand wielding a heavy machine gun, one burly soldier roared out in deranged anger, as he laughed out maniacally, firing out at family members of the elders. Children and women were among the victims, as they were punched full of holes under the relentless gunfire. One exceptionally beautiful woman pleaded in fear, "Don't kill me. Please. I'm willing to do anything. Please don't kill me." The soldier shot the woman a vicious look as he fired off, "Go to hell, bitch." The bullets punched into the woman's body, as holes appeared and blood flowed profusely. The face of the elite soldier was twisted and contorted as he laughed out loud, "Ha! Ah! Ah!" Right behind, a huge blade came slashing down, chopping the head off the soldier as blood splattered out from the neck. One tiger-head beastman looked at the fleeing humans with a cold look. "Monster! The monsters are here." Screams rang throughout Berlin as the Beastmen warriors charged through the final defense, breaching into Berlin. The Beastmen warriors were truly ferocious, killing anyone they saw. In barely minutes, a large number of survivors had died at their hands. "No. Don't kill my daughter, please. Please. Kill me. Let my daughter go." At a corner of Berlin, one beautiful housewife grabbed hold of her adorable daughter, as she pleaded with a horse-faced beastman. A vicious look flashed past the horse-faced beastman, and he did not seem to care about the pleas. He laughed out cruelly, raising the blade in his hands, slashing down in front of the despairing of the housewife. In the sky, a sudden beam of light shot down, striking the beastman, directly vaporizing his head. This is God finally helping us. We're saved. We're saved. Seeing the horse-faced beastman's death, the housewife cried tears of joy, as she lifted her head and saw a huge battleship of over 10,000 m in length. It seemed to cover the entire city and more beams shot out continuously. As the beams fired down, the Beastmen warriors invading Berlin were instantly taken out. Even those soldiers that had gone insane were also punished by the beams. We're saved. It's God. God has sent people to save us. We're saved. Glorious God, I will serve you with all my heart and soul. The numerous survivors got down on their knees, crying out with tears of joy. They lifted their heads at the battleship that was obviously not manufactured of human hands or on Earth and were filled with excitement. Many of them had started to treat the person from the battleship as an envoy in their hope. The Protector battleship flew slowly over Berlin, as it continued to fire out its beams as though raining judgment, wiping out the Beastmen warriors. Inside the command center of the Kingdom of God, Jonas caught sight of the Protector battleship, and his eyes were filled with a complicated gaze. They're finally here. Jonas and the rest of the ordinary survivors were different. He had guessed who the owner of the battleship was. He had hoped and yet not hoped for Zhong to come. He looked to the Protector battleship and frowned. How come we don't have information on this helicarrier? It seems that our intelligence network is truly too lacking. The Kingdom of God had spies in China, but under Floxinia's ability to read minds, they had all been uncovered and executed. Under her Floxinia's efforts, all the higher-ranking officials who were spies were all cleansed, leaving behind a few empty positions. No spy had managed to escape her detection. Taylor stared in horror at the approaching battleship, watching it slaughter his subordinates, and his face fell as he grabbed a communicator device and yelled, "What the hell is that? Evacuate. Evacuate now." Upon receiving that order, all the Beastmen warriors inside Berlin quickly turned tail and poured out of the city. One green-winged hawkman flew up to Taylor and said, "Your Majesty, let our Green Hawk tribe handle this. We will destroy that battleship." Taylor's face changed as his eyes turned bloodshot like an enraged animal. He kept his gaze fixed on the battleship while breathing raggedly. "No. That machine is too strong. Even if you Green Hawk tribe were to go up, there's no guarantee of destroying it. Evacuate. Now." The Green Hawk tribe was one of the final trump cards in Taylor's hands, his strongest air force. If they were to be wiped out as well, then his entire military might would suffer. He had seen the terrifying capabilities of the Protector battleship, and he was not willing to send them to needless death. With a ferocious look he thought, "This time I've been too arrogant. I had thought that Earth had backward technology. Other than the nuclear weapons, no weapon could pose a threat to us. It's my fault. However, I will not make this mistake again. Next time, I swear to wipe out you damned humans, and turn Europe into the Beastmen's land." In truth, his thinking was not wrong. Other than the nuclear missiles, the technology of the Kingdom of God was under their control. Had Zhong not appeared, the millions of survivors in Berlin would have fallen to the Beastmen. Only a few could possibly survive. On board the Protector battleship, Zhong watched the retreating Beastmen and frowned. Are they retreating? Their reaction is truly fast and they cannot be underestimated. After this loss, they will definitely become harder to deal with. Such enemies that knew how to retreat when they were at a disadvantage, coupled with their strength, was even more of a threat compared to the zombies. Their numbers might be lesser than the zombies, but they were capable of much more destruction and damage. The first time the Kingdom of God utilized the nuclear missiles to wipe out more than 100,000 Beastmen warriors was the only time it had been effective. The subsequent ones barely took out a few dozen thousands. While the nuclear weapons were devastating, they had their weaknesses. It was that they could be destroyed. Once a Type 6 expert were to stand far enough and fire a powerful shot, they could detonate the missile before it even posed a threat. If it were to detonate over a dozen kilometers away, its might would at most injure some Type 6 experts, but not enough to kill them. All of a sudden, Zhong's image appeared on the display inside the Kingdom of God's control room. Zhong swept them a glance, announcing indifferently, "I'm Zhong." This faction had pressured Zhong so much at the initial period of the apocalypse, as compared to now, where he could meet them straight on. The millions of lives in Berlin were in his hands. As long as he left, they would be killed by the Beastmen. Because of the death of the first apostle Edward, there were no more experts to protect them. Jonas looked to Zhong and thanked him sincerely. "I'm Great Elder Jonas of the Kingdom of God. Thank you for coming to aid us." Chapter 1036. The Beastmen battles the zombies. Zhong looked at Jonas. "Great Elder Jonas, Berlin is no longer inhabitable. I cannot stay here for long. What are your plans?" One of the elders immediately shouted in despair, "No. Zhong, you can't leave. Once you leave, the millions of survivors will be killed by those damn Beastmen. You can't leave us like this. Please stay. Power and women will be yours as you wish." They had just felt the true threat of death and were shaken. They did not want to be forced to hide and live underground for the rest of their lives. Zhong eyed the elder coldly without saying anything, then turned to Jonas. Jonas could feel Yu Zhong's gaze as he sighed in his heart. Yu Zhong was China's leader after all and could not stay here for long. The elder had been frightened out of his wits, that was why he had spoken out of line. He sighed in his heart, "Edward, how did you die? If only you had not perished." Edward, Leo, Yu Zhong, they were all peak experts on Earth and were the core figures of the three large factions. With Edward's death, the morale of the Kingdom of God had fallen drastically, and the 12 apostles were fractured. 8 of them had fallen while 3 ran with no news. Jonas maintained silent for a short while before speaking slowly, "Yu Zhong, we hope to migrate our people to China, and hope that you can accept us." "What? No. Jonas, are you insane? We are the great Aryans. How can we move to China?" The moment Jonas spoke, all the elders went into an uproar, vehemently objecting. Most of them were supremacists and believed the Aryans to be the superior race, while all other races were lesser. Especially the Asians, they were treated as the most barbaric and backward. They truly looked down on the Asians. Within the troops, even the Asian soldiers were not treated equally as their European and African counterparts. There were few Asian commanders. Now that Jonas was saying to move the people over to China, they could not accept it. If it became reality, their citizens would definitely be under China's rule. They would not allow that to happen. One elder, Barbet, stared at Jonas. "Jonas, you're getting muddle-headed. The Kingdom of God does not need someone like you anymore, you should stand down." With a sweep, all the elite soldiers within the command center gathered beside Barbet. These were peak Type 3 experts, fully armed and equipped. There were even 2 Type 4 elites that stared coldly at Jonas. The rest of the officials stared in shock. Jonas was one of the 3 figureheads of the Kingdom of God. His position and authority were high. In normal times, no one dared to question his words. However, the decision to migrate the survivors to China went against all their beliefs and infringed on their benefits. Barbet thus stood up and gained supporters. Yu Zhong swept the traitors a glance and laughed lightly. "Jonas, do you need my help to cleanse these pieces of trash?" Having lost Edward, the guards of the Kingdom of God were less powerful, and while they might have a few experts, Yu Zhong just had to send some Type 5 experts and they would be dealt with. Jonas shook his head. "Leader Yu Zhong, it's not necessary. I can deal with them myself. AG, take them out." At this time, there was one official who looked lost, with a scholarly appearance, suddenly showed a vicious look. He exploded out like an unsheathed sword, and with a single wave, a number of transparent silk shot towards Barbet and the rest. With a number of bright flashes, Barbet and the rest were instantly sliced up in a shower of blood. In an instant, all those involved in the uprising were sliced into many pieces. Seeing how they were dealt with, the rest of the officials turned pale, and quickly closed their mouths, afraid that they might puke. Jonas looked on with a hint of sorrow. While they had been supremacists, each and every one of them had been talents, and they had prestige in the Kingdom of God. Now that so many had been killed by Jonas, their authority would take a huge hit. However, if he did not do so, then Yu Zhong would leave, abandoning the millions of survivors. "Very good, Jonas, organize your people and head to this region." Yu Zhong chuckled, and the images shifted suddenly to the outside of Berlin. A huge floating fortress appeared in front of the city, and it was the Storm battleship. It was the largest battleship that Yu Zhong had, and it could accommodate over a few 100,000 people. Yu Zhong had obtained 3 Type 7 nuclei from the Saint Lands, and just a single one could power the Storm battleship. With that, the Storm battleship could make trips freely, as long as it was not forced to use the Raytheon cannon, it would not face a power shortage issue. Jonas eyed the Storm battleship with a complicated gaze. What a huge battleship! China's capital is truly vast and shocking. How the hell did this Yu Zhong get all these treasures? If only he was Aryan. Jonas was decisive and quickly passed down orders, getting the survivors in Berlin to board the Storm battleship. The bulk of the Kojis might have been destroyed by about 90%, however, their government was still intact. Thus, they quickly organized the survivors to embark on the battleship. Yu Zhong observed from afar, noting that those survivors grabbed their belongings and boarded in an orderly fashion. He felt a little sour. These guys are truly orderly compared to our Chinese people. If it were in China, if there were nobody holding a gun or whip, the survivors would definitely fight to be first, squeezing all the way to the front, causing a disorderly mess. There was a huge gap. Yu Zhong thought silently, However, in my generation, as long as I enforce things, our Chinese people will definitely improve. As the Berlin survivors were organizing an evacuation, the Beastmen were also escaping from Berlin, heading towards France. After witnessing the might of those humans, Taylor knew that there was no way of wiping them out in the short term, and he chose a tactical retreat, turning France into their Beastmen base. All around the Gate of Hell in France, there were still the 50,000 forces left behind by Taylor to guard the gate. He thought viciously, damn humans. They actually had such a powerful trump card. However, this is just a small portion of our actual might. Once the main force invades, Earth will be ours. The Beastmen Kingdom was also a powerful faction, ruling over a planet of their own. Taylor and his 550,000 soldiers were just the vanguards for the actual kingdom. The Type 6 expert of the Green Hawk tribe suddenly swooped down, reporting, "It's bad, Your Majesty, we're surrounded." What? We're surrounded? Taylor frowned and soared into the air, looking out towards the distance, and his face changed. They discovered a whole sea of zombies making their way towards them without end in sight. There were easily more than 15 million zombies, and they had surrounded Taylor and his forces entirely. The zombies were everywhere, and if it wasn't for the expert of the Green Hawk tribe scouting, the Beastmen forces might have not even discovered that they were surrounded. A cold glint flashed in Taylor's eyes as he ordered, "Break out! We have to kill our way out as quickly as possible." Under his orders, the Beastmen soldiers quickly shot towards one particular direction. The combat ability of the Beastmen was terrifying. Within a few breaths, they had torn a path through the zombies, killing any that got in their way. Countless zombies were swiftly ripped apart by the Beastmen warriors, their blood flowing everywhere. Soon, a bloody path was carved out of the zombies as the Beastmen warriors continued to slice them as easily as cakes. In front of the Type 3 Beastmen warriors, these ordinary zombies were incapable of doing anything. Chapter 1037, Sneak Attack on Taylor. As the zombies were being killed in large numbers, the horde suddenly split in the middle. Many hunters and devourers appeared, charging towards those Beastmen warriors. A tiger-head Beastman waved his blade around, sending out beams that sliced through numerous zombies. All of a sudden, a tongue shot out explosively, like a powerful cannon as it struck the head of the tiger-head Beastman, directly blasting it apart. A bullhead Beastman was waving his bone mace as it directly crushed a dozen zombies into meat paste. The horde then suddenly parted, and a devourer pounced out, lunging for the bullhead Beastman, biting off his head in one snapping motion. Within the horde, the tank-like L5s charged through the ranks, waving their massive fists as they pummeled Beastmen into meat paste as well. As the elite zombies continued to charge forward in a frenzy, more Beastmen were directly wiped out, preventing them from even reacting or fleeing. At the same time, the zombies on either side of them continued to converge in on the center. In the skies, multitudes of aerial zombies pounced downwards at the Beastmen warrior within the hordes. Taylor roared out with bloodshot eyes, "Attack!" The aerial Beastmen soared towards the skies, clashing with those winged zombies. Many of the zombies were torn apart by the stronger Beastmen, and their body parts falling to the ground. In the skies, the winged zombies were too many, and they made use of their numbers to devour quite a number of aerial Beastmen, tearing them to bits and pieces. On the ground, a number of Type 6 experts around Taylor also joined in the battle. The moment they entered the fray, they were like meat grinders that tore through the evolved zombies. Under their joint attacks, numerous evolved zombies were taken out, increasing the momentum of the Beastmen. Both sides got into a cruel slaughter, with the death toll climbing every second. In fact, the number of deaths was in the dozens of thousands every passing minute. In the clouds, Zhong stood quietly, staring fixedly at the Beastmen. "Prince Taylor, good, fight it out among themselves. I can find a chance to wipe out that fellow." While Jonas was organizing the people of Berlin up into the Storm battleship, Zhong left his protector battleship over Berlin, while he himself flew over to the intense battle between the Beastmen and zombies. The moment those two armies clashed, Zhong had obtained the information through the satellites. Furthermore, he had gained an important information, which was that Prince Taylor had the God and Devil imprint. With the second-order God-Devil body, Zhong could see far, noticing Taylor even when he was over a dozen kilometers away. Once the top experts guarding Taylor left his side, the Beastmen seemed to have found their morale and momentum, tearing through the horde. Regardless of whichever evolved zombie that appeared, they would be killed by the Type 6 experts instantaneously. In order to prevent the Beastmen from advancing, the hundreds of massive L5s appeared suddenly. You can all fucking die. One Type 6 elephant beastman of over 8 m in height, wielding a 10 m bone, leaped up into the sky. He reappeared in front of one L5 and swung his massive bone, directly crushing the L5. After the Type 6 elephant beastman killed the L5 in a single hit, he turned around and dashed through the crowd in a series of shadows, slamming the heads of the various L5s viciously. In a matter of minutes, 20 L5s were already destroyed by the elephant beastman. The rest of the Type 6 experts also charged out at the other L5s, that were considered invincible enemies to most humans, and tore through their heads like it was nothing. In a few breaths, all the L5s had been wiped out by the group of Type 6 experts, with no one able to stop them. King Limo, who was hidden deep within the horde, watched on in shock. His face fell as he thought, fuck, these damn beastmen are truly strong. I just lack time. If only I had enough time, my zombies will evolve and become even more perfect and stronger. Now, even if I use numbers, it's hard to hold them back. The trump card of the hundreds of L5s had been dealt with by those Type 6 beastmen warriors. King Limo did not dare send them out recklessly. Although the L5s were nothing much to those Type 6 beastmen, they were truly one of the core trump cards of the zombie army and were extremely useful in many situations. Led by the Type 6 experts, the Beastmen army continued to carve a bloody path through the zombie horde, making their way forward. Finally, within the Beastmen forces, Prince Taylor saw that the distance out of the horde was barely about a dozen meters and felt relieved. They would be able to extract themselves from this siege in just a few moments and could escape. The zombies were after all in the tens of millions. While Prince Taylor was confident of his strength, he dared not be arrogant to think that his forces of 200,000 could wipe out an enemy more than 70 times their number. While the Type 6 beastmen were strong, they had their limits as well and were made of flesh and blood. They could feel exhaustion as well, and once they were trapped within the horde, they would still fall. Are they almost out? Very good, time for me to send you to hell. In the air, the Scarlet Reaper, inserted with the Heart of Hope, had already transformed into the Raytheon cannon form under Zhong's control. Countless light sparks converged at the mouth of the cannon, and in a flash, a huge beam of over 1 kilometer in width shot down from the skies, blasting towards Taylor's location. At the split second before it fired, Taylor had felt a powerful sense of doom. He channeled the atmospheric energy and waved his hands, causing a round, jade-like plate to appear. A bright scarlet radiance then enveloped him, covering him entirely. Also, he tapped his foot, transforming into a blur as he tried to flee towards the distance. He was unsure of the danger, but leaving his original location was the best way to avoid death. The moment he moved, the powerful beam struck the center of the Beastmen forces. The dozens of Type 6 Beastmen experts were instantly vaporized into dust, their life force flowing into Zhong. At the same time, over 2,000 Beastmen had been turned into dust, leaving behind a massive crater in the ground. However, after that strike, the Type 6 nucleus inside the Scarlet Reaper cracked. He did not die. Zhong's eyes narrowed as he stared past the dust and into the crater. Within the crater, Taylor's state was disheveled, his clothes tattered and his armor broken, while the round jade-like plate in his hand was broken. However, he did not die, instead he was still standing strong. I need to take him out. With a thought, Zhong controlled the Scarlet Reaper to shoot forwards at a speed of Mach 7. Appearing right in front of Taylor as he sent out a vicious punch. Scram! Taylor roared out in rage within the crater. The runes on his back glowed brightly, allowing strength to flow into his body. He became 10 m tall, and his visage was that of a WRM head while exuding a dark energy. Taylor was at the initial Type 7 realm. After transforming into that huge WRM head creature, his strength rose to the mid-Type 7 realm. He sent out a powerful fist at the Scarlet Reaper. When both fists met, a powerful blast occurred as the resulting shockwave shot outwards in all directions. Taylor was sent flying over a dozen meters by the recoil, spitting out a mouthful of blood. As for the Scarlet Reaper, it did not even budge, obviously stronger. While Taylor was knocked back, 16 blood radiances lunged at him from behind, coiling around him, and a huge suction exerted on him, absorbing his blood and life force. Taylor was shocked and fearful. immediately channeling his inner strength to force the turbulent blood. Strong. What kind of monster is this? I need to escape. Otherwise I'd be killed. Having made that decision, Taylor turned and shot towards the skies, intending to flee. The 16 blood radiances tightened and coiled once more around him. Break! He roared out in frustration, pushing with all his might, as he caused a powerful air blade to slice through the blanket of blood. Unfortunately, the blood radiance rejoined almost instantly, wrapping Taylor within, and began to absorb his blood essence at a rapid speed. Within a breath's time, his blood essence was almost absorbed cleanly by the terrifying blood radiance. Chapter 1038, Killing Taylor. Taylor's face fell as he channeled his energy frantically, causing a surge of the dark energy to envelop him, blocking the invasive blood radiance. Shit! What the hell is this? How come it's so insidious? With a thought, Zhong stepped out of the Scarlet Reaper, his eyes flashing coldly. He then shot into the blood radiance, his fist blasting out at the head of the monstrous Taylor, using his second-order God-Devil body strength. Since Taylor was in his transformed state, he could sense the thick killing intent the moment Zhong got within range of himself. He was currently being immobilized by the blood radiance, and could only send his own fist towards Zhong's. The seemingly small human fist came in contact with that large WRM head Beastman. A powerful force exploded outward upon impact, and the transformed body of Taylor began to crack and break apart, revealing his true form. At the same time he spat out a mouthful of blood due to the recoil. There was a sense of shock and fear in his eyes. Impossible? How did he break my WRM transformation? When Zhong had controlled the Scarlet Reaper, it was at most a match for Taylor. He did not expect Zhong's true body to be so much more powerful. Since Zhong possessed the second-order God-Devil body in terms of hardiness, he was definitely stronger than the Scarlet Reaper. He was evolving towards a perfect state after all. Taylor's body could not withstand the aftermath of the blow, and his blood essence continued to flow out of him without his control. It was then absorbed by the blood radiance. No. Don't kill me. No. He screamed out with fear in his eyes as his body quickly became a shriveled corpse. With his death, Zhong waved his hand and grabbed Taylor's right hand that had the God and Devil imprint. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. When they witnessed Taylor's death, the Type 6 experts of the Green Hawk tribe and Dragon Hawk tribe roared out with grief and fury, charging madly over. In an instant they had reached Zhong and slashed out at him. Two fools. Zhong eyed the two Type 6 experts, his eyes flashing coldly, as he reached out with his hands and slapped out with lightning speed. The two experts felt as though Mount Tai had struck them in the back. Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood as they shot down from mid-air, slamming into the ground. In front of Zhong, these Type 6 experts were easy targets. Unless over 20 half-step Type 7 experts appeared, none of these foreign species were Zhong's match right now. I'm in need of 2 slaves right now, the 2 of you can become my slaves. With a cold glint in his eyes, Zhong slapped out at them once more, suppressing them and knocking them out. He then sent out 2 Type 6 puppet runes into their heads. When they awoke, they quickly got to their knees and declared with respect, Green Hawk Lee and Dragon Hawk Feng greet Master. Zhong eyed the 2 tribes that were engaged with the winged zombies and pointed while asking, Are you able to control your subordinates? Every one of them was a strong warrior, capable of tearing a fighter jet apart. If they could all come under Zhong, his might would increase on a terrifying level. Green Hawk Lee replied, Master, we can. However, once the experts of the kingdom descend upon this world, experts more powerful than us would appear. They will betray us and stab us in the back. Furthermore, they will not listen to you but our command. Zhong frowned and asked, Kingdom? Before those experts arrive, are you able to get your soldiers to coexist with the humans in the meantime? Green Hawk Lee replied, Can. Zhong ordered, In that case, lead them away from the battlefield. Yes. Both of them immediately soared into the sky, and arrived near their subordinates, letting out a sharp howl. The warriors of both tribes quickly gathered towards the 2 of them, and carved out a path of slaughter through the zombies, arriving beside Zhong. Those winged zombies were apparently weaker than the Beastmen tribes and were unable to stop them from leaving. When the members of the two tribes landed near Zhong, they all shot him gazes filled with animosity but did not make any moves. The Beastmen were a disciplined race and proud of their elite warrior status. As long as the order was given, even if the lower-ranking warriors knew that it was a suicide charge, they would obey. If the order was to stand down, even if their hated enemy was right in front of them, they could suppress their enmity. While most of them did not know how Green Hawk Li and Dragon Hawk Feng had been subdued by Zhong, they stood by obediently waiting for orders. Zhong looked at them and ignored their apparent animosity. He took one step into the air and shot towards the zombie horde. In a few breaths, he had arrived above them. Zhong spoke in a resounding voice, "Zombie King hiding within your horde, I am China's leader, Zhong. I know you can hear me. I want to speak with you." King Limo's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he could clearly see Zhong in the sky through the zombies he controlled. He ordered viciously, "Talk? The great zombie King Limo will never negotiate with anyone. Go to hell." The countless winged zombies that were engaged in slaughter with the rest of the Beastmen warriors quickly soared into the sky, forming a huge cloud as they attacked Zhong. "Fool. You're seeking death. Die." Zhong eyed the incoming thousands of winged zombies and he frowned, pointing at the zombies. The 16 blood radiance revolving around him immediately shot forward, turning into a huge blood mist that enveloped the winged zombies. The moment the blood radiance transformed, its surface area became incomparably large, but its defense and offense were multiple times weaker. Against those zombies, however, it was more than enough. The blanket of blood swept over all the zombies and immediately the winged zombies fell like rain. Every single drop of blood within them had been absorbed cleanly, and they were all emaciated and killed within seconds. After all, even if they had turned into zombies, there were still areas where there was fluid within them. Most of it was in their brains, and the moment they were sucked out of them, these zombies would also perish. That's insane. Is he still human? How come he has such a perverted and overpowered ability? When King Limo saw how Zhong wiped out over thousands of his winged subordinates in a breath, he could not help but recoil in horror. With a thought, the remaining winged zombies quickly separated and spread out. If Zhong continued like this, then all of King Limo's aerial forces would be wiped out within seconds. Zhong watched the thousands of corpses drop out of the sky, his face pleased. Strong. This blood manipulation ability is truly strong. It is one of the strongest methods to deal with crowds right now. With this, a small horde is no longer an issue to me. One of the strongest points of this secret technique was that it consumed very little energy. Compared to the God Devil Flame, which could also wipe out thousands of zombies in a second, or even hundreds of thousands, it would take him almost 1/3 of his energy, sometimes even half. As for the blood manipulation ability, there was practically no consumption on his end. Instead, the more the blood radiance absorbed, the stronger it grew. Having gotten a clearer grasp of his blood manipulation ability, Zhong stared down with a fierce gaze. "Shall I wipe them all out?" In the end, he retracted his killing intent. He knew that with his ability, it was possible to wipe out over 1 million, but to deal with all 15 million would be tough, especially since they can escape. Furthermore, if they were to scatter, then the effectiveness of the blood radiance would diminish. At the end of the day, Zhong was hoping to utilize them to wear down on the Beastmen warriors' strength. Zhong knew that on Earth, the human factions were the weakest right now, at the bottom of the food chain. Without utilizing all they had, it was hard to survive once the gates of hell were to open fully. Even with his 12 protector battleships, if he were to face the incoming Beastmen kingdom, there was no guarantee of defeating the enemy all by himself, not to mention the addition of the Dino race, the aliens, and the various other foreign species. Chapter 1039, Negotiations with King Limo. Having experienced Zhong's combat power, there was some movement in the horde, as a number of big-headed zombies with large eyes the size of fists came up to Zhong, speaking in a raspy voice. "I'm Zombie King Limo, despicable human. What do you intend to say to the great King Limo?" Zhong immediately recognized that this zombie was most likely a puppet used to project King Limo's voice. What an arrogant zombie. Zhong sneered in his heart, but extended a smile towards the zombie. Great King Limo, I hope to work together with you and prevent the Beastmen kingdom from invading us. He continued, the gates of hell have appeared in France, and there would be even more Beastmen warriors descending upon Europe as time passes. In order to expand their territory, they would definitely attack you. I hope to cooperate with you and resist the invasion. King Limo sneered coldly, replying in a raspy voice, the Beastmen are our enemies, your human race is also our enemy. Since this is the case, how could we possibly cooperate? As an evolved zombie, King Limo was extremely clear that the zombies and humans were polar opposites, and there could only be one victor between them. Zhong laughed lightly and immediately offered Europe, of course it's possible. As long as King Limo is willing to work with me, I can transport all human survivors in Europe over to China, while recognizing Europe to be yours, esteemed King Limo. Zhong's faction was based in China. Other than the region over there was no need to expand to Europe. In fact, he had already deemed Europe to be a lost cause, thus he had no qualms using it as a bargaining chip. Oh. When King Limo heard that, he could not help but be moved slightly. The kingdom of God had been an eyesore to him. They had wiped out many of his zombies while resisting him from absorbing even more zombies into his power. If they were to be removed, then he could move freely and bring more zombies under his control. He then gazed at Zhong coldly, what do you want then? Europe's equipment and resources as well as the positions of the remaining humans. Zhong directly stated his intentions. Europe has technology and resources that your zombie clan does not need, but to us humans they are important and necessary. As long as you let us take those, we will leave Europe. King Limo pondered for a while before nodding, okay, that's no problem. Resources, equipment and technology were important to humans. To King Limo, however, it was just rubbish. While most of the zombies were already evolving some form of intelligence, they could at most utilize an ordinary rifle or those machine guns on vehicles. It would be a stretch to get them to work on the resources and technology. Since King Limo agreed, Zhong grinned and flipped his hand, revealing a Gauss rifle. Esteemed King Limo, I wonder if you're willing to engage in a trade with me? I'm willing to sell you Gauss rifles in bulk. Each one just requires a Type 3 mutant beast nucleus. King Limo swept the Gauss rifle a glance and asked coldly, how powerful is this thing? Zhong readied it and fired at the Beastmen warriors below. With a bright flash of light, there were multiple holes in the numerous Beastmen warriors. In that single shot, over 30 of them had been killed. King Limo showed a hint of satisfaction but continued coldly, it's not too bad, but it isn't worth a Type 3 nucleus. Zhong frowned slightly and understood. To humans, while these weapons were powerful and could deal with foreign species, useful to even ordinary soldiers, they were useless to the zombies that made use of their own bodies. Unless there was a large supply of them, it would not change much to the battle tactics and combat style of the zombies. Zhong chuckled and retrieved a glass vial of a Type 6 mutant beast's blood essence. In that case, how about the blood essence of a Type 6 mutant beast? Type 6 mutant beast blood essence? Hearing that, King Limo's eyes widened with greed and haste, quickly replying, I'm interested. Of course I'm interested. What do you want in exchange? Zombies required swallowing blood essences to evolve. Shuang's evolution path was of a higher level, requiring her to consume mutant beast nuclei. To King Limo, the Type 6 mutant beast blood essence was enough to bolster its personal strength. On Earth, there were currently already some mutant beasts that had evolved to the Type 6 realm. However, King Limo had not even killed a Type 5 mutant beast before, not to mention a Type 6 one. He was willing to pay any price for the blood essence in front of him. Zhong chuckled at the look of anxiety. Esteemed King Limo, if you want this, you need to offer something that can move my heart. King Limo's eyes flashed with greed. I can give you 300,000 ordinary nuclei, 20,000 Type 2 nuclei, 3,000 Type 3 nuclei and 20 Type 4 nuclei in exchange for that. Since he controlled over 12 million zombies, all the mutant beasts within the zombies' territory had been torn apart and consumed. King Limo himself had slaughtered his fair share of them, obtaining many nuclei in the process. He was not like Shuang that was able to consume nuclei to evolve. They were basically no different from rubble to him. However, he knew the value of it, thus he had collected all that he came across. Quite a number. Zhong thought to himself, but he shook his head outwardly, not enough. King Limo gritted his teeth, twice the amount. Zhong shook his head still, not enough. The veins on the ordinary zombie were bulging by now as King Limo roared out, thrice the amount. The current amount he had offered was all that King Limo had, and he could not help but feel some heartache. Although he had no use for the nuclei, he could guess that with further evolution the nuclei might be of use in the future. Zhong continued indifferently, not enough. King Limo's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Zhong. If it was not for him being helpless against Zhong, he would have wiped him out. Zhong. Those are already all I have, what the hell do you want? Currently King Limo could not deal with Zhong, nor could Zhong do anything to him. Because of this strange equilibrium, both sides could negotiate. Zhong chuckled, I need some treasures from you. You have already traversed Europe for a long time, there should be some artifacts with you, right? They're useless to you but extremely important to me. If you let me take a look, and as long as there are some that I can utilize, I will hand the blood essence to you. Ever since the world changed, the various strange artifacts of the past had slowly begun to surface. Zhong had obtained the pearl within an old territory of China. However, it had been consumed by Shuang. He believed that it was the same in Europe. Since King Limo had been in control over wide areas of Europe, it was likely that he had obtained similar artifacts. King Limo frowned as he stared warily at Zhong. He seemed to hesitate for a long while before replying slowly, wait, I'll go get them. Zhong turned around to watch the struggling Beastmen warriors. After losing the lead of the Type 6 experts, the rest of the warriors were struggling to survive. There was no way of breaking out of the horde, and while they killed over thousands of zombies every passing moment, there were casualties on their end as well. The horde was getting denser and denser, threatening to consume them. Inside such an endless horde, even a Type 6 expert would perish. The 200,000 Beastmen were destined to perish. Seeing this, Zhong sighed, the combat style of the zombies is truly frightening. Without any large area of effect weapons or the advantage of territory, they could be considered truly invincible. Everything in the universe had their bane. While the Beastmen warriors were strong and had slaughtered the kingdom of God, in comparison, the kingdom of God had been able to make use of fortifications and firepower to hold back the zombies. Of course, if it was not for Taylor being over-anxious to occupy Berlin, he would not have suffered so greatly. Had he utilized the 200,000 Beastmen properly, together with their Type 6 experts, with time, it was definitely possible to eliminate all 15 million zombies. On the flip side, the Beastmen warriors were more threatening to the humans. Soon after, a huge L4 walked out of the horde carrying a large chest. It poured the contents out on the ground as treasures spilled out in front of Zhong. Chapter 1040, Heaven-Piercing Bow. Zhong narrowed his eyes and saw that within the pile of treasures, there were swords, shields, bows, and all sorts of items that were clearly not of Earth's technology. King Limo threw out the items, fixing his gaze upon Zhong and the glass vial in his right hand. These are all I have. You can choose any 3 items in exchange for the Type 6 blood essence. Zhong swept a gaze on the items, not batting an eyelid. Just give me everything. If you do so, I can lower the requested nuclei by half. King Limo rolled his eyes and shook his head. No way. For items plus half the earlier amount of nuclei. That's my bottom line. If you're not interested, forget it. King Limo knew that Zhong was interested in these items, thus he wanted to raise the price. His original intentions were to throw them all to Zhong anyway, he did not care. After all, it was more important to raise his strength. Zhong lowered his head and nodded, fine. After that, he waved his hand and threw the Type 6 blood essence over to the zombie controlled by King Limo. The King Limo-controlled zombie was frightened and quickly went to hug the glass vial, eyeing it with obvious greed, passing it to an L5 beside him. The L5 quickly backed away upon retrieving the vial. Zhong descended, looking at the pile of broken and ancient-looking weapons. Those ancient weapons all had strange runes engraved on them. With the passing of time, most of them had already rotten, their radiance largely dimmed, as though rust had claimed all of their previous glory. Many of them were also left with only the hilt or so. At a glance they seemed more like trash rather than treasures. Zombie King Limo was not an idiot. He did, in fact, obtain many ancient items, but they were largely useless. If there were any real treasures, he would keep it for himself instead of bringing it out. He eyed Zhong from afar and laughed coldly. What a fool. Those items were truly hard to obtain. However, that was when they had been created. Now they're just mostly a bunch of rusted waste. Zhong came up to the pile of rubbish, waving his hand and keeping all the items into his storage ring. Zombie King Limo spoke out coldly, Zhong, what are you doing? Didn't we agree on 4 items? In fact, he did not really care for those items. However, he was not willing to let Zhong take all the items away. Zhong waved his hands and took out 200 Gauss rifles and placed them on the ground. These 200 rifles for these items should be enough, no? A hint of pleasure flashed in King Limo's eyes, but he maintained his snideness. All right then. Since I, Zombie King Limo, am magnanimous, I'll forego it this time. After all, he had seen the lethality of the Gauss rifles himself. As long as he assigned 200 evolved zombies to use them, he would have a powerful elite squad. Zhong laughed lightly. As for the rest of the mutant beast, I'll trouble you to send someone to deliver it to Berlin in 10 days. After that, we can make use of Berlin to be our future place for trades and negotiations. You can also send people to bring items to trade for the Gauss rifles and ammo. The Gauss rifles were no doubt powerful, but there was a limit to their ammunition. Within each magazine there was at most 200 rounds. Once spent, they would have to purchase the ammunition from Zhong. Therefore, even if Zombie King Limo had obtained them to Zhong, it was still not a cause for concern. Of course, it would not be the same in the future. To the human race, the most dangerous threat right now was the Beastmen Kingdom aliens as well as the Dino race. The Saint race was also powerful, but compared to the Beastmen aliens and Dino race they were not comparable. If there was any advantage of the Saint race, it would be that their technology was more advanced. The other 3 races did not place so much emphasis on their tech. King Limo's gaze changed as he shot Zhong a cold glare. I got it. He was not stupid. He had already thought of the need for ammo and the significance of Berlin as a trading facility. However, it was not unbearable. He did not wish to fall out with Zhong right now either. His current target was to conquer the whole of Europe. Zhong chuckled before stepping into the sky and leaving for the distance. Then I shall wish you all the best in unifying Europe. Goodbye. The controlled zombie stared at Zhong, a strange glint in its eyes as a raspy voice sounded, despicable human. Wait till the day comes when I conquer all of Earth, your human race will die. After that, the zombie's eyes dimmed as it retreated back into the zombie horde. As for Zhong, he led the Green Hawk tribe and Dragon Hawk tribe towards Berlin. Inside Berlin, the survivors were still heading into the storm battleship. A number of elite warriors were still patrolling the city warily. The Beastmen forces might have retreated under Taylor's orders, but there were still some leftover warriors within the city that had not received the orders and were unfortunate and abandoned. All around the storm battleship, hundreds of the Kingdom of God elites were maintaining order. One of them gazed towards the sky out of boredom, when suddenly his face fell as he shouted loudly, "Enemy! Enemy! The monsters are back!" When they heard those words, the humans began to panic once more. Everyone settle down. Everyone settle down. Those are the 2 Beastmen tribes that leader Zhong had just subdued. Everyone settle down. Maintain your order and board the battleship. Immediately, a mechanical voice rang throughout the storm battleship. Hearing that, everyone began to calm down once more, eyeing the skies with uncertainty. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Zhong walked through the air and descended upon the ground. With a swoosh, the Green Hawk tribe and Dragon Hawk tribe also followed after Zhong, kneeling behind him. Oh my God! Who is he? So strong. Is he God's envoy? Who is that man? Oh heavens! That was unbelievable. When the survivors of Berlin saw how Zhong walked through the air, as well as the Beastmen tribe kneeling behind him, they were filled with shock. In their eyes, only God was capable of something like that. Thus, many of them quickly got on their knees and kowtowed to Zhong, reciting verses from the Bible, as though Zhong was God's messenger. Since the earth had changed, almost everyone had heard of the initial declaration and knew that there was an existence far above them. Since then, humanity had nearly collapsed, while many came to possess faith. Since Zhong was practically performing miracles, they had come to view him as holy. In the distance, Jonas eyed Zhong as well as the foreign species behind him, his eyes containing complex emotions. So that's Zhong? He's truly extraordinary. Yu Zhong had just landed when he was greeted by the mature and beautiful Zhuoye Tong, dressed in military wear. He instructed, "They are yours to handle for now. Let them board the storm battleship and when they reach China, hand them to Qingwu. They're to deal with the zombies there. Other than the two Type 6 leaders, it's fine if the rest die." The two tribes were Yu Zhong's intended cannon fodder to deal with the zombies in China. Even if they all died, he would not bat an eyelid. As long as the two Type 6 experts were all right, he did not care about the rest. Zhuoye Tong smiled gently, "Understood." After settling those issues, Yu Zhong entered the protector battleship, and with a wave of his hands the ancient weapons in his storage ring all came out. Seeing those broken instruments, there was a hint of an excited gaze within Yu Zhong's eyes. He grabbed one of the black balls within the pile of items. As he held the ball, he thought, "I can sense it, this item is calling out to me." The moment it came in contact with Yu Zhong's hands, it lit up and started to absorb his strength. Although he was taken aback, he did not panic and allowed the ball to absorb. During the process, the black ball began to elongate, forming a black, powerful-looking bow that was engraved with mysterious runes and radiated with power. Heaven-piercing bow. When it formed fully, a notification appeared in his mind, allowing him to understand the name of this weapon. Chapter 1041, Yin-Yang Palm. Yu Zhong looked at the heaven-piercing bow in his hands with appreciation. "Good treasure. I've gained big this time." Initially he had proposed the deal with Zombie King Limo in order to build some relations, where both sides stood to gain. He did not harbor much hope for the treasures, therefore, he was pleasantly surprised to gain such a powerful battle weapon. Holding the heaven-piercing bow, a sense of blood resonance transmitted from it, filling Yu Zhong with joy and familiarity. Time to test it. Upon gaining the weapon, Yu Zhong stepped out of the protector battleship and soared into the air. He then went to the outskirts of Berlin. Wielding the bow, his gaze narrowed, and with a thought, the heaven-piercing bow radiated with power as it absorbed a portion of his energy. After it swiftly gathered about 1/3 of Yu Zhong's energy, a powerful red ball of energy appeared within the bow. At the same time, as long as Yu Zhong willed it, the atmospheric energy within a 500 m radius would gather at the red ball of energy, empowering it. Yu Zhong took aim at a particular mountain far away and drew the bow. A bright red arrow shot out, crossing the distance of a few hundred meters in a second and blasted into the mountain. Hong. With a loud, earth-shaking roar, the entire mountain crumbled into dust. Yu Zhong watched the mountain crumble with a look of excitement, as he laughed out in an unbridled manner. "Ha! Awesome! I finally reached such a stage. One more trump card now." With this heaven-piercing bow, Yu Zhong's Type 7 strength could control the atmospheric energy to augment his attacks. Even a peak Type 7 expert would be annihilated by this attack. Yu Zhong thought with a little regret, "What a pity that with my current strength I can only fire 3 such arrows. It's definitely a trump card, I can't use it often." He continued to ponder silently, "Based on my current hidden aces, I have 2 little offensive ones. I need to learn some secret techniques." The martial techniques of the Saint Lands were the heaven-defying arts developed by the talents and geniuses of planet Uros. Each one of them had their might and power. If trained to the peak, a person could fight enemies of higher levels. With Yu Zhong's past style, it had either been sneak attacks, assassinations, or a combination of all his arsenal and trump cards just to kill his enemies. In a frontal combat he might have his moves, but it was difficult to cross ranks and face stronger enemies. At the Saint Lands, Yu Zhong had been able to kill those elites because his personal strength was high, not because they were weak. Since reaching the Type 7 realm, his body had also attained the second-order God-Devil body. With his strength, even if he was struck by a 155 m round, he would not even be the slightest bit injured. On Earth, the only weapon left that could possibly threaten Yu Zhong would be the nuclear weapons, or maybe the Raytheon cannon and prism laser cannon. As for the secret martial techniques, they could enable a person to execute about 10% of their own strength. Yu Zhong was able to exhibit about 20 to 30% of his strength currently. If he learned another technique, it could increase the power he could display. When he flew back to the protector battleship, Yu Zhong swiftly pulled out the records of the Saint Land martial techniques with Bai Yi's help. Radiant Sun Art, Sky Wolf Skill, Sky Howl Divine Art, Ice Soul Divine Technique. All sorts of martial skills were displayed for him to see. None of the high-quality skills are useful to me. I only need to see from the top 10 martial techniques to boost my strength. There were all sorts of martial techniques in the Saint Lands, separated into low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier as well as peerless. The higher the grade, the tougher the cultivation. With regards to the peerless grade, even with the numerous elites, there were few that could actually train in them. He looked through the countless techniques and immediately dived into the top 10 of the Saint Lands, intending to find a strong offensive skill. With his god and devil imprint, as long as he continued to kill his enemies, he could evolve crazily. He did not have to rely on any of the energy cultivation technique within the martial arts. Instead, he was focused on finding an offensive technique. While looking, he thought quietly, all these techniques are all deep and profound. If they had been introduced prior to the apocalypse, even if I had the chance to look at them, I would not be able to learn them. Now they're all so simple to understand. Which should I choose? Yu Zhong's gaze continued to roam before finally landing on one particular skill. Those that are mainly cultivation can be excluded. My god-devil body is already the strongest physique in the world. Those techniques that require too much time to train can also be excluded. I am lacking time. Those that cannot grow and follow my increase in strength and evolution should also be excluded. That leaves this one Yin-Yang palm. The Yin-Yang palm was one of the most shocking skills created by a human expert of the Saint Lands. He had been the most outstanding Saint Lord across the ages and had used this skill to kill an initial Type 8 expert of a foreign species. It had been vital to the survival of the apocalypse in planet Uros then. There were a total of 9 levels to the skills. The first could allow 100% of a person's strength to be displayed. That meant all of the person's strength. The second level could double it, with each level increasing. By the 9th level, a person could exhibit 256 times his or her strength. It was because of this skill that the Saint Lord at that time had crossed ranks and levels to defeat a Type 8 expert. Of course, it was an incredibly hard skill to master. At that time, the Saint Lord had only practiced it to its 5th level, and he was already at a heaven-defying level. There had been no one else who had trained the technique to the 9th level. The peak of technological advancement in society would be a variety of machinery. The peak of cultivation would be the variety of techniques. If this Yin-Yang palm can be trained to the 9th level, it would truly be powerful and invincible. The moment Yu Zhong saw the description of this skill, his eyes lit up, and he started comprehending this technique. The skill required the utmost talent and resources to begin cultivation. With Yu Zhong's original potential, no matter how hard he worked, he would not have succeeded. However, since reaching the second-order god-devil body, he had already started breaking out of a mortal's shell, and his latent talent had undergone a huge change. Whatever he saw, he could learn. In fact, he started to rapidly progress through the 1st, 2nd, 3rd and even 4th level, before his speed of comprehension began to slow after reaching the 5th level. A few days later, in front of the gate of Hell in France, there was a huge sea of zombies with seemingly uncountable numbers heading towards the gate. The remaining 30,000 Beastmen warriors had just constructed some simple defenses and were currently defending the location with all their might. In front of one particular wooden fort, where a dozen Beastmen warriors were guarding, an L5 suddenly appeared. One of the commanders quickly roared out, "Fire the arrows! Fire the arrows!" A dozen Beastmen warriors quickly drew their bows and released arrows that shot towards the L5 like meteors. The shower of arrows pierced the L5's skin but was unable to truly hurt or injure it. The L5 bore the brunt of the arrows, arriving in front of the Beastmen fortress, and slapped out viciously, causing the Beastmen warriors within to be flattened into meat paste. The warriors within the castle tried their best to dodge but were quickly enveloped by the surrounding horde of zombies. With many more L5s as the core, the various forts of the Beastmen started to be breached, and their mortality count rising. Zombie King Limo, who was hidden within the sea of corpses, observed from afar with a sunken expression, "Go to hell. This gate of hell must belong to me." This particular gate was the one used by the Beastmen kingdom to invade. If Zombie King Limo obtained it, he just had to deploy troops here to overwhelm the enemies flooding in. If he allowed them to pour out in waves, even he cannot guarantee victory with numbers. The Beastmen elites had already been mostly taken out by Yu Zhong and King Limo. Although the remaining warriors at the gate were elites, there were no Type 6 experts to hold the fort. There was no way of defending against the overwhelming number of zombies. Many of them fell while the defensive line was being reduced at a rapid pace. If they were humans, they would have long since collapsed. However, these beastmen were fundamentally different from the human race. They knew fear, but they prioritized orders and continued to fight bravely and resolutely to their last breath. It was truly admirable and frightening as well. Just as the sea of corpses was about a kilometer away from the gate, all of a sudden, a huge beast came out of the gate. It had a vicious-looking dragon head, its limbs thick and powerful, its entire body was covered in thick, gray scales, and it was about 3 m in height, 7 m in length. On top of it, there was a peak Type 4 expert with a snake head wearing a silver armor, wielding an 8 m long dragon spear. He was exuding a terrifying aura. Chapter 1042, Beastmen v.S. Zombies. Dragon Riders. The mighty Dragon Riders are here. The Dragon Riders are here. Seeing the appearance of the Beastmen experts atop the dragons, the various Beastmen in combat became excited and let out cheers. The moment those Dragon Riders came out, they charged towards the zombie horde. One by one, they exited the gate of hell and immediately got into formation, charging at the zombie horde. At the vanguard position of the zombies, there were many L5s covered in black scales, impenetrable to guns and blades, blocking the Dragon Riders. The hundreds of Dragon Riders charged wildly, and the ground shook from the force. They charged into the L5s viciously, intending to pierce through the bodies of the L5s with their strength. Under the built-up force, the L5s were directly pierced through, crumpling to the ground. At the same time, some of the Dragon Riders were slapped by the L5s and sent flying. The moment those Dragon Riders fell among the zombies, the hidden evolved zombies would leap out and tear those unfortunate victims into pieces. Every one of these Dragon Riders was at the Type 4 realm, but against the Devourers, Hunters, S5s and other evolved zombies within the horde, they stood no chance. With the passage of time, zombies had not stopped evolving too, and compared to a year ago they were much stronger. However, since the Dragon Riders were pushing out in hordes, the L5s were taken out quickly, before being trampled on by the Dragon Riders. The moment the zombies were impeded by the Dragon Riders that joined the fray, more Beastmen warriors and Dragon Riders came out of the gate of hell, providing even more reinforcements. Soon, the total number of Dragon Riders that had appeared numbered over 5,000. The L5s had to make use of the other zombies to take out over 100 Dragon Riders before they were turned into meat paste under the charge of the reinforcements. After dealing with those L5s, the remaining 4,000-odd Dragon Riders cleaved through the horde like a knife through butter, slaughtering the zombies that got in their way. At every second, over thousands of zombies were being flattened. Zombie King Limo's gaze turned frosty as he prepared to use one of his trump cards, Go to Hell. Just as the Dragon Riders were about to charge through further, a small troop of 200 S5s flickered over. This entire squad was fitted with the Gauss rifles obtained from Zhong. The moment they appeared, they began firing wildly at the Dragon Riders. Bright flashes burst out, and suddenly many of the Dragon Riders found that they had fist-sized wounds punched through their bodies, as they crumpled to the ground from the back of their dragons in disbelief. In an instant, over a dozen Dragon Riders had fallen. The rest of the Dragon Riders became enraged as they urged their mounts to chase after the S5s. Unfortunately, the S5s were too fast, disappearing right before their eyes. The S5s made use of the horde as cover, appearing and disappearing like the wind, wiping out hundreds of the Dragon Riders each time, but not losing a single of their number. The S5s were speedy, and King Limo had passed the Gauss rifles for them to use. Such a speedy squad was even more terrifying than an elite human squad. King Limo saw how effective the S5 squad was, and his eyes flashed with a strange glint. These Gauss rifles are truly useful. If I had 20,000 of them, those damn beastmen would have already been wiped out. I need to purchase more from Zhong. Once our zombies are equipped, they will be stronger than the humans. It was precisely so. If the zombies could obtain weapons that the humans used, then, in the future, the humans would not stand a chance. Other than the Dragon Riders, more Beastmen warriors were still pouring out of the gate. A large number of aerial Beastmen warriors also flew out, soaring into the sky, engaging the winged zombies. Every second there were deaths on both sides. They were at a stalemate, but the Beastmen's area was slowly expanding. In terms of numbers, it was naturally the zombies that had the advantage, but in terms of quality the Beastmen were stronger. Although the Beastmen were strong, King Limo was all the more adamant on obtaining this gate of hell. He continued to throw all his subordinates into attacking. While many evolved zombies were dying every second, there were zombies who were constantly evolving from consuming the blood and flesh of the powerful Beastmen as well, becoming even stronger. Newly evolved zombies were being produced. The entire region in front of the Gate of Hell had become a cruel meat grinder. In just a day, 1 million zombies had perished. At the same time, the death toll of the Beastmen warriors was reaching 150,000, with the initial 5,000 dragon riders ultimately perishing after an entire day of fighting. However, they had brought down over 150,000 zombies of their own. Corpses were piled in heaps, with countless dismembered bodies all around. Zombie King Limo laughed coldly. 1 million zombies. Damned Beastmen, they actually took out 1 million of my forces. But it's useless. My forces are becoming stronger. Haha. Those foreign species like the Beastmen, aliens, and Dino race were all resistant towards the infection, therefore they could not become zombies just like the mutant beasts. However, their blood and flesh were incredibly potent to the zombies. After killing 150,000 Beastmen, there were an additional 10,000 Type 3 evolved zombies, 2,000 Type 4 evolved zombies, and 300 Type 5 evolved zombies. At the same time, devourers were sprouting out of nowhere, consuming the corpses on the battlefield. These devourers were natural-born killers on the battlefield, consuming corpses to evolve. Most of them had already become Type 5 creatures, posing an even more dangerous threat than before. The Type 5 devourers were more terrifying than the L5s and were one of King Limo's trump cards. As long as they continued battling, while the horde might be diminished and ordinary evolved zombies would perish, in return even more powerful evolved zombies would emerge, replacing the quantity with quality. It was because of this that Zombie King Limo was willing to deploy his forces to clash against the Beastmen. Suddenly, an expert with 70% resemblance to Taylor stepped out from the Gate of Hell. Right behind him, there were over 100 Type 6 experts following, exuding a terrifying aura. The expert that resembled Taylor looked at the horde of zombies coldly and spoke indifferently. To think that Taylor is dead. Seems like this earth has some capable bumpkins. One 6M tall tiger-head expert spoke with a fawning attitude. How could that fool Taylor compare to you, Your Majesty? As long as you order it, this subordinate will wipe out these low lives for you. This expert of the Beastmen kingdom that resembled Taylor was another prince, Prince Teus. He had power, authority, and many tribes under his beck and call. He was also a powerful expert of the mid-Type 7 realm. Teus swept a glance across the seemingly endless horde and declared coolly, "Wipe out these trash." "Yes, Your Majesty." The hundreds of Type 6 experts behind him bowed and acknowledged, before leading their own tribes and slaughtered their way through the zombie horde. Once this army joined the fray, the tide of the battle was turned. Many powerful evolved zombies were quickly taken out by those Type 5 and Type 6 experts of the Beastmen kingdom, while the ordinary zombies were left to the lower-leveled subordinates. Although the horde was trying to advance further, they were starting to suffer heavy losses. In fact, they were losing ground and forced backward, while more Beastmen poured out of the Gate of Hell. The advantage of the zombie numbers had suddenly become a target for the enemies to slaughter. With King Limo's high intelligence, the moment he saw that things were going downhill, he quickly chose to retreat. Damn it. Seems like we can't claim that Gate of Hell anymore. It's time to retreat. Once my army has finished evolving, we will come and deal with these damned Beastmen once more. Had King Limo thrown all his trump cards into the battle, and joined the fray himself, there might have been a chance to conquer the Gate of Hell. However, he valued his life and strength too much, choosing to take a minimal risk and retreated the moment things turned bad. One petite, beautiful Beastman expert that looked almost similar to a human female, with the exception of her cat ears and tail, came up to Teus and asked respectfully, "Your Majesty, the enemy has fled. Do we chase?" Within the Beastmen kingdom, there were many races that looked similar to humans. However, they were termed as lower-class races and were not very welcomed. The Catwomen race was one example. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.